have the singing of O Canada, led by the Honourable Member for Victoria.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in our foes command. Quand embrasse et porte l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Merci. Let the doors be open. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Alors, order.
Order.
Members, déclaration de député, l'honorable député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We discovered this morning in the Journal de Montréal that the government has entered into a tax information sharing agreement with the Cook Islands, a tax haven in the Pacific. It looks innocent enough, sharing information. Everyone's in favor of that, avoiding fraud, but it's a sham. The deal is not just an information sharing deal. It's an invitation for companies tempted to use the Cook Islands to avoid paying tax here at home. In other words, the Cook Islands are the 24th member of the select club of tax havens that the government has given a free pass to. The government keeps saying that they're fighting tax evasion. But how? By legalizing fraud through treaties. This government exempts all those who take advantage of these secret deals that are disguised as tax-sharing information deals. And it's ordinary people who pay twice because the bankers have taken off with the till. Enough with the hide-and-seek secrecy. It's time to unmask this government that serves Bay Street multimillionaires.
Congratulations to Ryan Richard and the other organizers for the very first Canadian Two-Spirited Powwow celebrated in Winnipeg last Friday. It is incredible to see how Indigenous peoples are returning to traditions and teachings which demonstrate the strength of our heritage. The organizers and the hundreds who participated showed honesty, humility, courage, respect, love, effort, and knowledge. And I'm a proud supporter of Winnipeg Pride. I was asked by the women and families at the powwow to talk about the murdered and missing Indigenous Women's and Girls Inquiry and to mention that we all must be inclusive of all peoples, including Two-Spirited people, for they are a part of us. The Two-Spirited people were traditionally seen to be a connection between men and women and had a greater connection to the spirit world, Mr. Speaker. They were and are a mirror into our souls. Tapwe akikitwam, hai hai.
Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, this week is Tourism Week. Canada's tourism industry is an important economic driver. It helps create jobs and grow the economy. This week is a chance to celebrate Canada's natural beauty, events, and vibrant cultures. From coast to coast to coast, Canada has so much to showcase. But today, I'd like to highlight Edmonton. For one thing, Edmonton is truly a festival city. In fact, we have so many festivals, they're hard to keep track of. Dozens of them. There's the Fringe Festival, the Folk Festival, the Street Performers Festival, the Heritage Festival, and let's not forget the granddaddy of Edmonton festivals, K-Days. It's centered in my north side riding of Edmonton-Griesbach. I'd like to invite everybody to Edmonton this summer for our festivals, our attractions, and our warm hospitality. Come for the fun, leave with great memories.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Palan. Mr. Speaker, on June 1st, it's the beginning of Italian Heritage Month. On this occasion, I'd like to salute my fellow citizens of Italian origin from Alfred Palan and all across the country.
Our parents came to this land with nothing but their strong will and rich values, and they managed to build a respectable place for their community. They understood that the power of a community is much greater than that of an individual. It is our duty to preserve their efforts and come together to rejuvenate the associations they put in place, to look back at the path of hope and prosperity they traced, and to make it flourish with a spirit of togetherness, honor to the roots and respect to this land of opportunities. That is the duty we must live up to in order to preserve the extraordinary heritage of our roots. Faccio un appello alla comunità italiana ad unirsi e lavorare insieme per il beneficio di tutti. Grazie. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. A giant has left us. Rosanna Saint-Cyr is no longer with us. Actor Nicole Leblanc died last week, leaving an indelible mark in the history of Quebec television. The main role she played in Le Temps d'une Paix, with its viewership of over 3 million viewers, was that of a strong woman at a time when most women played self-effacing or submissive women. In the theatre, Nicole Leblanc was in the original Les Belles Sœurs by Michel Tremblay, which was a revolutionary play in Quebec theatre's modern history. She started in Trois Pistoles in the late 90s, playing in La Maudite Machine, and then she joined the Caveau Theatre. She also adopted the Des Basques region for her well-deserved retirement because she lived in Saint-François for a number of years. To her friends and family, my sincerest condolences. All Quebec thanks you for lending us this exceptional woman.
Honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
It's Tourism Week and Canada 150 is right around the corner. Supernatural British Columbia is the best place to start your celebrations. Cypress Provincial Park in West Vancouver is home of the first downhill skiing in Vancouver and host to the Vancouver 2010 Winter Olympic and Paralympic Games. Visit the historic Hollyburn Lodge and explore the trails that wind all over the slopes that hover above the city of Vancouver. Head north for half an hour on the famous Sea to Sky Highway to Squamish, the outdoor recreation capital of the world, and the Stommimus Chief, the second largest granite monolith in the world. The rock climbing is second to none, and this place of great spiritual significance for the Squamish Nation is truly humbling. Howe Sound lies at the foot of these mountains, a spectacular marine environment for sports, tourism, and abundant and resurgent biodiversity. These wild spaces are for us to respect, protect, and share. Please experience Canada's West Coast wilderness.
The Honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, we've waited for over a year for the federal government's framework on Lyme disease. There are thousands of sick Canadians awaiting the necessary funding for testing and treatment, waiting for the medical system to be able to diagnose and treat their illness, wondering if they are passing Lyme disease on to their partners. Millions wondering if they can safely give and receive blood in Canada. The framework and its many lines of platitudes provide no clear targets for measurable success. There are no new ideas, no deadlines for achieving anything. The $4 million in funding is wholly inadequate to make any real difference given the size of this problem. It fails to even mention the major concerns like human-to-human transmission and blood supply risks. Painful. In short, the government has wasted a full year and spent untold sums of money to produce a report that is embarrassingly scant, unfocused, and frankly disappointing. Canadians expect much better.
The Honourable member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to commemorate Italian National Day, Festa della Repubblica. After the Second World War and the fall of fascism, on June 2, 1946, Italians held a referendum to determine their desired form of government, either a republic or a monarchy. The Italian people voted for a republic, and ever since, Italians around the world have celebrated Republic Day. 7 anni le Italiani du Canada.
This year, Italian Canadians have one more reason to celebrate.
I'm proud to say that my motion 64 declaring June as National Italian Heritage Month recently passed unanimously in this House. This motion acknowledges the government's recognition of the contributions that Italian Canadians have made to our society. Please join me on June the 2nd in wishing all those of Italian descent Buona Festa della Repubblica.
The Honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Thanks.
Mr. Speaker, tourism is critical for job creation and is an important economic driver for Canada, and I want to recognize during Tourism Week. I invite all Canadians to come to Greater Sudbury Nickel Belt to experience the wonders. Northern Ontario's best attraction is the great outdoors, and I am proud to say it's been recognized by the United Nations with its massive regreening efforts following decades of natural resource activity. Since 1978, over 18 million trees have been planted throughout the region, restoring the land to its original beauty. En tant que chef de marketing,
as the House of Commons chief tourism marketer for the most beautiful riding in Canada, Nickel Belt, not Nickelback, I invite Canadians to join me in celebrating Tourism Week in Canada by experiencing an amazing journey, fabulous fishing and hunting, extensive hiking and biking trails, and the best camping and campfire you've ever experienced in the beautiful region I call home. Thank you.
Dufferin Culloden.
Each year, Canadians recognize June as ALS Awareness Month. Amyotrophic lateral sclerosis is a rapidly progressive fatal motor neuron disease that leaves those affected in a state of progressive paralysis but with full possession of their mental faculties. In 2005, my father succumbed to ALS after a 4-year fight, so it's affected me personally. And of course, all members witnessed the courage of our late colleague, Miro Boulanger, during his battle with his terrible disease. Each year at this time, friends, family, and supporters dedicate their time and energy to raise awareness for a treatment and a cure. In dozens of communities across this country, the Walk for ALS is taking place to help raise funds for critical research and support. I encourage every member to wear a cornflower to demonstrate our support in the fight against ALS so that together we can support victims and families and promote research to find a cure.
L'honorable député de Miramichi-Grand Lake.
Member for Miramichi-Grand Lake.
This summer marks the 60th anniversary of the Miramichi Folk Song Festival, the longest-running festival in Canada. This event features authentic, traditional, contemporary music for the whole family to enjoy. Ce festival légendaire a été fondé.
This legendary festival, the purpose of it was to give folkloric singers a chance to share their stories.
Will be honored by performers who will share their talents at the festival. From Natalie McMaster, Don Leahy and family, to the Miramichi Fiddlers, there's truly something for everyone. I want to congratulate Festival Director Susan Butler and all those involved who work tirelessly to ensure ongoing success of this important festival. I wish to invite you all to the beautiful riding of Miramichi-Grand Lake this August for the 60th Miramichi Folk Song Festival. It is sure to be a highlight of Canada 150's birthday. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, today the World Health Organization marks World No Tobacco Day. In Canada, tobacco is the leading cause of preventable death and disease, killing over 37,000 Canadians every year. Although the average smoking rate in Canada is 13%, our communities in the north experience rates of over 50% and some as high as 73%. This health inequity places enormous burden on families, communities, and the economy. With the renewal of the Canada's federal tobacco control strategy, we must seize the opportunity to strengthen it, to have greater impact on preventing and reducing tobacco use. We need proven measures that will discourage our youth from starting to smoke, such as plain packaging regulations, a national-wide ban on menthol cigarettes, and support for northern communities in the development and implementation of tobacco control projects. In recognition of World No Tobacco Day, Mr. Speaker, I say, butt out, everyone.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, I have the great pleasure today to pay tribute and to invite everyone in Lévis-Lotbinière to attend the play Comme dans le temps. Ms. Josée Naper, director and mastermind of the Dans le Temps theatre troupe, has taken on a monumental task with this creation, which will hopefully be one of many to mark Canada's 150th anniversary. I challenged Ms. Josée Naper, and she took me up on it, and I'm grateful to her. The musical comedy, Comme dans le temps, is a historical fresco that tells the story of a small regional municipality in 1867. The play is about two then typical families, one French, one Irish, and their relationships with neighbors and the village priest, played by none other than myself, on a set designed with antique materials and pieces that will delight young and old. Don't miss it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize June as ALS Awareness Month, as my previous colleague has mentioned. Over 3,000 Canadians are currently living with ALS, and until recently, this included my dear friend and our colleague, Muriel Boulanger. Many members in this chamber remember how he bravely struggled against this brutal and unforgivable disease that ultimately took his life too quickly. In honor of Muriel and the thousands of Canadians who fought or are still fighting this faceless demon, I introduce my own private member's motion that increases our commitment to a comprehensive strategy for ALS research funding and awareness. I thank the members in this chamber for their support. We have, and we must continue making ALS a treatable and non-terminal disease. Thank you all very much.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, today I'm recognizing Gina Barber, the 2017 recipient of the Agnes MacPhail Award. Since 1972, Gina has led the charge to advance the fight for social and economic justice in London. She has always been dedicated to improving the working conditions for women in education through her involvement in her union and women's advocacy groups, and has worked on every municipal, federal, and provincial campaign since 1979, usually as campaign manager and sometimes as candidate. She is a devoted advocate for a country in which no one is left behind. Gina continues to be active in London politics, acting as a mentor for young women, an advocate for seniors, and conducts a choir that produced such festive political hits as Donald the Trump Man to the tune of Frosty the Snowman. Mr. Speaker, Gina Barber is a dedicated citizen and a true New Democrat. It's my honor to recognize her tireless work and devotion to her community.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Muslim month of Ramadan. From now until June 24th, most of the world's 1.6 billion Muslims will be observing Ramadan, when they will fast every day from dawn to sunset. For the people of Islamic faith, Ramadan is a time of deep spiritual awakening prayers, increased charity, and generosity. The Canadian Muslim community represents the tremendous diversity that exists within Islam, incorporating Sunni, Shia, Ismailis, Ahmadiyas, and many others drawn from every corner of the globe. Canadian Muslims are making valuable contributions to every aspect of our society. Canada is a more vibrant, prosperous, and energetic country thanks to the contributions of the Muslim Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, on the 6th day of the Muslim Holy Month, on behalf of all my Conservative colleagues, I say to our Muslim Canadian friends, Ramadan Mubarak. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Ajax.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure I join all members of this House in extending my thoughts and prayers to those impacted by the cowardly attack near the diplomatic quarter in Kabul last night. This heinous act that has claimed the lives of at least 80 people and injured hundreds of others ripped our hearts. Our thoughts today are with the frontline workers and families of the victims. That this attack occurred during the holy month of Ramadan, a time of reflection, empathy, and compassion, shows the true depravity of this craven action. Targeting civilians and foreign service workers, people who today and every day show the utmost resolve and courage in their work, demonstrates a vile and most contemptible evil. Canada, with our international partners, will never cease in our efforts to prevent violent extremism, bring perpetrators of such violence to justice, and support peace in Afghanistan. Our hearts go out to those impacted by this tragedy, and to them we extend our unyielding resolve.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is not going to fight for industry that creates good jobs for Canadians. But he has no trouble imposing an infrastructure bank, a $35 billion bank that will be used by Parliament to fill his Liberal buddies' pockets. Why would this Prime Minister rather help his friends than help all Canadians? When will he finally get his priorities straight?
Infrastructure and communities.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yesterday I met with two ministers from Premier Brad Wall's government willing to partner with us under the infrastructure bank to build the transmission infrastructure that promise requires. Because they understand that by mobilizing the private capital through the infrastructure bank, they can free up their own resources to build more affordable housing, to build more transit system, to provide clean water for their communities, to build more recreational cultural infrastructure that their communities need. That is exactly what we want to do, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, either the Prime Minister doesn't understand how his own bank works, or he's afraid to come clean with Canadian taxpayers. The Liberals' own documents show that the bank works on the assumption that taxpayers will cover losses for private investors. So I want to ask the Prime Minister a very simple question. If the builder or the investor can't pay that loan back, as often happens, who gets stuck with the bill?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
I want to assure the Honourable Member and this House that the bank will only undertake projects that are in the public interest and will not invest in risky projects, and rigorous due diligence will be done by the bank, by the investors, by the municipalities, by the provinces, and the federal government. Experts that will run this bank will make sure that taxpayer dollars are always protected, that public interest at the forefront of decision making. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, if they're only going to pick projects that will never lose money, then why won't those private investors back them themselves? Now, the Liberal logic is actually quite simple. Liberals will handpick projects and they'll handpick the investors. And they admit that the bank is all about de-risking projects for private investors. That means that investors get all the profit and taxpayers get all the risk. Can the Prime Minister explain to hardworking Canadians why he's asking them to co-sign loan for the richest 1%?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Pension Fund Investment Board, OMERS, teachers, Caisse de Dépôt, Alberta Investment Management Corporation, they all invest in foreign infrastructure, in international infrastructure. What is wrong, Mr. Speaker, if the same organization allow us work with our government to build the infrastructure that our Canadian communities need? For a decade, this government, the previous government, underfunded infrastructure for municipalities. Now we are catching up. We are making historic investments. We want to mobilize private capital to build more.
Order, order, order. Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it's incredible to see that the Liberals have completely blurred the line between the independence of agents of Parliament and partisan politics. They can go on all they want about Madeleine Meilleur's resume, but she's a donor to the Liberal Party, and she should have been left out of the process. What will be the next partisan appointment from this Prime Minister? Will they look at the Liberal donor list when they need to find the next Ethics Commissioner? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to finding the best person to be the official languages commissioner, and that's exactly what we did. The skills, the experience, the professionalism, the qualification, the integrity of Madeleine Meilleur has been recognized throughout her career, and she has been fighting for linguistic rights across this country for many years. Why? She protected the Montfort Hospital to guarantee health care in French in Ottawa. She participated in the creation of the French Languages Services Commissioner position in Ontario. That's why she's going to be our next, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Is so broken that one of Canada's most notorious serial killers is now volunteering at a school. As a father, I cannot imagine the horror of listening to my children come home and tell me that they just spent the day with Karla Homolka. It's sick. When will the Prime Minister close this loophole that's allowing this to happen?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the system that is in place for doing vulnerable sector checks is a system that makes sure that employers and those that organize volunteers and runs schools and churches have access to information to make sure they make informed and prudent decisions. That is the system, Mr. Speaker, that is in place today, and it was in place similarly under the previous government.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Madame Mayer admitted that she participated in inappropriate meetings with Gerald Butts and Katie Telford, the Prime Minister's top advisors, and that outside of the official appointment process. Yesterday, the NDP called for a committee inquiry into the appointment process, and the Liberals immediately shut down the meeting. My question is simple. Will the Liberals block an inquiry into the Official Languages Commissioner appointment process? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, I have the opportunity now to explain the process that we followed with Madame Mayer's appointment. I've explained it many times in the last weeks. It was clear. 72 candidates applied, 12 people got interviews, and then 10 people undertook tests, and we checked their references, and finally I met with a short list of candidates. I've had the opportunity to speak with my two critics from across the way. The leader of the second opposition mentioned at that time that he recognized the qualifications and the experience of Madame Mayer. That's why we were convinced that we have the right person. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Crock of nonsense. Madame Mayer told committee that she didn't know if she would be able to recuse herself from future investigations of the Prime Minister, to whom she directly donated. Well, we just learned that the interim commissioner has had to recuse herself from investigating whether the Prime Minister has violated the law during the appointment of Madame Mayer. So, how can Liberals explain appointing a commissioner who can't even investigate the Prime Minister?
Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
In line with the question that my colleague asked a bit earlier, I would like also to remind him that the committee of this House are independent.
Order. 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 The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage has the floor.
Thank you. And therefore, I would like to stress the experience and the expertise of Madame Mayer. She's been involved in the protection of the Montfort Hospital and the creation of the Office of the French Language Service Commissioner. She's been involved in the protection and promotion of official languages for 30 years. We know we have the right candidate, and I really hope this House and the Senate will support her candidacy. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Outremont, order.
The Liberal, period.
The Liberals were elected to do politics differently, apparently. They weren't going to act like previous governments, saying one thing to get elected and then doing something completely different after the election. But now here we are, a few minutes away from a vote on our electoral system. Will the Liberal MPs prove that they have more credibility than their cynical leader? Will they stand up to keep their promise to change the electoral system?
And we have the news.
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again today, I would like to thank the committee for its excellent work and all the members who participated in that committee. I would also like to say that it's curious that the party across the way wants to vote in favor of this report, a report that they were not in agreement with themselves. So soon the MPs will be voting, and I am confident that our government has made the right decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Quelle honte.
Shame, Mr. Speaker.
5 weeks after KPMG was ordered to maintain all records during an ongoing investigation, a group of offshore shell companies set up by KPMG went ahead and shredded documents related to that probe. This is the very definition of obstruction of justice. And then the Liberals blocked the investigation into KPMG. Must be another independent parliamentary committee of the Liberals. I'm curious, is there any way the Liberal front bench can twist obstruction of justice and sweetheart deals for crooked billionaires into support for the middle class?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, as we promised Canadians, our government is firmly committed to fighting tax evasion. And we are committed to ensuring that our tax system is fair for all Canadians. In the past year, we've invested $444 million.
Hello.
Order. I hear a lot of noise today. We need to hear not only the question, but also the answer. The Honourable Minister.
Banff Erdery would do well to be quiet when I'm speaking. The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
In the past year, we've invested $444 million, Mr. Speaker, and in the last budget for 2017, we invested $524 million. Our investments are already giving major results, Mr. Speaker. $13 billion that we've recovered over the last year. 122 Canadian taxpayers who were in the Panama Papers are being audited. Criminal investigations are already underway for certain taxpayers. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, in the $13 billion that they recovered, if they recoup that money that they recovered, they could have used that to fund an autism strategy in Canada, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government told us that their new appointments process was whiter than snow, that everything would go well, that it would be transparent. Now the minister has told us that committees are independent. Did Madeleine Meilleur meet with members of the Prime Minister's office during the process? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. I would simply like to remind the House of the importance of the process. The process was based on the fact that we were going to find the best candidates available, and that's why 72 people participated. A selection committee was formed, made up in a majority of public servants. The members all had equal weight within the committee. And then an independent firm chose 12 candidates. 12 interviews were undertaken by the selection committee. Then 10 candidates had tests. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. No, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to go back to my question. If the committee is independent, why did Madame Meilleur meet with members of the Prime Minister's office? Madame Meilleur, in this independent and nonpartisan process, did she meet with members of the Prime Minister's office? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. I would like to clarify the fact that Mr. Telford and Ms. Butts never discussed the fact that she would become official languages commissioner with Madame Meilleur.
Hello.
Order.
Alors,
Order.
misère entend.
I have a hard time hearing the answer.
Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley and others, I'd appreciate if they keep quiet. Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Et donc, étant donné que nous avions
Given that we have this exhaustive process and given that 10 candidates undertook tests and had their references checked, then I had the opportunity to hold interviews myself and see to what extent Madame Meyer was the best candidate. Then I spoke with my two opposition critics from the Conservative and from the Conservatives and the NDP. Both recognized the expertise, the professionalism, and the qualifications of Madame Meyer, and that's why everyone agrees that she has the necessary qualifications for this job.
Innisfil.
It's funny, Mr. Speaker, because Madame Mayer admitted at committee that she met with Butts and Telford. So clearly, the minister is saying that Madame Mayer lied to committee. Listen, nobody believes that Madeleine Mayer is objective. She's a donor to the Liberal Party, given money to the Prime Minister's leadership campaign, and a former Liberal cabinet minister. The integrity of parliamentary watchdogs has been compromised by the Prime Minister and his partisan friends. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister put a stop to this and tell Canadians that his nominee for the Ethics Commissioner won't be a Liberal friend or donor?
Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind my colleagues that in context of this nomination, we wanted to find the right and perfect candidate, and that person needed to have the expertise in the context of defending official languages and official languages in this communities in this country. And since we are a government that value the importance of bilingualism, that value the importance of official languages, of course, we did a thorough and very merit-based process, and that's exactly what Mrs. Meyer went through, and that's why we have a very good and strong...
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, 38 days before the Ethics Commissioner's mandate will end. 38 days, and we still don't know if the Liberals have started the process to fill that position. Given what's happened with Madeleine Meyer and the Official Languages Commissioner job, we have to wonder if the process hasn't been rigged in advance. The Prime Minister, can he assure this House that this next appointment will be non-partisan and will not just be a cushy reward for yet another Liberal donor? The Honourable Government House Leader. We have put in place a new, open and transparent merit-based appointment process. Our goal is to identify candidates who are highly qualified and who respect the principle of parity between men and women who represent Canadian diversity. With our new process, we have made over 140 appointments. All of these positions are open and online, and I invite all Canadians to apply. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maybe the Honourable Minister should check the facts and realize that the position that's posted closed on January 7. We've been waiting a very long time. The Ethics Commissioner has an unprecedented investigation into the Prime Minister's dealings. Her term is expiring in July, and there seems to be absolutely no rush to fill this role. Are we waiting to see how somebody's chat with Jerry and Katie go before we get somebody in this place? Mr. Speaker, we have seen no openness and no transparency in the other process. Why can we expect to see one here? Quite frankly, will the Prime Minister guarantee that?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Time and time again, we have put a new appointment process which supports an open, transparent, and merit-based selection process. I agree with the member that the work that the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner does is important work. The role that she has is an important role, just like there are many, and that's why we committed to Canadians to bring in a new process, a process in which allows Canadians to apply and to be able to be determined on a merit-based process. We are proud of that process, as are Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Milton.
Mr. Speaker, the minister doesn't get it. The office of the Commissioner of Ethics belongs to Parliament, not to an appointments process. They are abdicating their responsibility to put somebody in place in order to ensure that we have ethics and conflict of interest guidelines in place. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm very serious. Do they have a response? Is this just going to be a list filled with Liberal donors, or we have a chance of having somebody responsible in this role?
Honourable Government House Leader.
As I have said, and I encourage the member to listen to the response. But there is a new process in place. It is open and transparent. It is merit-based.
Order, order. I'm sure all members are going to listen, I hope, to both questions and responses. That's what we're supposed to do here, because under Standing Order 16, we're not allowed to interrupt. So let's not do that. The Honourable House Leader wishes to complete her answer.
So we have a new open merit-based appointment process where Canadians can apply. All positions are available online, which actually allows Canadians to want to apply, look at what positions are open, exactly what we committed to Canadians we are delivering on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister got elected on a clear promise that we can all recite by heart, that 2015 would be the last election under first past the post. Very good. So when he betrayed this promise and said, it was my choice to make and I chose to make it, his awkward attempt to be strong showed himself to be just plain wrong. Newsflash, it's not up to him, it's up to Parliament and Parliament alone to make this decision. So will Liberals stand up to make every vote count, keep their promise to their constituents, or will they follow the terrible example set by this Prime Minister and betray their commitment to Canada?
Minister of Democratic Institutions.
And again, I want to repeat and thank all members in this House who participated in the Special Committee on Electoral Reform. I also want to reiterate that I tabled our government's response where we agreed with the majority of the recommendations on April 3rd. However, Mr. Speaker, I do find it curious that that member is asking us to fully endorse a report in which neither he nor his party fully endorsed. In fact, there is a supplementary dissenting report that they put forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, believe it or not, Canada will soon ratify another agreement to make something legal today that was illegal yesterday. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, just a few months ago, the Liberals supported our motion to fight tax havens. And today, they're ratifying yet another agreement with a tax haven. Ridiculous. Mr. Speaker, when the minister committed to reviewing our tax agreements, was this her plan, to sign more agreements with more tax havens? Was that her plan? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, our government is firmly committed to fighting tax evasion and abusive tax avoidance. In our last two budgets, Mr. Speaker, nearly $1 billion invested to fight tax avoidance. And we've seen historic results, Mr. Speaker. $13 billion that we recovered last year, including $1 billion under the Voluntary Disclosure Program. 122 Canadian taxpayers who were in the Panama Papers are being audited. Criminal investigations are underway, Mr. Speaker, for taxpayers in the Panama Papers. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, every day we see the weakness of this government's economic policy. Spending, and more spending, no economic growth. And what they're telling us is that they're going to stimulate the economy. What the government is doing isn't stimulating the economy. They're giving the economy a sedative, and it's bad for future generations. What will the government do to create jobs for young Canadian families? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, today is a very important day. We heard this morning that we have, in the first quarter for 2017, 3.7% growth. That's really good news. Our program is working, and with lower unemployment, and it's very important to know that Unemployment is now at 6.5%. It was 7.2 at the beginning of our mandate. That's a major change, with over 250,000 full-time jobs created. I am proud of our economic situation. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, it's shameful, because future generations are going to have to pay interest on the Canadian debt of $25 billion. It's $25 million a day. That's money that we don't have for social programs, and it's going to get worse because the debt is going up. We're trying to create riches on the backs of future generations. We need to stop doing that. When will the Finance Minister understand that the best way to grow the economy is to have smaller government, more freedom, and more prosperity? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the facts are important. It's very clear that it's important for young people to have a job. So, with 250,000 more jobs, that's very important. These are full-time jobs. That's very important for the future of our country. That's the base. That will lead to economic growth that is higher in the future. It's already good. It's going to get even better in the future.
For Chilliwack, HoC.
Mr. Speaker, earlier in question period, the Minister of Canadian Heritage claimed that habitual Liberal donor and now official language commissioner nominee had never met with Katie Telford or Gerald Butts. On May the 18th, at the Official Languages Committee, the Honourable Leader of the NDP asked, who in the Liberal Party did you speak to about wanting to become a senator or commissioner? Madame Mayor said, I spoke to Gerald Butts. Why did the Minister of Canadian Heritage call Madame Mayor a liar?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
I would like to set the record straight, Mr. Speaker. I said that Mrs. Telford and Mr. Butts didn't discuss the nomination of Madame Mayor with her, of her wanting to be the official languages commissioner. And that's an important fact. And that being said, we have the right candidate. Her name is Madeleine Mayor. Every single stakeholder in the official languages community know that Mrs. Mayor has been involved for 30 years in the promotion and protection of their rights. And that's why we're very...
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack, HoC.
Mr. Speaker, let's try it again. May 18th, Official Languages Committee, Honourable Leader of the NDP. Who in the Liberal Party did you speak to about wanting to become a senator or commissioner? Madame Mayor, the Liberal donor, now the recommended Official Languages Commissioner, said, I spoke to Gerald Butts. Why did this minister mislead this House?
Minister of Canadian Heritage. Order.
Mr. Speaker, Madeleine Mayor has been involved for 30 years in protection and promotion of official languages rights in the country. She was there at the beginning for the protection of the Montfort Hospital that was going to be closed by the Conservative government in Ontario. That's exactly what she did. And then afterwards, she started a political career.
Order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning and others will restrain themselves. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition also will restrain himself. I know he's tried to get the same thing to happen. We don't want people to lose questions. Order. 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 The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
She did public service 30 years, and she's been involved in the protection and promotion of official languages. She went through an entire process. Many candidates also participated in the process, and ultimately, she was the best.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, during the election, the Prime Minister promised British Columbians that Kinder Morgan would have to undergo a new environmental review. But that was then. Since, 2 hand-picked ministerial panels have shown the process is truly broken. And now, after getting votes from BC, the Prime Minister says that Harper's review process is just fine, thank you very much, and the project must go forward as it is. Why did the Liberals betray British Columbians, break their election promise, and approve the Kinder Morgan pipeline?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the government approved the Trans Mountain Expansion Pipeline because we believe it's in the interests of Canada. It's in the interests of Canada because it will open up Alberta crude to export markets. The member probably knows that 99% of our exports now go to the United States. Perhaps he would agree that expanding that market is a good idea. Perhaps he'd also agree that 15,000 jobs is in the interests of British Columbians, Albertans, and all Canadians. And if he can't believe me, maybe he should talk to Rachel Notley.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
We've just seen one of the horrors of Canada's so-called Safe Third Country agreement with the U.S. A woman's body was found in a ditch near the Canada-U.S. border. The woman is believed to be an asylum seeker trying to enter Canada. Under the agreement, asylum seekers from the U.S. are turned away from legal ports of entry, forcing them to take great risks. After 5 months and nearly 3,000 asylum seekers crossing the border, what else is this government waiting for? How many more tragedies do we need to see before this government suspends the agreement?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Speaker, we are aware of this tragic incident, and our condolences go out to the family and friends of the woman who lost her life. We understand deeply the extent to which people will go to seek protection for both themselves and their families, but we discourage strongly people to cross our borders irregularly. Canada is committed to offering protection and having a robust refugee program for those seeking protection from war and persecution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, seasonal monsoon rains continue in Sri Lanka, and the country is facing the worst natural disaster since the 2004 tsunami. Death toll estimates are now in excess of 200, with many more missing and injured. International aid is required to support the victims. Can the Minister of International Development inform this House of the steps being taken by the Government of Canada to help in the response?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from Scarborough Rouge Park for his question. We are deeply concerned with the ongoing flooding in Sri Lanka, and our thoughts are with those affected. I can already announce an initial envelope of up to $250,000 to respond to the humanitarian impact of the flood. And obviously, we remain in close contact with our humanitarian partners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, as you saw today, the Liberals are having trouble with the truth. And this morning, the Defence Minister suggested he would cancel the Liberals' plan to purchase 18 Super Hornets from Boeing because it's not a trusted partner. Wow. The Defence Minister has already misled Canadians on multiple occasions, including his imaginary capability gap. He's made a complete mess of the replacement of our CF-18s. Now, the Liberals' plan to sole-source Super Hornets has never worked and never will work. Will the Defence Minister stop playing politics with our troops and immediately hold an open and fair competition to replace our fighter jets?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, a decision will only be made unless we can find a solution within our timelines and a solution that will offer good economic value for Canada. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs mentioned, Canada is looking at its procurement process regarding Boeing, or rather, Boeing. The government strongly disagrees with the decision of the Department of Trade of the United States that is whereby Boeing is asking for an investigation into anti-dumping. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Ontario. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Defence stated this morning that Boeing can no longer be considered a trusted partner. However, the minister isn't saying if they're going to reconsider the procurement process. The Liberals held many meetings with Boeing, but how many meetings did it take for the Liberals to realize that Boeing was no longer a trusted partner? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we know that we have an aging fleet. It is more than 30 years old. Up until now, the Canadian forces have been able to provide exceptional service. However, we cannot be in a situation of failing to provide the capacity needed to our Canadian citizens, to our partners at NATO, and that's why we're looking at a provisional fleet.
There is no capability gap. It's a Liberal credibility gap. After blindly committing to purchasing the Super Hornet, the Defence Minister is now accusing Boeing of being untrustworthy. But the Defence Minister has been crying wolf about his fabricated capability gap, and he's the one who is untrustworthy. The Liberals are using our Air Force as a political pawn in a trade war with the United States. What we need right now is a competitive process to get the best fighter jet for Canada. The Defence Minister is the architect of this complete political disaster. When will the Prime Minister find someone, anyone over there, who can clean up this mess?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Order.
Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Canada-U.S. Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The aerospace industries of Canada and the United States are highly integrated and support good middle-class jobs on both sides of the border. We strongly disagree with the U.S. Department of Commerce's decision to initiate anti-dumping and countervailing duty investigations into imports of Canadian heavy civilian aircraft. This is clearly aimed at the Bombardier C-Series. Our government will continue to defend the aerospace industry, the workers, Bombardier, and our defence requirements. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Heritage confirmed earlier during question period that Ms. Meyer had met and discussed with Mr. Butts from the Prime Minister's office. I would like to know why the Minister is misleading the House. The Minister of Canadian Heritage. I would like to remind everyone of the importance of the appointment process for the Commissioner of Official Languages. The process was merit-based. It was open and transparent. This process was thoroughly explained. I hope that after the various explanations that have been provided, my colleagues will respect it. This is the first time that a government has truly explained the appointment process for an officer of Parliament. This process is entirely credible and reasonable. It follows established procedures, and we were able to find a highly skilled candidate for the position. The member for Saint-Lambert-Sur-Roi. Yesterday, during the marijuana debate, how many times did the Liberals talk about prevention? None, until I asked them about it. How many times is the word prevention used in the bill? None. Mr. Speaker, the Cannabis Task Force, provinces, stakeholders on the ground, and now teachers have all stated the need for a prevention and education campaign. But the federal government is doing absolutely nothing to offer them financial support. The Liberal plan? 6 cents a person per year. That's the government strategy to lead us to believe that it understands the urgency of protecting youth? The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question, and I thank her for her emphasis on a public health approach to the introduction, the legalization of cannabis and a strict regulatory regime. She understands the fact that a public health approach means making sure that we maximize education and minimize harm. And in fact, to that end, we have already started with a $9.6 million public education campaign. We will continue to build the resources to have a strong campaign to make sure that young people are protected. We keep cannabis out of the hands of kids and the profits out of the hands of criminals.
Yes, member. L'honorable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The OPG just released another report to try and justify their dangerous plan to bury and abandon nuclear waste next to the Great Lakes. These lakes are already under threat and attack by President Trump. They are a fragile ecosystem. The government has a duty to protect them. They are our freshwater source and home to a $1 trillion industry. The U.S. Congress and Senate oppose this plan. Over 200 municipalities oppose this plan. Environmentalists, hunters, and anglers all advise to reject this plan. So who is the Liberals' advisor on this? Homer J. Simpson?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to ensuring environmental risks linked to development are addressed before projects proceed. After considering the Joint Review Panel's report on February 18, 2016, I requested that OPG, the proponent of the Deep Geological Repository project, provide additional information about possible alternative sites before making an environmental assessment decision. A final decision will be made based on science, evidence, and public input.
Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, I want to give the Heritage Minister another chance. She said that stakeholder groups fully support the process. Well, the Quebec Community Groups Network, the representative of Anglophones in the province of Quebec, and La Fédération des Communautés Francophones et Acadiennes both have said that they have concerns with the process by which the government has proposed the new Official Languages Commissioner. Will the government and the minister admit that the process is flawed and commit to restarting this process?
Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, in the context of finding the Official Languages Commissioner, we did a thorough process. And this process I had the chance to explain to my colleagues many times. Now, we know that the candidate that came out of this thorough, merit-based process is a good candidate. She's a woman that has been involved in the protection and promotion of official languages for the past 30 years. Her knowledge of the field and her passion for official languages is uncommitted, and therefore we know we have the right candidate.
Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, two major stakeholder groups representing Francophone linguistic minority communities in Acadia and throughout this country and Anglophones in the province of Quebec have voiced concerns about the process. Last January, the Prime Minister refused to uphold the spirit of the Official Languages Act by refusing to respond to an Anglophone in Quebec in English. Right. And now they've failed to consult with leaders of the recognized parties here in the House of Commons and the Senate before coming forward with this nomination. This process is flawed. The government lacks respect for the Official Languages Act. When will they restart this process and give us a real nomination?
Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, our official languages are a priority for our government, and my colleague gives me an opportunity to talk about what we've done in terms of official languages in the past 18 months after an inaction on the part of the Conservative government on this particular file. We reinstituted Francophone immigration services. We made sure to give university accreditation to the Collège Militaire de Saint-Jean. We made sure to appoint a bilingual justice from Newfoundland to the Supreme Court. We've done many things. I'm working right now on a future plan on official languages.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, it's really not easy to follow what's going on in this House. This government and the Minister of Heritage keep telling us that the process to appoint the Official Languages Commissioner is neutral and has no political link. And yet, the candidates selected come from the pool of Liberal donors. We've learned that Ms. Mayer, before the Official Languages Committee, spoke with Jerry Butts. She said that she's never spoken with Mr. Butts, and on the other hand, that she did speak with him. I will give her a chance. Did she speak with him or not? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, we found an excellent candidate, Ms. Mayer. I've talked a lot about protecting Montfort Hospital in Ottawa, but also about creating within the Ontario government the equivalent of the Francophone Commissioner which is the equivalent to the official languages commissioner. She has all the skills necessary to ensure the impartiality, knowledge, and scope of this position.
Mr. Speaker, during the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration Study of Family Reunification, we heard from many witnesses that the 2-year conditional permanent residence for sponsored spouses is a serious problem. It is leading spouses, particularly women, to stay in abusive relationships for fear of jeopardizing their immigration status, afraid to report the abuse to authorities. Could the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship tell the House what his department is doing to support the spouses?
Well, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member of Scarborough Centre for that question. This measure that was introduced by the Conservatives in 2012 put vulnerable spouses, especially women, at the risk of abuse and violence. I'm proud of the fact that we've gotten rid of this measure and eliminated it completely. The Conservatives refused to listen and ignored the advice of women's rights advocates as well as newcomers themselves who continually denounced this measure. As a government, Mr. Speaker, we're committed to gender equality and the combating of gender-based violence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice continues to sit on her hands with a near record number of judicial vacancies. Meanwhile, another day and another murder case thrown out of court, this time in Montreal, and all the minister can do is pat herself on the back. The minister's indifference to this crisis is nothing short of appalling, and the minister's inaction is nothing short of negligent. How many more victims are going to be denied justice because of this minister's negligence?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm fine to stand up to talk about the open and transparent appointments process that we've instituted for judges in the Superior Courts across the country. I'm going to continue to add to the 67 appointments.
Order. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton, I'm sure wants to hear the answer to his question, so I've asked him to buy it. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am going to continue to add to the 67 appointments that I've made to Superior Courts across the country. In the province of Quebec, to which the member opposite references, there is less than 1% vacancies in the Superior Courts. There are many reasons for delays. It is a shared responsibility between the federal government and the provinces and territories, and we are acting on addressing.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. If the Infrastructure Privatization Bank were to become a Crown Corporation, let us recall the issue with Canada Post and its decision about community mailboxes. We were told that the provinces were consulted, and yet the Legislative Assembly asked for the future bank to respect Quebec's laws. As soon. That's great consultation. That's great success. The minister just seems to be saying anything. What will the 40 Quebec Liberals do to make sure that they will defend Quebec's laws?
Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, the bank is being set up with the same legal structure as many other Crown corporations. Any project that it will invest in will be required to follow all provincial, territorial, and municipal laws. We respect the jurisdiction of our provinces. We are investing historic amount of money. We're tripling our investments to build the infrastructure that is required by our municipalities, that is required by our provinces, and we do that in cooperation, in collaboration with our provincial and territorial partners.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians who have disabilities have to face challenges every day that prevent them from fully participating in events in their workplace and communities. To reduce those obstacles, we need to ensure equal chances for everyone. Everyone deserves to be able to participate fairly. The Minister for Sport and Handicapped Persons, will she describe the measures that have been implemented to reduce obstacles to accessibility? The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, rather. I would like to thank the member from Madawaska-Restigouche for his question. This week is Accessibility Week. It intends to celebrate and to highlight and promote inclusion and accessibility throughout Canada. We invite all those who could be eligible to present a funding request within the context of access to the Accessibility Fund.
Once more, Canadians with disabilities who face challenge every day to participate fully in their communities and the economy. That's why we have increased our investment in the program to over $80 million. To historic investment will remove barrier for many Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Brandon Souris.
Ms. Meilleur, in testimony, Mr. Speaker, on May the 18th said she'd talked to Gerald Butts about being a senator or a commissioner. Today in the House, the minister claimed that never happened. So, Mr. Speaker, will the minister now apologize for misleading the House?
Mr. Speaker, the position of the opposition is strange. If they condemn Mrs. Meilleur for having been involved in the public service for 30 years, would they equally condemn the fact that the former Conservative Prime Minister Kim Campbell was in charge of a nomination process for the Supreme Court? If we both value public service, of course, we're able to recognize that we need to have the right expertise and experience. And that's why Mrs. Meilleur is the perfect.
Order. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to clarify, the committee report on electoral reform did not contain any dissent from the NDP and the Greens. We filed a supplemental report in support of the recommendations. And in support of those recommendations, within the hour, I'm certainly hoping that many MPs, in fact most of us, will vote to support that recommendation of the report so that we can continue to have a conversation. We've never had the conversation to find common ground. Common ground is within our reach if we agree to keep working towards it. Will the minister agree?
Honourable Minister, Democratic Institution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and of course I would like to thank my honourable colleague for the hard work that she put into the report. The report is thorough and extensive, and I look forward to working with members in this place on many of the things with regards to making voting more accessible, with regards to getting youth involved in politics, with regards to political financing, with regards to fundraising, and of course with regards to cybersecurity. There are many things that matter to all of us in this place when it comes to improving, strengthening, and protecting our democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of Mr. Saber Chowdhury, President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. Comme il est 15 heures, l'honorable député.
It being 3 p.m. A member on a point of order. Earlier, the Heritage Minister said that the final list, the short list for official languages commissioner was 10 names long. If I understood correctly, Ms. Meilleur must have been on it. There must have been other names too. Could we see that short list? Could we see who the 10 finalists were for the position of official languages commissioner? That's a matter of debate, not a point of order. It being 3:15, the honourable member for Outremont on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I in turn have to rise on a point of order. Earlier, the Heritage Minister implied that Ms. Meilleur never admitted speaking to Gerald Butts about an appointment as commissioner. As her testimony proves clearly, she did speak to Gerald Butts about an appointment as a senator or as commissioner. Twice, Ms. Meilleur undertook to clarify things she said, and what she wrote after the fact contradicted what she said before the committee. As leader of a recognized party, I was never consulted, and that's a clear violation of the law. And yesterday, I heard the acting commissioner say that he could not investigate, even though it's his duty to enforce the law. So our privileges and our rights have been run roughshod over by the government, and I want appropriate action taken. Honourable member for Côte-de-Beauport-Charlevoix on the same point. Yes, me too, on the same point as my NDP colleague on the same issues. And when even the acting official languages commissioner doesn't want to get involved, that's quite something to see. And secondly, when she says we were consulted, that's not true. She should stop saying that we were all consulted. We don't agree with the appointment at all, and she should take responsibility for that.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope, on the same point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On the same matter arising out of question period, I'd like to seek the unanimous consent to table in the House the evidence from the Language Committee of May 18th, 2017, where the Madam Mayor clearly stated that she met with Gerald Butts in direct contravention of what was said by the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
There appears to be no unanimous consent. Is there unanimous consent? No unanimous consent. Order. The member for Durham is rising on the same point of order.
I am, Mr. Speaker. We have a very unusual situation, Mr. Speaker, where the evidentiary record before you today in this House, the Minister's comments to the House, the member for Chilliwack Hope reciting into the record in this House the committee report and the witness testimony of Madame Mayer. So I would ask you, Mr. Speaker, in light of the evidentiary record before you as Speaker of this chamber, to make a prima facie finding of contempt today in this House because the Minister refuses to correct the record.
Order. The Chair has ruled on this question earlier this week. However, I will take the arguments, I'll consider the arguments I have heard today on this issue and come back to the House if necessary. If the member is on the same point of order, we're done with that point of order. Then we're similar. I'll help with another matter because we're done with this matter. The member for Perth Wellington.
Not on the same matter, Mr. Speaker. In the similar testimony, Madame Mayer informed the committee that she was informed by the Justice Department that she would be nominated as the Official Languages Committee. But in further her testimony, she stated that...
Sorry, this is on the same general matter. It's on the same general matter. Order. I urge members to read the decision I've given earlier this week. As I said, I will consider the arguments I've already... Order. The honourable member for Simcoe Grey will come to order.
It being 3:20, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the third report of the Special Committee on Electoral Reform. Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Boulouris, moved that the third report of the Special Committee on Electoral Reform, presented on Thursday, December 1st, 2016, be concurred in. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Here. Mr. Nicholson. Ms. Finley. Ms. Rempel. Mr. Poiliev. Ms. Leach. Mr. Blaney-Bellechasse-Etchemin-Lévy. Mr. O'Toole. Ms. Raitt. Ms. Bergen. Ms. Ambrose. Monsieur Lebel. Monsieur Bernier. Ms. Watts. Mr. Chong. Mr. Ritz. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Van Loan. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Tilson. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Doherty. Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gledoux.
Gledoux.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr.
Monsieur
Strahl.
Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen
Mr.
Sound.
Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Warwa.
Warwa.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van
Mr.
Kesteren.
Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr.
Mr.
Kitchen.
Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eichen.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mendocino.
Mr. Blair,
Mr. Blair,
Monsieur Poisson,
Poisson,
Ms. Hutchings,
Ms. Hutchings,
Ms. Young,
Ms. Young,
Mr. Pescasolido,
Pescasolido,
Madame Mendez,
Madame Mendez,
Mr. Oliphant,
Mr. Oliphant,
Monsieur Dubourg,
Monsieur Dubourg,
Mr. Aldag,
Mr. Aldag,
Ms. Alislev,
Ms. Alislev,
Mr. Amos,
Mr. Amos,
Mr. Ananda Sangri,
Fernanda Sangri,
Monsieur Arsenault,
Monsieur Arsenault,
Mr. Aria,
Mr. Area,
Monsieur Ayoub,
Monsieur Ayoub,
Mr. Badaway,
Mr. Badaway,
Mr. Chan,
Mr. Chan,
Mr. Bittle,
Mr. Biddle,
Mr. Boissonneau,
Mr. Boissonneau,
Mr. Bossio,
Mr. Bossio,
Mr. Bettina,
Mr. Bettina,
Monsieur Breton,
Monsieur Breton,
Mr. Chen,
Mr. Chen,
Ms. Demoff,
Ms. Demoff,
Ms. Dillon,
Ms. Dillon,
Monsieur Dirio,
Monsieur Durier,
Monsieur Drouin,
Monsieur Drouin,
Ms. Tassi,
Ms. Tassi,
Ms. Zerowitz,
Ms. Zerowitz,
Mr. Assassi,
Mr. Assassi,
Monsieur El Khoury,
Monsieur El Khoury,
Mr. Ellis,
Mr. Ellis,
Monsieur Fergus,
Monsieur Fergus,
Mr. Finnegan,
Mr. Finnegan,
Mr. Fisher,
Mr. Fisher,
Mr. Fonseca,
Mr. Fonseca,
Mr. Fragascados,
Mr. Fragascados,
Mr. Fraser West Nova,
Mr. Fraser West Nova,
Mr. Fraser Central Nova,
Mr. Fraser Central Nova,
Mr. Fuhr,
Mr. Fuhr,
Mr. Gerritsen,
Mr. Gerritsen,
Mr. Greywald,
Mr. Greywald,
Mr. Graham,
Monsieur Graham,
Mr. Harvey,
Mr. Harvey,
Mr. Housefather,
Mr. Housefeld,
Monsieur Yakino,
Monsieur Yakino,
Mr. Johari,
Mr. Johari,
Mr. Kong,
Mr. Kong,
Ms. Khalid,
Ms. Khalid,
Madame Lapointe,
Madame Lapointe,
Monsieur Lefebvre,
Monsieur Lefebvre,
Monsieur Lemieux,
Monsieur Lemieux,
Mr. Levitt,
Mr. Levitt,
Mrs. Lockhart,
Mrs. Lockhart,
Mr. Long,
Mr. Long,
Mr. Longfield,
Mr. Longfield,
Mr. Maloney,
Mr. Maloney,
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Métis, Matane, Matapédia,
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Amitis, Matan, Matapédia,
Mr. May Cambridge,
Mr. May Cambridge,
Mr. McDonald,
Mr. McDonald,
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port
Mr.
Coquitlam,
McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam,
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories,
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories,
Madame Nassif,
Madame Nassif,
Ms. O'Connell,
Ms. O'Connell,
Mr. Oliver,
Mr. Oliver,
Monsieur Willett,
Monsieur Wallet,
Mr. Peterson,
Mr. Peterson,
Mr. Picard,
Mr. Picard,
Monsieur Robillard,
Mr. Robillard,
Mr. Rumi,
Mr. Rumi,
Mr. Rusnak,
Mr. Rusnak,
Ms. Sahota,
Ms. Sahota,
Mr. Saini,
Mr. Saini,
Monsieur Sanson,
Monsieur Sanson,
Mr. Sanga,
Mr. Sanga,
Mrs. Schultz,
Mrs. Schultz,
Monsieur Serri,
Monsieur Serri,
Madame Shanahan,
Madame Shanahan,
Mr. Sheehan,
Mr. Sheehan,
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon,
Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon,
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South,
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton
Mr.
South,
Secan,
Mr. Secan,
Mr. Sorbera,
Mr. Sorbera,
Mr. Spengeman,
Spengeman,
Mr. Tabera,
Tabera,
Mr. Tan,
Tan,
Monsieur Vandal,
Monsieur Vandal,
Mr. Whalen,
Mr. Whalen,
Mrs. Zaid,
Mrs. Zaid,
Mr. Rota,
Mr. Rota,
Madame Fortier,
Madame Fortier,
Madame Lambropoulos,
Madame Lambropoulos,
Ms. Ing,
Ms. Ing, Yeas pour 146, 146. Nays contre 159, 159.
La motion rejette.
I declare the motion defeated.
Tabling of documents. Allowed.
Order. I encourage honourable members to continue their conversations outside of the House.
And I'd ask members to assist me by joining me in saying, merci beaucoup, thank you.
Thank you.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills.
Ms. Gould, seconded by Mr. Sohi, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Elections Act, Political Financing. This motion is deemed adopted. Ms. Gould, seconded by Mr. Sohi, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian delegation of the Canada-Europe Parliamentary Association representing its participation at the meeting of the Standing Committee of Parliamentarians of the Arctic region held in Anchorage, Alaska, United States, February 23rd to the 24th, 2017.
Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the fifth report of the Standing Committee on National Defence in relation to a study of Canada and the defence of North America, and specifically on its trip to Washington, D.C. from March 5th to 8th, 2017. This is a unanimous report.
The member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official language the seventh report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, entitled Breaking the Cycle, a study of poverty reduction. The goal of this report is to eliminate poverty in Canada. Mr. Speaker, this report is the product of 9 months of incredible work of all the members of the independent HuMA committee. I'd like to thank, Mr. Speaker, through you, I'd like to thank all the staff, the clerks, the clerk's office, and analysts who contributed to this very big and comprehensive report. It's a two-hander, sir. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive report on this study. Thank you, sir.
Member for Carleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the chairman for introducing the report that flowed from the committee's work. The Conservative delegation to the committee has decided to submit a minority dissenting report. It operates from the premise, the ancient premise that doctors follow, and that is, first, do no harm. Unfortunately, when it comes to the condition of Canada's less fortunate, governments are doing plenty of harm. Witness testimony found that a growing list of government actions impoverish people and widen the gap between rich and poor, whether it's regressive consumption taxes, which disproportionately burden low-income people and enrich the wealthy and well-connected, inflated electricity costs to subsidize green schemes, or snob zoning, that is, red tape that prevents the construction of low-income housing. These are policies, Mr. Speaker, that consistently keep people entrapped in poverty. The Conservative delegation to the committee therefore proposes policies that eliminate this government interference, which burdens our poorest Canadians and empowers them to escape from poverty through hard work, through community involvement, and through a strong safety net that includes the charitable sector. Thank you.
Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 17th report of the Standing Committee on Finance in relation to Bill C-44, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2017, and other measures. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. I also, Mr. Speaker, really want to thank all members from all parties who did the work at committee on studying Bill C-44, the staff and the clerk and all those involved. I don't believe many people have any idea of the many hours that Finance has met to go through the clause-by-clause study of this bill and the witnesses before that. So I table this report.
Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology, entitled The Canadian Manufacturing Sector, Urgent Need to Adapt. I too wish to thank all the clerks that were on our committee, all our translators, everybody that was officially helped us to get this done. And I might add that this is a unanimous report as well. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, entitled Proposals for a Miscellaneous Statute Law Amendment 2017, and I'm happy to say this is also a unanimous report.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the 5th report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage, entitled Main Estimates 2017-2018. Pursuant to an order of Thursday, February 23rd, 2017.
Various votes in the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2018, which were referred to it, and reports the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by campers who stayed at Pine Valley Park in Branston, Ontario, your family campground located in the riding of Cambridge. The petitioners call on the government to ensure that campgrounds with fewer than 5 full-time, year-round employees be taxed as small businesses.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Speaker, I'm rising with petitions from people from Sault Ste. Marie who want their voice heard in the House of Commons about the abandonment of passenger rail service. We've seen the provincial Liberals that shut down the Northlander, and we've seen the refusal of the federal government to support the Algoma passenger train service. And petitioners have pointed out to me, for example, in the shutdown of the Northlander at Thanksgiving time when Madeleine Mayer shouted out to Northerners, buy a car. That attitude is certainly dismissive of Northerners, and this is why petitioners are calling on this government to work to build proper public transit in northern and rural regions.
Presenting petitions? Yes, presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to table petitions on the Algoma passenger train. These petitioners point out that passenger services have a major effect on the tourism economy in the area. While we might be tempted to think that it's limited to tourists, Mr. Speaker, tourists who hunt or fish, there are many other ways that passenger services benefit the regional economy. In fact, the rider photography team of Joannie and Gary McGuffin from Goulet River and Sault Ste. Marie artist and art historian Michael Birch tell us that without passenger services on the line, the award-winning documentary film Painted Land in Search of the Group of Seven could not have been made. Sadly, people inspired by the film to visit this breathtaking area are finding they cannot take the train to follow in the footsteps of the Group of Seven. This confirms the point that the petitioners make when they tell us that passenger service is necessary for the economic well-being of the region. They say the train is a safer way to have all-season access to the remote wilderness and that any alternatives cited by the government are not reliable, safe, or year-round. These are mainly industrial roads that are not maintained for passenger vehicles or patrolled for safety. That's why these petitioners are calling on the government to put the Algoma passenger train back in service so it can help people who want to follow in the footsteps of our famous artists and support a vital tourist economy in the process. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners are from Sault Ste. Marie, Echo Bay, Massey, Deborah, Bruce Mines, Thessalon, Richards Landing, Garden River, Awares Township, Blind River, Searchmont, and Toronto. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to present 2 petitions. The first is from residents throughout the Ottawa and Orleans area, and as well as some all the way down to Nova Scotia and Halifax, a number from across the country in Westmount, so on, in Montreal area. They are calling for this, as well I should mention, as those from my own community in Sandwich Gulf Islands. They call for this House to consider the importance of consumer information on allowing Canadians to know if the products they're buying contain genetically modified organisms. They would like this House to ensure the labeling of genetically modified foods. The second number of signatures on this petition, Mr. Speaker, is over 9,000 Canadians who, on top of many thousands more, and I've tabled many petitions from petitioners calling for Canada to speak clearly to the People's Republic of China about the need to respect human rights, and particularly the rights of peaceful practitioners of Falun Dafa and Falun Gong who are imprisoned, who are persecuted, who are subject to, according to credible reports, organ harvesting. And these petitioners want the Government of Canada to speak up on behalf of the practitioners of Falun Dafa and Falun Gong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for York Simcoe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have several petitions to table that petitioners have submitted on the subject of commemorative medals that the government has cancelled, despite the fact that this is the 150th anniversary of Confederation. Traditionally, medals have been presented by the Government of Canada to notable individuals who have made a significant contribution to Canada in their communities. It's been done on the occasion of the 125th anniversary of Confederation, of course, the centennial in 1967, the Diamond Jubilee in 1927, and even in the year of Confederation itself. And although preparations were very far advanced, including a design for the medal for this year's 150th anniversary of Confederation, unfortunately, the Liberal government has cancelled this. And these petitioners are indicating that as part of the Liberal war on history, they are disappointed that the contributions of community-building Canadians are not being honoured, that they are being ignored. The petitioners come, as I said, from a number of communities: Kindersley, Saskatchewan; Bewdley, Ontario; Winnipeg Beach, Manitoba; Matlock, Manitoba; Cranberry Portage, Manitoba; Flin Flon, Manitoba; Hodgeville, Saskatchewan; Waterford, Ontario; Burlington, Ontario; Delaware, Ontario; London, Ontario; Leake, Saskatchewan; and Blaine Lake, Saskatchewan. As you can tell, Mr. Speaker, there are petitioners from all across this country who call upon the Government of Canada to respect tradition and recognize deserving Canadians and reverse the unfortunate decision to cancel the commemorative medals on the occasion of the 150th anniversary of Confederation.
Petitions, the honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, I've got a whole slew of signatures here from my constituency, places like Crossfield, Airdrie, Canmore, Cochrane, also from Calgary, other places in Alberta, Saskatchewan, really a large number of signatures here. And it's really about an issue that obviously arose prior to the last federal budget when the government was discussing the idea of taxing Canadians' medical and dental benefits. And it just is something that's a good reminder for this House, given that there's always seems to be another attempt by the Liberals to find a way to raise Canadians' taxes, that Canadians are pushing back when the Liberals try to raise their taxes. This was another example of that, when they were seeking to raise the taxes on medical and dental benefits, and Canadians were saying, no way, Liberals, you cannot raise my taxes. That's what this petition is about, and I believe that sentiment would apply to all of the attempts that the Liberals make and continue to make to try and raise our taxes. So I want to table that today, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present petition from many people in Nanaimo, also Ladysmith, Parksville, and Whistler, urging the government to recognize that cannabis prohibition was initiated with no scientific basis and seemed to be initiated as an effort to harass, punish, and deport racial minorities. They indicate that the prohibition against cannabis has caused great social harm, has led to long-standing criminal records for young people, and that cannabis has the potential to benefit agriculture, medicine, fuel, and building material, as well as supporting health. They urge the Parliament to take 8 separate actions, most specifically and meaningfully right now, to end the criminalization of individuals who take on personal possession of marijuana. I commend the petition to Parliament.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Speaker. I have two petitions to introduce today. First, as health critic, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to introduce e-petition 733, where citizens all across the country signed a petition noting that Canadians should have the right to know how much sugar is added to their food. They point out that there's strong evidence that an intake of free sugars less than 10% of total daily energy intake reduces the risk of overweight, obesity, and tooth decay. And they believe that Canadians should be provided with adequate information to follow through on WHO recommendations to reduce the harmful health effects of sugar. So they call on the Minister of Health to readdress the Minister's choice of not having added sugars on the nutrient panel of food labels to support and empower Canadians to make better food choices. My second petition, Mr. Speaker, is one signed by residents all over British Columbia who are calling on the government not to adopt the Emerson Report on the Canadian Transportation Act, which would dismantle the established rules governing cabotage in Canada. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners point out that dismantling cabotage would allow the shipping industry to hire cheaper, perhaps vulnerable foreign seafarers without local knowledge of the waters they sail, endangering Canadians' marine safety, good Canadian jobs, and result in the unemployment of many Canadian workers who work in this very important industry and sustain their families on good jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
The honourable member for Labrador.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to present this petition on behalf of my constituents living in the community of Churchill Falls in Labrador. And it's with regard to full postal services for their community. They feel that there has been some downgrading of the service in previous years. They understand that there is a review that is ongoing right now by Canada Post, and they want to petition the House of Commons to gather the attention of government to ensure that they have that full postal service in their community. They feel that as residents, they should be able to maintain the services that they have had over previous years, and they would like to see those services restored to what they were prior to cuts that were made by the former government. I'm happy to present that petition on their behalf today to the House of Commons. Thank you.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another petition has to do with Lac Champlain in my riding of Brome-Missisquoi. The water quality of Champlain Lake, this lake that we share with our American neighbors. In 2008, the Joint International Committee looked at the issue of Lake Champlain's water quality. Since 2008, the Joint Committee has not continued its work in this matter. Therefore, it is essential to protect Lake Champlain for current and future generations. The conclusion is that the citizens of the region of Champlain Lake ask Global Affairs Canada to review the mandate of the Joint Review Committee to look at the issue of water quality for Lake Champlain, and I would like to thank the member for Saint-Jean for their support for this petition. Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thanks again, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand also at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed then. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill C-46, an act to amend the criminal code, offences relating to conveyances, and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I'd like to mention that I'll be splitting my time with the Honourable Member from Rivière-de-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, I'll be speaking in favour of Bill C-46, an act to amend the criminal code, offences relating to conveyances, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. Bill C-46 is a nonpartisan proposal to hit back against impaired driving, an issue all too familiar with many citizens in my riding of St. Catharines and throughout Canada. We all want roads that are clear of drug and alcohol-impaired drivers, and Bill C-46 will help deliver this. The bill contains a package of reforms that will make it far more difficult to escape detection and avoid conviction. The bill addresses numerous elements found in the earlier bills, but it is, in my view, a more comprehensive approach to impaired driving. It includes new elements to deal with drug-impaired driving in advance of cannabis legislation. This comprehensive bill has two parts. The first will address drug-impaired driving and will come into force on royal assent. The second will combine the new drug-impaired driving provisions with other transportation offences, including amendments to the alcohol-impaired driving provisions within a new part of the Criminal Code. This part would come into force 180 days following royal assent. The proposals in Bill C-46 are aimed at making our streets safer and at the same time are intended to boost the efficiency and reduce delays in the criminal justice system, which I, as a lawyer in St. Catharines, Mr. Speaker, saw far too often. I would like to expand on the provisions that would streamline the procedures surrounding impaired driving, both in and out of court. I begin by noting that trials for the offence of driving over the legal limit for alcohol take up a disproportionate amount of trial time at the provincial and superior court level. This occurs in part because defence efforts to raise a reasonable doubt about the validity of the blood alcohol concentration, or BAC, analysis. Bill C-46 proposes to address this in a manner consistent with current science by setting out that a driver's BAC will be conclusively proven if the police have taken the following steps. First, the qualified technician, who is a police officer trained to operate an approved instrument, must ensure that the approved instrument is not registering any alcohol that is in the room air. This is done by an air blank test. This is important. Otherwise, the court could not be certain that the approved instrument detected only alcohol that was in the driver's breath. Second, the qualified technician must ensure that the approved instrument is calibrated correctly. They do this by testing a standard alcohol solution that is certified by an analyst to contain a specific concentration of alcohol. If the approved instrument produces a result that is within 10% of the target value, then the approved instrument is correctly calibrated. Third, the qualified technician must take 2 breath samples at least 15 minutes apart. If there is agreement between the samples, meaning the results are within 20 milligrams, the agreement requirement is met, and the lower of the 2 readings will be the reading that forms the basis of any criminal charge for driving over the legal limit. For an offender with no prior impaired driving convictions, a lower reading would typically would avoid a fine above the minimum fine. If the qualified technician takes these 3 steps, then the resulting blood alcohol concentration will be conclusively proven. The result is enhanced trial efficiency, given that no court time is taken up by efforts to question the validity of the blood alcohol concentration analysis. Mr. Speaker, this proposed change is based on the best available scientific evidence and ensures that trial fairness while preventing time-consuming challenges to reliable testing procedures. There is another important change to Bill C-46 that works hand in hand with the proof of blood alcohol concentration. This is the proposal to reformulate the offence from driving while over 80 to the new formulation proposed in Bill C-46, which is having a blood alcohol concentration at or over 80 milligrams of alcohol within 2 hours of driving. A number of states in the United States already have such formulation, and it eliminates the bolus drinking defense, also known as the drink and dash defense. This consists of a driver claiming that they were under 80 at the time of driving because alcohol, which they drank quickly and just before driving, was not fully absorbed into the blood. However, by the time they were tested on the approved instrument at the police station, the alcohol was absorbed and the reading on the approved instrument was over 80. Assuming this pattern of behavior actually occurred, it is then argued in court that the effects of the alcohol did not make the driver drunk until after the driver was stopped. This is very dangerous behavior, Mr. Speaker, that should not be condoned at law. The new offence also limits the intervening drink defence by tackling a strategy employed by driving but before testing at the police station. A driver either openly drinks alcohol once the police have stopped him or her, or they drink alcohol that was hidden, for example, in a pocket flask, while they are waiting the police in a car or at the station. This behavior typically is aimed at interfering with the police investigation of an impaired driving offence. The Supreme Court of Canada indicated in 2012 that the bolus drinking defence and the intervening drink defence encourage behavior that is dangerous or contrary to public policy. Bill C-46 would eliminate the bolus drinking defence and restrict the intervening drinking defence to situations where the post-driving alcohol consumption occurred innocently, meaning that the driver had no reasonable expectation that a demand for breath sample would be made by the police. For example, the driver that arrives home and begins drinking at home, there is no reason to expect the police to arrive and make a demand for a breath sample. However, the police receive a complaint that the driver was driving while drunk, and they investigate. This is a rare scenario, Mr. Speaker. The driver could still, in that case, raise the intervening drink defence. Mr. Speaker, another efficiency measure in Bill C-46 is the clarification of the Crown's disclosure requirements. The bill clearly and concisely specifies what the prosecution must provide the defence with respect to a driver's testing on the approved instrument. If the defence wishes to obtain more, they can apply to the court but must show relevance of the information requested. This disclosure provision is intended to ensure the police are not obliged to disclose material such as historical approved instrument maintenance record, which is irrelevant to the scientific validity of the driver's breath test results. Given the disclosure phase is frequently a bottleneck in the process, these clarifications are expected to result in significant improvements in prosecutorial efficiency. This includes time and resources saved on location, copying, collating, organizing, and otherwise providing scientifically irrelevant maintenance records to the defence. Mr. Speaker, I'm confident that the proposed changes in Bill C-46 will make the investigation and prosecution of impaired driving crimes a lot simpler. The approved instrument, when used by a qualified technician who first ensures that it is operating correctly, is scientifically reliable. It produces a valid statement of the driver's blood alcohol concentration. Defence will be given full and complete disclosure. Defence will be able to see for itself whether the appropriate steps that are prerequisite to the conclusive proof of blood alcohol concentration were taken. Though Bill C-46 efficiencies in the criminal justice system for impaired driving matters will be gained not only at the police investigation stage but also at the trial stage, the impaired driving provisions have also been subject to extensive discussion with the provinces and territories and are eagerly awaited by them. Mr. Speaker, I ask all honourable members to join in voting to pass Bill C-46 at second reading and send it to the Standing Committee of Justice and Human Rights for review. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech. And I noted that he spoke quite a bit about blood alcohol levels and the testing, and I think that the technology in that area is quite proven. We do understand what constitutes impairment. We have implemented proper testing to be able to detect drivers that are drunk. But this legislation also covers drug-impaired driving. And my understanding is that currently there is not an understanding of what constitutes impairment, especially when people have consumed both drugs and alcohol. And we have no current plan to implement a roadside test to be able to detect drugs in a person's blood. Could the member please let us know what that plan is?
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member from Sarnia-Lambton for her question. Drug-impaired driving is a concern taken very seriously by the government. I've spoken at length with the Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary, and Bill C-46 is an important piece of the puzzle to go along with Bill C-45, which is the legalization of cannabis. Bill C-46 does deal with impaired by cannabis, and there will be saliva-based testing. As a member of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, I look forward to hearing the scientific evidence, how this roadside screening works from legal experts, scientists, and beyond, and looking forward to hearing that testing as soon as this place can get it to the committee. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank my honourable colleague for the his speech. I really have two questions. One is, we are aware that there are some challenges with respect to testing for the presence of THC in the active bloodstream. We know that there are tests that can determine what are called the metabolites of THC, because THC is very fat soluble, and the THC stays in the fat and then it's slowly released. And so we can test the breakdown products of THC, but that's not necessarily an indicator of present impairment. And the second aspect of the question is, for people who are prescribed medicinal cannabis and are chronic users of THC, research has shown that those people may have elevated levels of THC in their saliva but not be impaired. And I'm just wondering if my honourable colleague has any comments on how this legislation may deal with those challenges.
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. I'm looking forward to hearing the evidence from scientists, but my understanding is that the saliva-based test for impaired by cannabis does show recent usage of cannabis, where the roadside test is not dealing with fat-soluble concentrations of THC. It's saliva. It's saliva-based, and so that would show immediate or recent usage. In terms of medicinal cannabis, Mr. Speaker, if we look at other drugs, whether opioids or other types of drugs that would impair, you still shouldn't get behind the wheel, Mr. Speaker. If you are impaired, you are impaired. Whether it is prescribed as a medicine, it doesn't matter if it is a drug like an opioid or if it is cannabis. There will be scientific tests to determine whether you are impaired by drug, and you should not be behind the wheel.
Questions and comments? Honorable député de Salaberry.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to ask my colleague, well, some have called on the government to embark on an awareness-raising campaign before cannabis is legalized, but that hasn't been done yet by the government. Can the member opposite tell me when the government intends to do this type of prevention and awareness raising around drug-impaired driving?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know my friend, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice, has done incredible work travelling the country, including coming to St. Catharines and speaking to members of the community, speaking to key individuals such as our Chief of Police, Head of Fire Services, municipalities, officials in education. The public education campaign is ongoing, and the Parliamentary Secretary is well behind it. I know the Prime Minister has discussed that the proceeds of cannabis will be used for public education, and this government stands behind, because this is ultimately a public safety and public health bill, so public education of cannabis and its usage is important. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on a topic which we have to admit has been very controversial in recent days, weeks, and months. Obviously, legalizing cannabis was a hot topic on the election trail. However, Mr. Speaker, it's important to have a dialogue with the people of Quebec and Canada about legalizing cannabis, which is also called marijuana. As a mother of 4, 2 boys and 2 girls, aged 17 to 25, I'm very well aware of the arguments in favor of legalizing and against legalizing. But one thing's for sure, the current method of doing things has to be revisited. Our government recognizes with its commitment that the current way of doing things isn't working. It's out of date. The cannabis use rate among young people is the highest in Canada than anywhere else in the world. And that's hardly something that other countries envy. Even though we are, and I believe this, as Jean Chrétien used to say, the most bestest country in the world. In 2015, the consumption rate among young people aged 15 to 19 was 21% and 30% among adults 20 to 24 years old. In other words, 1 in 3 people is a regular user, and if you add occasional users, the number only goes up. Our legislation tackles the real scourge. We want to protect children from drugs, but also from the underground industry that provides them with drugs. Recently, our government tabled 2 bills to carry out legalization and regulation of cannabis. For many people, all they're really interested in is the legalization. But when I go around my riding of Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, few people are aware of the second bill, C-46, an act to amend the criminal code, offenses relating to conveyances, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. In other words, Mr. Speaker, this bill would make a number of changes to the criminal code to regulate cannabis-impaired driving. Getting rid of the prohibition on cannabis has to be done safely in all areas of society, including on our roads. Unfortunately, impaired driving is the main criminal cause of death and injury in Canada. That's why our government committed to pass new legislation, tougher legislation, to provide stiffer penalties for those who drive under the influence of drugs, including cannabis. This legislation, I'm convinced, will deter Canadians from getting behind the wheel when they've taken drugs or alcohol. The media often say that our young people are more reckless and more willing to drive impaired. But I know that my kids and their children's do not consider it cool to drive while impaired. And they normally have a plan to get home. They usually have made plans ahead of time, and I encourage people to do this. There are many alternative ways to get home: ride services, taxis, public transit, ride sharing, parents, to name just a few. This bill breaks down into 2 parts. First of all, Part 1, the changes put forward in Bill C-46 include a new legal limit for drug offenses and new tools to better detect which drivers are impaired. To make this possible, the bill provides for the use of sampling and detection equipment, mouth swabs, roadside, and so on. This is a first for drug detection in Canada. This type of equipment is already used in many countries, including G7 countries like France. As we speak, the police have few, if any, ways of immediately determining a THC concentration in a person's blood. We have to do something, and C-46 will make it possible at a roadside stop for police officers to require a driver to provide an oral sample, a saliva sample, if they have reasonable grounds for believing that the driver may have taken drugs. A positive test will help establish reasonable grounds that an offense has been, for believing that an offense has been committed. This is a key measure of this bill. This will enable officers with reasonable and probable grounds for believing that an offense has been committed to contact an assessment officer, and that officer can then determine through a blood sample the drug concentration in the driver's blood. And then the bill will provide for 3 new offenses depending on the drug concentration in the driver's blood 2 hours after. Obviously, the penalties will depend on the type of drug or the drug combination, i.e. cannabis and alcohol. The offenses will be judged based on the active ingredients in the blood, and they will be the offenses will be more serious, and they'll be considered hybrid if there's a combination of alcohol and cannabis. A hybrid offense will be liable to a $1,000 fine and could even lead to imprisonment for repeat offenders. The second part of the bill has to do with creating a new modern system, a more simple and consistent system to prevent impaired driving. In other words, there will be mandatory roadside screening for alcohol, increased fines, and some maximum penalties, and a whole host of measures to simplify and update the existing legislation. I give this bill my full confidence because it has consistent, clear, and binding measures that will make our roads safer for everyone. And obviously, by supporting these measures, our government will also include a wide-ranging awareness-raising campaign so that Canadians are well informed of the dangers of impaired driving. And I will, in my community of Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, do my share to do outreach and educate the public on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. There's been a lot of talk about the importance of prevention and equipping the police with the proper tools to detect the presence of marijuana in saliva, but it also has to be possible to know what quantity of THC is, what the concentration is, and we need tools to do that, but we don't appear to have the tools to ascertain that just yet. So will the Liberals make sure that the police have the equipment they need beforehand so that they don't arrest the wrong people who may not actually have THC in their blood? The Honourable Member. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague. I know you asked my predecessor the same question about prevention and detection. As I said before, in police cars, when they stop drivers, if they have reasonable grounds, they will be able to require the driver to provide an oral sample, and if that tests positive, then the person can be required to provide a blood sample, and that will make scientists will determine the THC concentration with the blood sample. Questions and comments?
Speaker, and I thank our honourable colleague for her speech. And a couple of questions, and I'll go back, and I'm on record already a number of times as saying that I'm all for stricter drinking and driving and impairment laws. As somebody that lost a loved one 20 years ago this year, Mr. Speaker, but the questions need to be answered. The costs will be downloaded to our municipalities and to our police forces for this equipment in terms of training and bringing our police forces, giving them the capacity to be able to accurately administer these tests, which the science behind it is still imprecise. There are too many false positives. So my question through you, Mr. Speaker, to our honourable colleague is, in passing this piece of legislation, is the government also committing to funding and giving additional resources to the municipalities and the police forces that will be responsible for paying for this process?
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. It's a very good question. The legislation will be ready for July 1st, 2018, and the provinces will have to pass their own legislation accordingly. There have been 72,000 incidents, including some drug-impaired incidents. So we have to modernize our legislation, because currently there's nothing about drug impairment, and drivers cannot be required to provide samples, cannot be compelled, and that's what this bill will do. Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Abitibi James Bay Nunavut Ayu. Yeah, it's pretty long, my writing's name. I'd like to thank the honourable member for her presentation. There are a number of aspects of this bill that concern me, Mr. Speaker, including the need and the consumption of marijuana among young people. I don't think enough attention is being paid to that dimension of the problem, young people using cannabis. Since it was announced that this government would be legalizing marijuana, there's been a trend in a number of First Nations communities. There have been greenhouses popping up to grow marijuana. So I'd like to hear what the honourable member has to say about that. I think that aspect is just as important, if not more important, than other dimensions of this bill. The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. You have 45 seconds. 45 minutes? I could talk for a long time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. If the reason I'm speaking to Bill C-46 today is because it's very important. People always talk about legalization, but they never want to talk about the regulation. And in my opinion, regulation is very important. We have to talk about impaired driving, but when you're talking about production, in order to get a license, it would be the same as if you wanted to develop a new drug. There are going to be a lot of regulations. It's going to be very closely monitored. A lot of young people in my riding, I meet with them, and it's very important to me. I know what the effects are. I know what can happen if a person combines drugs and alcohol and then decides to drive. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to rise today at the second reading of Bill C-46, which deals with driving while under the influence of alcohol or drugs. In all of our ridings, impaired driving upends lives, devastates families, and ravages communities. While the rate of impaired driving has been on the decline since 1980s in most of Canada, it still is a cause for concern. For example, Saskatchewan has the highest per capita rate of any province, with 575 incidents per 100,000 people in 2015. And that rate is more than double in the Yukon and Northwest Territories. And while the vast majority of impaired driving incidents in Canada involve alcohol, drug-impaired driving has been on the rise since 2009. In 2015, Canadian police reported some 3,000 incidents of people driving while under the influence of drugs. Drug-impaired driving has been on the rise since 2009. In 2015, there were more than 72,000 impaired driving incidents, including 3,000 drug-impaired driving incidents. In other words, drug-impaired driving is not a new phenomenon, and the measures in place in recent years have not stopped the problem from getting worse. While drug-impaired driving has been a criminal offense since 1925, frontline officials across the country have made repeated calls to treat it as a more serious criminal offense, to create accurate and reliable testing tools, and to improve public education about the dangers of driving while impaired. Our approach through this bill will just do the same. To begin with, Bill C-46 would amend the criminal code to provide police with the authority to use roadside drug screeners. In practice, this is how it would work. A police officer would conduct a traffic stop under his or her authority. The officer could form reasonable suspicion, which can be determined from several factors, including red eyes, the odor of an impaired substance, or abnormal speech patterns. If there are reasonable grounds to suspect drugs in the body, at that point, the police officer would be authorized to demand an oral fluid sample or a standardized field sobriety test. These screeners would detect the presence of a drug in a driver's oral fluid. A positive result on the drug screener would give the officer reasonable grounds to believe that the driver is committing an impaired driving offense, at which point he can demand blood samples or call a drug recognition expert. There is a solid history of both the effectiveness of this test and of the jurisprudence in dealing with challenges to it. With the Bill C-46, police would be able to use an oral fluid drug screener that could detect THC, cocaine, and methamphetamine. Oh, that's a good word to speak. Thanks, I don't even take it. These devices would be approved by the Attorney General of Canada once they are evaluated and recommended by the Canadian Society of Forensic Evidence. 6 different Canadian police services from Halifax to Vancouver to Yellowknife tested these devices in a pilot project earlier this year to ensure that they work in a variety of conditions, including cold temperatures, and I look forward to the public report on that project that should be available soon. This bill, Mr. Speaker, would create 3 new criminal offenses so that people who have an illegal level of drugs in their blood or drugs in the combination with alcohol within 2 hours of driving could be charged. These offenses could be proven by blood samples, which can be taken by police when there are reasonable grounds to believe that a driver was impaired. Law enforcement officials have highlighted that existing impaired driving laws are complex and difficult to apply. For example, some offenses overlap and some cases take up a great deal of court time. Bill C-46 would repeal this current regime and replace it with a modernized, simplified, and coherent structure. Police across the country will be able to better understand, apply, and enforce the law, and therefore better able to keep communities safe. Bill C-46 would also facilitate detection of impaired drivers by allowing for random roadside breathing testing. This is something that already exists in countries like Australia, New Zealand, and Ireland, and groups like MAD, Canada, have been calling for it for a long time because of research showing that it results in fewer accidents and saves lives. Ultimately, Bill C-46 would institute an enhanced legislation framework to detect, prevent, and punish impaired driving. As I had said earlier, through a legislative approach, this must be accomplished by public education and efforts to combat the persistent misinformation that exists amongst Canadians on this issue. I'm encouraged that the Public Safety Canada has launched and promoted social media campaigns this year targeting youth, parents, and drivers with a message encouraging sober driving and amplifying the message of our partners. The March campaign garnered 11.5 million impressions, or the number of times the content was displayed, and over 75,000 engagements, such as likes, comments, and shares, meaning it reached a large audience. I understand that a comprehensive marketing strategy is also under development, including a sustained public education and awareness campaign to combat drug-impaired driving in collaboration with various partners. This campaign should help address some of the misperception that exists about the effects of certain substance on a person's ability to drive. Mr. Speaker, the changes that we are proposing now will mean that the government will be providing law enforcement agencies with clearer laws, better technology, better training, and more resources to investigate and prosecute drug-impaired driving. It means tougher penalties to deal appropriately with offenders, and it means better public education and awareness about the dangers of driving while impaired. As a result, Canadians will have safer roadways and safer communities. I'm encouraged at the response to these proposed measures thus far, including from Mothers Against Drunk Drivings and others. And that is why I urge all members to support this important legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her comments, and she brought forward a very serious and depressing statistic about my own province, and that, of course, is that it has the highest rate of police-reported impaired driving. So I am pleased that the NDP will be supporting this bill. But I just wanted to ask her comments on two things that I would like to see more at the committee stage looked into. And one is that I know in Saskatchewan, the police, the Saskatchewan government has been asking the federal government for more funding so that they will be better prepared, better trained to be able to recognize people when they are under the influence of cannabis, and they've been asking more funding from the federal government and training. And then the other issue in my community that people have brought forward, and we are working on that, and that is that previous to this, police had to have a reasonable suspicion to stop someone. With the new bill, that sort of threshold has been reduced, and I know some in my community are concerned that those folks, visible minorities, may be targeted by the police. So I just wanted to hear what her comments were on those 2 points. Thank you.
Member for Don Valley East.
I thank the honourable member for her concerns, and I agree with her that there may be a perception that the police might just pick on some visible minorities, but that's not the intent of the bill. The bill intends to ensure that all of us are safe, that people who have consumed alcohol and consumed drugs do not take to the roads. And the police have been given the powers to basically stop, when they stop a person for a driving infraction, they have the right to tell the person why they're stopping them and basically take a test. They can do a reasonable amount of search in terms of seeing the eyes or seeing if there's order. But the police also can call in a drug enforcement person to take a look at it. And therefore, there are checks and balances in the system. And the second thing we also need to do is we need to work with provinces and territories and municipalities for better public education. And I'm so glad to see that the Minister for Public Safety has started that consultation and broad expansion of the communication.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And if I may just follow up on the question answered by my colleague, I would just point out to my colleague that Bill C-46 at Section 320 sub 27(2) requires that a police officer, if they're in possession of an approved screening device, in the course of a lawful exercise of powers under an Act of Parliament or an Act of Provincial Legislature or arising from common law, then they may make a demand for a test. The stop itself must be lawful. And I would offer that suggestion to my friend, Mr. Speaker, through you, that if the stop is required to be lawful and if the stop was otherwise rendered unlawful, and, for example, the reason for the stop was something inappropriate, such as
discrimination on the basis of race or ethnicity, the stop would be rendered unlawful, the test and its results would be inadmissible under the Constitution. And I ask my member if she would find that provision, which is new, reasonable reassurance of the concerns that have been expressed.
Member for Don Valley
Thank
East.
my honourable colleague. He being an ex-police, a chief of police, I am so glad that he has pointed to that section of the Act. And I think that would be very, very useful to prevent this misunderstanding that police are just targeting any person illegally. And I understand that 6 different Canadian police services, from Halifax to Vancouver to Yellowknife, have tested the device, so they should be, and they're very happy with the way this device is. And I believe that the section that you've mentioned, that my honourable colleague has mentioned, will be a boon to the prevention of illegal stops.
Conformément à l'article 38 du règlement,
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
East Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship. Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd, International Development. L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles, National Defence.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I will be speaking in favour of Bill C-46, an act to amend the Criminal Code, offences relating to conveyances, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. Before I actually get into my speech, I think we all have a story to tell. When I was 5, a drunk driver hit my parents. My mom was in a hospital for a year. My dad, he was gravely injured as well. Our whole family was split up from multiple homes. And that has had far-reaching consequences throughout my life. Being here today allows me the opportunity to help do the right thing. Bill C-46 is a nonpartisan proposal to hit back hard against impaired driving, an issue all too familiar for many Canadians. We all want our roads that are clear of drug-impaired and alcohol-impaired drivers, and Bill C-46 helps to deliver just that. The bill contains a package of reforms that will make it far more difficult to escape detection and avoid conviction. Bill C-46 addresses numerous elements found in the earlier bills, but it is, in my view, a more comprehensive approach to impaired driving and includes new elements to deal with drug-impaired driving in advance of cannabis legislation. This comprehensive bill has 2 parts. The first will address drug-impaired driving and will come into force on royal assent. The second will combine the new drug-impaired driving provisions with other transportation offences, including amendments to the alcohol-impaired driving provisions within a new part of the Criminal Code. This part would come into force 180 days following royal assent. The proposals in Bill C-246 are aimed at making our streets safer and at the same time are intended to boost the efficiency and reduce delays in the criminal justice system. Mr. Speaker, I would like to expand on those provisions that would streamline the procedures surrounding impaired driving, both in and out of court. Proving blood alcohol concentration. I begin by noting that trials for the offence of driving over the legal limit for alcohol take up a disproportionate amount of trial time at the provincial court level. This occurs in part because of defence efforts to raise a reasonable doubt about the validity of the blood alcohol concentration. Bill C-46 proposes to address this in a manner consistent with current science by setting out that a driver's BAC, blood alcohol concentration, will be conclusively proven if the police have taken the following steps. First, the qualified technician who is a police officer trained to operate an approved instrument must ensure that the approved instrument is not registering any alcohol that is in the room air. This is done by an air blank test. This is actually quite important. Otherwise, the court could not be certain that the approved instrument detected only alcohol that was in the driver's breath. Second, the qualified technician must ensure that the approved instrument is calibrated correctly. They do this by testing a standard alcohol solution that is certified by an analyst to contain a specific concentration of alcohol. If the approved instrument produces a result that is within 10% of the target value, then the approved instrument is correctly calibrated. Third, the qualified technician must take 2 breath samples at least 15 minutes apart. If there is agreement between the samples, meaning the results are within 20 milligrams, the agreement requirement is met, and the lower of the 2 readings will be the reading that forms the basis of any criminal charge for driving while over the legal limit. For an offender with no prior impaired driving conditions, a lower reading typically would avoid a fine above the minimum fine. If the qualified technicians take these 3 steps, the resulting blood alcohol concentration will be conclusively proven. The result is an enhanced trial efficiency, given that no court time is taken up by efforts to question the validity of the blood alcohol concentration analysis. Mr. Speaker, this proposed change is based on the best available scientific evidence and ensures trial fairness while preventing time-consuming challenges to reliable testing procedures. There is another important change proposed in Bill C-46 that works hand-in-hand with the proof of blood alcohol concentration. This is the proposal to reformulate the offence from driving while over 80 to the new formulation proposed in C-46, which is having a blood alcohol concentration at or over 80 milligrams of alcohol within 2 hours of driving. A number of states in the USA already have such a formulation. It eliminates the bolus drinking defense, also known as the drink and dash defense. This consists of a driver claiming that they were under 80 at the time of driving because the alcohol which they drank quickly and just before driving was not fully absorbed into the blood. However, by the time they were tested on the approved instrument at the police station, the alcohol was absorbed and the reading on the approved instrument was over 80. Assuming this pattern of behavior has actually occurred, it is then argued in court that the effects of the alcohol did not make the driver drunk until the driver was stopped. This is very dangerous behavior that should not be condoned by the law. This is, if you will, a loophole that allows people to get out of their responsibilities of their actions. The new offence also limits the intervening drink defense by tackling a strategy employed after driving but before testing at the police station. A driver either openly drinks alcohol once the police have stopped them, or they drink alcohol that was hidden, for example, in a pocket flask, while they are waiting in the police car or at the station. This behavior typically is aimed at interfering with the police investigation of an impaired driving offense. Again, if we look around and we look at the science, we look at what's been happening out there, Bill C-46 aims to address these issues. The Supreme Court of Canada indicated in 2012 that the bolus drinking defense and the intervening drink defense encourage behavior that is dangerous or contrary to public policy. Bill C-46 would eliminate the bolus drinking defense and restrict the intervening drinking defense to situations where the post-driving alcohol consumption occurred innocently, meaning that the driver had no reasonable expectation that a demand for a breath sample would be made by the police. For example, the driver arrives home and begins their drinking at home. There is no reason to expect the police to arrive and make a demand for a breath sample. However, the police receive a complaint that the driver was driving while drunk, and then they investigate. In this rare scenario, the driver could still raise the intervening drunk defense. Mr. Speaker, another efficiency measure in Bill C-46 is the clarification of the Crown's disclosure requirements. The bill clearly and concisely specifies what the prosecution must provide to the defense with respect to a driver's testing on the approved instrument. If the defense wishes to obtain more, it can apply to the court but must show the relevance of the requested information. This disclosure provision is intended to ensure that police are not obliged to disclose material such as historical approved instrument maintenance records, which is irrelevant to the scientific validity of the driver's breath test results. Given that this disclosure phase is frequently a bottleneck in the process, these clarifications are expected to result in significant improvements in prosecutorial efficiency. This includes time and resources saved on locating, copying, collating, organizing, or otherwise providing scientifically irrelevant maintenance records materials to defense. Mr. Speaker, I am confident that the proposed bill changes in Bill C-246 will make the investigation and prosecution of impaired driving crimes a lot simpler. The approved instrument, when used by a qualified technician who first ensures that it is operating correctly, is scientifically reliable. It produces a reading that is a valid statement of a driver's blood alcohol concentration. Defense will be given full and complete disclosure of the steps taken to ensure the scientific validity of a driver's blood alcohol concentration result on the approved instrument. Defense will be able to see for itself whether the appropriate steps that are prerequisite to the conclusive proof of blood alcohol concentration were taken, and it will ensure that time is not spent addressing irrelevant disclosure applications. Through Bill C-246, efficiencies in the criminal justice system for impaired driving matters will be gained not only at the police investigation stage, but also at the trial stage. The impaired driving provisions have been the subject of extensive discussions with provinces and territories and are eagerly awaited by them. I ask that all honourable members join in voting to pass Bill C-246 at second reading and send it to the Legislative Committee for review. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. Obviously, all of us in this House, I think, appreciate the importance of moving forward with legislative initiatives that will protect people on the roads and are seized with this problem of how many people are killed or injured or otherwise affected by drunk driving. Now, we had a private member's bill that was put forward that was, in my judgment, very similar to many of the provisions that are put forward in this bill. And the government has talked about the importance of moving quickly as well as the challenges, perhaps, of pushing through government legislation. And yet, this private member's bill came from a Conservative member. It was Bill C-226. Ultimately, the government voted to not proceed with Bill C-226. So I'd like to hear from the member why. I honestly can't remember if he was here for that vote, but in any event, probably he and all of his colleagues voted to kill that bill, why he voted that way or they voted that way, and also what substantive differences he sees between C-226 and the bill that we're discussing today.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
I want to thank the honourable member across the hall for his question. And it's interesting because yes, sometimes the opposition will come up with very similar motions or private members' bills, but they're lacking certain bits of information. When we look at this bill that we're putting through, this has come from months and months of task force investigation, of consultations, of getting information, but also including for cannabis to be included that as well. So when we look at the bill that we're putting forward, it actually addresses the legislation that it complements the legislations that we're trying to move forward as well.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member, l'honorable député de Hochelaga.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In general, police officers have more experience for detecting the effects of somebody who's under the influence of alcohol, but less experience when it comes to being under the influence of cannabis. Will the Liberals commit to providing funding to train officers to allow them better detect someone who is under the influence of cannabis?
Maple Ridge.
Merci beaucoup pour
Thank you very much for your question.
I'll have to answer that one in English. When we're looking at this entire program, training has to be a part of the component because in order for an officer to be qualified, they have to know how to use the appropriate devices, number one. They have to know how to calibrate the devices as well. We can't just say, here's a piece of equipment and go ahead and do it. That doesn't make any sense. So part of this, attached to the legislation, is being able to train the officers to be able to identify what and where and how, so that it's not an issue when it comes back to court.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cape Breton, Canso. Briefly, we have a limited amount of time.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to not only commend my friend from Pitt Meadows, Maple Woods Pitt Meadows, but as well the Parliamentary Secretary for the work he's done on this file, and our Prime Minister for having the courage to go ahead with this legislation. This is, it's indisputable that in Canada, young people have access to cannabis. That's indisputable. Over 15 years, my thoughts on this have evolved. Certainly back some time ago, it was Peter MacKay. Peter MacKay's comments when it was first announced we were going to pursue this legislation. He said, "Cannabis is the currency of organized crime." And that was his, So let's take it away from the gangsters. Let's take it away from the gangs. And let's give it to the bureaucrats, Mr. Speaker. I know in 15 years, the Conservatives will say in 15 years, it was their idea, but I'm sure they still want to go back to the flag debate, Mr. Speaker. But anyway, this is the right thing to do. The one thing I was concerned about, my question will be, the one thing I was concerned about was the impaired driving. Is the member confident that we have the technology, that we're going to make the investments necessary to deal with that one specific issue?
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. Briefly, please.
I want to thank the member for his interventions. I concur with a lot of the things that he has said, but I will have to say, yes, I do. Technology has changed. If we look at over the last 20 years, the efforts of groups such as MAD, all these interventions serve to reduce the amount. And I do believe we have the technology. It's continuing to develop. It's all over the world. We see this happening in the States. We have the technology, and we're going to continue to move forward. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm almost kind of sorry we can't go right to the question period here. But that being said, it's my responsibility to address a number of the concerns that we in the Conservative Party have with respect to Bill C-46. And while the Conservative Party has always been in favor of toughening laws to discourage drinking and driving, this legislation has some flaws that need to be remedied prior to coming into law. Now, the first quandary I will address is the fact that the Liberals are ignoring their own task force recommendations to implement extensive marijuana and impaired driving education and awareness programs prior to the legalization of marijuana. Rather than choosing to be measured in their approach, the government is selecting to ram this legislation through. Officials on both Washington State and Colorado have stressed the importance of starting educational campaigns as soon as possible before legalization, and yet the government has no concrete plans in place to speak to this. Now, the Liberals have created a false deadline for political gain, and in doing so have placed the health and safety of Canadians at risk. The agenda of any government should never supersede the well-being and security of its citizens. For example, the Canadian Automobile Association, the CAA, has requested that the Liberal government implement a government-funded education program warning about the dangers of driving while impaired under the influence of cannabis prior to the legalization of the drug. Now, they've also requested that police forces be given adequate funding to learn how to identify and investigate drug-impaired drivers. Now, the government has imposed a timeline that is unrealistic. Mr. Speaker, education is imperative. The National Post printed a story on May 17, 2016, in which it cited that in a State Farm survey, 44% of all Canadians who smoke marijuana believe it made them better drivers. Now, as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and the former Chief of Police of Toronto stated recently, right here in the chamber, that 15% of teens believe that smoking marijuana makes them better drivers. his figures may err on the side of caution, who knows, but the government is obviously aware that educating drivers is necessary. Why then is it that the government is not implementing the required programs in order to keep Canadians safe on our roadways? A study commissioned by the CAA and conducted by Earnscliffe Strategies found this figure to be higher than 15%, and in fact it was 26% of all drivers between the ages of 18 and 34 believe that driving while high on marijuana made them better drivers. Now the figures may vary, but the facts are clear. An increasing number of drivers believe that marijuana enhances their capabilities on the road. Jeff Wachter, the spokesperson for the CAA, concurs, quote, "There are a lot of misconceptions out there that marijuana doesn't affect your driving or even worse, makes you a better driver," end of quote. He then went on to say there needs to be significant resources devoted to educating the public in the run-up and after marijuana is legalized, end of quote. Mr. Speaker, why is it that the government is ignoring calls to ensure the safety of all Canadians on our roadways by funding and offering an adequate public education program? Now, it's our responsibility as parliamentarians to combat the fallacy that cannabis use while driving is not a hazard to road safety, because the statistics are clear, Mr. Speaker, but the Liberals are more focused on fulfilling their election promise than in protecting Canadians. On the Peace Tower, it is inscribed that where there is a lack of vision, the people perish. The Liberals are showing a lack of vision, Mr. Speaker. Again, the Liberals are imposing a deadline in order to fulfill one of their election promises, and rushing such legislation is against all recommendations, including that of the CAA and their own task force. Now, Mr. Speaker, as you know, the Conservative Party has always supported measures to protect Canadians from impaired drivers. Drug-impaired driving is a real concern in Canada. The Department of Justice's own statistics cite a 32% increase in deaths from marijuana-involved traffic accidents in the span of a year. Now, in Colorado, marijuana-related traffic deaths increased by 154% between 2016 and 2014. This was according to a study done by Rocky Mountain High-Intensity Drug Traffic Area, a collaboration of federal, state, and local drug enforcement agencies. It's wrong that the Liberals should ram this legislation through without consideration for the well-being of our citizens. Douglas Burness, a senior researcher with the Canadian Centre on Substance Abuse, gave voice to similar concerns when he acknowledged, quote, "We're getting a picture that people who are using cannabis are dying in greater numbers than ever before," end of quote. The government needs to ensure that Canadians understand the risks of impaired driving before moving forward with this legislation. At this point, it would seem the Liberal logic is skewed. Another consequence to rushing this legislation through is that it doesn't address the concern police forces have in respect to detecting drug-impaired drivers. Superintendent Gord Jones of the Toronto Police, the co-chair of the Canadian Chiefs of Police Traffic Committee, stated, quote, "We're having our challenges. The most pressing one is that we don't know what the legislation will look like. It makes it hard to train and prepare." The Conservative Party is concerned that our police currently do not have the resources and training they will require to manage the increased threat of impaired driving associated with the legalization of marijuana. The following excerpt is from the February 4th edition of the Ottawa Citizen. Quote, "Legislation introduced in 2008 to update impaired driving laws. Drivers suspected of drug use are been required to participate in drug evaluation conduct by a drug recognition expert, or a DRE. Now, these police officers, trained to an international standard, rely on the observations to determine whether a blood or urine sample is warranted. The problem is that there are fewer than 600 trained DRE officers in Canada. Conducted in 2009, estimated that Canada needs between 1,800 and 2,000, and the training isn't equipped to pump out trained officers any faster, and cannabis affects tracking, reaction time, visual function, concentration, and short-term memory. Signs of cannabis use include poor coordination and balance, reduced ability to divide attention, of elevated pulse and blood pressure, dilated pupils, the inability to cross the eyes, red eyes, and eyelid or body tremors. End of quote. Now, the government must address the shortfall in DRE trained officers if it is to sufficiently test for drug-impaired drivings. I reiterate that the Liberals must train DRE officers in place prior to the passage of Bill C-46. They have put the cart before the horse, Mr. Speaker. The order that they are proceeding in is wrong, and the result will be more deaths on Canadian roadways. Additionally, testing for cannabis is far more complicated than testing for alcohol. While the timing of alcohol consumption is readily detected with a breathalyzer, the smelling of cannabis doesn't necessarily mean it was recently consumed, as drugs absorb at a different rate than alcohol. Chemical traces of cannabis remain in the body longer than alcohol. Whereas breathalyzers are recognized by the courts, there is no such procedure with drug-impaired driving. There will be challenges until there are court decisions. So let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. When the Conservatives were in government, we supported increased penalties for crimes that put Canadians in danger, such as impaired driving. It is interesting to note that the Liberals opposed those legislations that proposed higher maximum penalties. Their approach now simply makes no sense, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives introduced private members' bill, as my colleague pointed out, Bill C-226 on impaired driving, and the Liberals opposed that legislation. So, C-46 raises concerns with regard to law enforcement, but let me be clear. For 9 years, the Conservatives fought hard to bring in tough impaired driving legislation, which the Liberals, as you know, opposed at every opportunity. Now they wish to introduce Bill C-46 to counter their own legislation, C-45, the bill that will legalize the sale and consumption of marijuana. If reasonable suspicion were to remain a criterion, the public would be fully protected both in terms of their charter rights and freedoms in regards to their safety on the roads. But another troubling aspect of C-46 is the fact that it will inevitably cause more court backlogs and delays when individuals will find themselves in a position to have to challenge the legislation. The Liberals have already created an unnecessary crisis in our legal system by refusing to appoint the required number of judges. They haven't reported, it was just pointed out today, I think, during question period here, that they haven't. And as a result, there are alleged rapists and murderers who are being set free as court cases across this country are being stayed following the Jordan decision. I'm guessing that C-46 will further burden the law courts with challenges worsening the current crisis. Canadians can lose confidence in their justice system, Mr. Speaker, and unless amendments are made to C-46, disaster will ensue if more and more cases are dismissed. I find it ironic that they would abolish the $200 victim surcharge for the families of murdered victims' families in the name of alleviating financial hardships of the convicted, but would seek to financially burden citizens who may be forced to challenge this legislation. The Marijuana Task Force report recommend on page 44 to the ministers were as follows. The advice to the ministers was this: the task force recommends that the federal government invest immediately and work with provinces and territories to develop a national comprehensive public education strategy to send a clear message to Canadians that cannabis causes impairment and the best way to avoid driving impaired is not to consume. The strategy would also inform Canadians of the dangers of cannabis-impaired driving, with special emphasis on youth and the applicable laws and the ability of law enforcement to detect cannabis use. Investment in research to better link THC levels with impairment and crash risk to support the development of a per se limit. Determine whether to establish that limit as part of a comprehensive approach to cannabis-impaired driving, acting on the findings of the DDC. And re-examine the limits should a reliable correlation between THC levels and impairment be established. Support the development of an appropriate roadside drug screening device for detecting THC levels and invest in these tools. Invest in law enforcement capability, including DRE and SFST training and staffing. Invest in baseline data collection and ongoing surveillance and evaluation in collaboration with the provinces and territories. While it may take time for the necessary research and technology to develop, the task force encourages all governments to implement the elements of a comprehensive approach as soon as feasible. Now, thus far, Mr. Speaker, we have not seen those plans to make sure that these recommendations are put into effect. Why is that? Could it be that the government simply doesn't have the money to fund it? That's hard to believe. I think they have the money for everything, they tell us. The government's own finance department has produced a report that they're not going to be worried about a balanced budget until 2055. And so, Mr. Speaker, what is the problem with the government spending more money? The government needs to put the welfare of Canadians first and foremost, before that of their own political agenda. It's simply wrong that the government would not provide the necessary education, detection tools, deterrent policies, evaluation data, and a national coordinated state between provinces and territories to inform Canadians on the dangers of a drug-impaired driving. This should be a part of an overall legislative approach to implementing C-46. In the absence of this, Mr. Speaker, in addition to adding further strain on our already overburdened courts, would make the hasty passage of this bill reckless. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Southwest.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member from Niagara for his comments, and I just wanted to ask him a few points of clarification. He made a quote earlier in his speech from the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, which of course was a comment that they made before the introduction of Bill C-46, and I just wanted to share with him the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police response to Bill C-46, which I have with me today, in which they said the government has put forward strong legislation, not only focused on impairment by drugs, but also addressing ongoing issues related to alcohol impairment. Steps that have been introduced to reform the entire impaired driving scheme are seen as much needed and very positive. The CACP has called for such changes in the past, specifically in supporting modernizing the driving provisions of the Criminal Code, supporting mandatory alcohol screening, and eliminating common loophole defences. And I think it might be noteworthy, Mr. Speaker, that the CACP was not asking for what the previous government offered for almost a decade, which was bigger sentences and mandatory minimums and consecutive sentencing. What they were asking for, Mr. Speaker, was the tools that were required to keep our communities safe. And those tools included new technologies, legislation to authorize the use of those technologies, the creation of new offences, training and resources in order to keep our roadways safe. And I submit to the member opposite, Mr. Speaker, that the bill provided to us today does exactly that. And I would differentiate it, Mr. Speaker, from that which was earlier submitted as a private member's bill, which was examined quite exhaustively by the Public Safety Committee and found to be so irremediably flawed that it was unredeemable, and therefore sent back with their strongest recommendation that the passage of that private member's bill would have actually made our courts clogged and our roadways much less safe.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Well, I disagree completely with the Parliamentary Secretary's analysis of the private member's bill. In fact, it sent out exactly the message that we on this side want to deliver, that people who are impaired driving, that there will be consequences to pay because they are endangering the public, they're endangering themselves. Now, excuse me, with respect to the police association, what they're saying is they want the tools. They want to have these in place. And so it's not just a question of changing the law and saying, okay, we're going to legalize marijuana, and then we're going to come up with all the other tools that police will need for law enforcement. What they have been saying, and what everyone, I believe, other than perhaps the government themselves, is that all the funding should all be put in place to educate people, to make sure that everything is in place, including the proper tools, the evaluation, everything that is necessary prior to the legalization of marijuana. I mean, that's what we've been hearing, and I'm sure the honourable member must be hearing that in his own constituency, that people are concerned as to what's going to happen. And I don't think it's enough, and I know where the Liberals are coming on this. It's the provinces will figure it out. You know what I mean? They promised us in an election, okay, we're going to legalize marijuana. Now the province, you figure out where you're going to sell it. You're going to have to enforce it. Law enforcement, you're going to have to pick up the tab for this. You'll put greater challenges on our court system, and we may someday get around to appointing judges here and as part of the government. You know, that's not enough. Mr. Speaker, and I disagree with the way they have handled this up to this point in time, and I think they've made a huge mistake, and we're going to continue to bring that to the attention of Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Niagara Falls for his speech and his comments, and I do want to let the member know that I am very interested in this legislation and wanting to see it go through, although I have some concerns. Some of them are similar to his, but that my province of Saskatchewan does have the highest rate of police-reported impaired driving. We've had a very difficult year in Saskatchewan, including having a previous deputy premier charged with drunk driving and an entire family killed by a drunk driver. So we have a ways to go in my province, and so I'm welcoming the bill in general. But I'm wondering to just ask my colleague to reiterate. I know that my colleague from the other side was reassuring me about the changes around the new bill not having a need for reasonable suspicion before testing, and I know there are concerns in my community that that might not be used properly and that people may be targeted. And of course the other thing I'm concerned about is the police in Saskatchewan and the Saskatchewan government are asking for more investment in helping the police to be able to implement these new measures, and they need funding for training. And I'm just wondering if my colleague would like to comment on those concerns. And I will be supporting the bill.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member raised a very good point, and to be honest with you, when you have a look at this legislation, it's not clear with respect to the ability and the reasons for which a person can be given a roadside test. And I mean, that's one of the things when if and when this gets to committee that we have to ask questions, and we are going to want to have a lot of information on. And I agree with the honourable member that when the government brings in legislation of this type that changes many, many things in our criminal justice system and in our society, yes, they should come up with the money. They've got money for everything. So, you know, all of a sudden, you know, they're penny pinching on this on the government side. You know, they've got you know, you name it. There's no end to the money that the Liberal government has. So if they've got all kinds of money and they have no intention of, you know, balancing the books for many decades to come, then they should come forward and help the provinces to work with them. I mean, they under the Constitution, they have the constitutional responsibility for the administration of justice, and so that cost is to the province. And for the most part, in most places in Canada, the actual law enforcement is borne by the municipalities. They're the ones who lay out the costs for these. And so on both those levels, when the government comes forward with legislation that makes huge changes, as this does, they should step up and say, hey, we're Liberals, we've got all kinds of money here. What can we do to help you work this out here and make sure you can administer this and get new techniques for detecting impaired driving, and just let us know. And so they should reach out to their provincial counterparts and make sure that both the provinces and the municipalities have the resources they need to implement this law.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd really like to thank the member because he has brought so much information and education on this. And I know as the former Justice Minister, he has worked very hard to make sure that we are protecting Canadians. I always take this back and look at the fact that we do still have impaired driving from drinking, let alone we're now moving into the drugs. And we're only 13 months from this legislation, Bill C-45 being allowed, and we're going to see Canadians out there. We already know that drunk driving has not ceased just because we have fantastic campaigns like MAD. And now what we've done is we're now adding another level of issues to this topic. And so I'd really like to hear, because I do believe when we're looking at cannabis use in Bill C-46, we have to recognize that it impairs people so differently. It may be a person who has smoked it daily for the last 20 years. It may be a young teenager who has smoked it for the first time, because we have to recognize that those 16-year-olds that we're giving access to, because this legislation in Bill C-45 is not tight enough, we have to understand there are going to be 16-year-olds on the road with cannabis in their system who have just learned to drive in the first place. So I want to hear from this minister on Bill C-46. What is his recommendation for the level of cannabis in one system? And if I truly believe it should be zero, and I want to hear from him on that. And what are some of his recommendations? Because we know that our law enforcement agencies are going to have a lot on their hands.
Well, member for Niagara Falls in 45 seconds or less, please.
My colleague for that question and for her concern. Quite frankly, in this area. It's certainly much appreciated by everyone who worries about this. I say to people, check what's happened in Colorado. I mean, check what's happened to them since they have legalized marijuana. Have impaired driving deaths gone up? Yes, they have gone up. Now, this government says that they want evidence-based research. Well, check it out. Give them a phone call. Say, how's it going down there? With this, and what they're going to find out, and I mentioned in my own speech here that yes, the number of impaired deaths has gone up, and this is exactly what we can expect. We can experience. And so when you're talking about teenagers, I don't think they should have any marijuana in their system, quite frankly. They should have zero if they're driving. It's not a question of how many joints you smoked and how many beers you had. You shouldn't have any if you're driving a car. And I think that is the message that this government should be pushing out. Not that, whether it's 5 grams or 4 grams and all that kind of stuff. Skip that. The message should be you shouldn't be drinking and driving, and you shouldn't be taking marijuana and driving.
Resuming debate. The member for Mount Royal.
Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member from Brampton East. And it's always a pleasure to follow my honourable colleague on the Justice Committee, the member for Niagara Falls. Indeed, this is an issue which unites us and should unite us as Liberals, as New Democrats, as Conservatives, as Greens, as members of the Bloc. Because we all want to get drunk and impaired drivers off of our roads. We all want strict penalties for those who commit this crime. And watching the news yesterday and seeing the face, the mugshot of Tiger Woods looking out at us should be a stark reminder to every one of us that this is an offense that anyone can commit. Tiger Woods had not had a sip of alcohol according to the breath test that he did. He was overdosed on prescription medication. And so many people today in this country are driving while under the influence of either alcohol, prescription medication, or other drugs that we need to make sure we have very tight legislation to both test for those impairments and to make sure that we have strong penalties to convict those who are found guilty of this crime. Mr. Speaker, we all have our personal story to tell, and when I was 8 years old, I had my very first experience with death as a result of a drunk driver. An 8-year-old kid on my swim team was biking home from practice, turned left on St. John's Road in my colleague from Lachine Lac St. Louis riding, coming back from the Point Claire pool, and was hit on the overpass of the 20 by a drunk driver. Me and the other kids on the swim team went to his parents' house to give our condolences, and that was our very first experience with dealing with any kind of death. And it was caused by someone who killed an innocent 8-year-old because they were operating a motor vehicle while under the influence. And so we all have our own stories to tell in our own personal lives, and we all want this to be a crime. I'm looking forward as chairman of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights to sending this bill to our committee to look at the various provisions of the bill and to determine where there need to be tweaks, where there need to be improvements. I concur with what my colleague from London previously said. If it were up to me and I was starting from scratch, there would be zero tolerance for anybody driving with any drugs or any alcohol in their system. 0.8 is way too much for me. There should be a much lesser threshold for alcohol in people's blood. Whether we create a summary offense like we are doing with drugs for a lower level, there should be a criminal offense for someone driving with less than 0.8 of alcohol, and I certainly will bring that perspective. But I think that the way that the law works to create 3 levels of conviction for drug offenses, one, a summary conviction for the lower levels, and then hybrid offenses for the combination of drugs and alcohol and drugs alone, is a sensible approach that should also be replicated at the very least with alcohol, where if you're below 0.8, there should be some type of an offense. And anyways, I am very much willing to work with my colleagues on all sides on that issue of what the right thresholds should be. I'm also very much interested in looking at the issue of mandatory screening. I personally, as an attorney, have looked at all of the things that I could possibly read on this subject, and I believe that mandatory screening is indeed a logical and constitutional measure. I think it's worked well in Europe, it's worked well in Australia and New Zealand. The number of fatalities in Ireland dropped by almost 25% in the first year after mandatory screening was implemented. And in Canada today, we have drunk driving as our leading criminal cause of death or injury. There were 72,000 incidents reported by police in 2015. That's 72,000 too many. So if mandatory screening is going to help us get impaired drivers off the road, I am all for it. And I concur with Peter HoC. Peter HoC, and for those of you who are concerned about the constitutionality, I heard my colleague from Saskatchewan had concerns about the constitutionality about mandatory screening. I'd encourage her to read the legal opinion that was issued by the eminent constitutional scholar Peter HoC to Mothers Against Drunk Driving, who stated that he believed that mandatory screening would not infringe Section 8 of the Charter, which was a violation against unreasonable search and seizure, and while it may infringe Section 9 under arbitrary detention and Section 10b under right to counsel, they would both be saved under Section 1 of the Charter, which guarantees that we can pass laws that reasonably limit the rights set out under the Charter if they are demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. And I would submit that with respect to the huge number of incidents of impaired driving that have taken place in Canada, the number of people that have been killed, harmed, injured, that making sure that we do our best to give police the tools necessary to get impaired drivers off the road falls within that reasonableness test of Section 1 to allow mandatory screening to go through. But again, I look forward to hearing witnesses at committee offering their testimony on that subject. I'm also pleased that we're taking away some of the loopholes that have been created over the years when it comes to impaired driving. Many of you who have seen this field evolve know that the current law has become quite unwieldy and that various loopholes have been created that make absolutely no sense. Ergo, the bolus defense, which basically says, well, I rushed to drink a lot before I started driving so that I didn't reach 0.8 by the time I stopped. And that is something that we absolutely need to get rid of. I completely concur with the proposal in the legislation to say that you reach an impairment level if you reach that level within 2 hours of stopping to operate a motor vehicle, because that ensures that nobody can again get away with the fact that, oh, I tested at 1.3, but I wasn't drunk at all when I drove the car and killed that girl. It makes absolutely no sense to allow it. I'm very glad that we're getting rid of it. The same is true with the intervening drink defense, another brilliant concoction of legal minds that basically says, oh, I stopped driving and I was drunk, but I'm hiding that because I'm rushing to have 5 other drinks and down a bottle of scotch after I stopped operating the motor vehicle so that I can now get away with it by saying I didn't drink until I stopped driving. And so I'm very happy with those modifications. I see that my time is close to being over, but I look forward to working with the member for Niagara Falls and the other members of the Justice Committee to make this legislation even better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. Resuming debate, the honourable member for, I'm sorry, we have a question for the member for Winnipeg North.
Actually, I was going to stand on a point of order, if I may. In relation to the response to a question of privilege regarding the premature disclosure of the content of C-49, Mr. Speaker, I am rising to respond to that question of privilege raised by the member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek, on May 17, 2017, on the alleged premature disclosure of the contents of C-49 transportation modernization. The member alleges that the media reports on the bill prior to its introduction constitutes a breach of the privilege of the House. Our government holds parliamentary privilege in the highest regard and takes seriously any allegations that privileges was not respected. In the case before the House, I submit that the government took great care to ensuring that the details of C-49 were not prematurely divulged prior to the introduction. I would like to draw the attention of members to the extensive consultations that were held on the review of the Canada Transportation Act. In fact, these consultations began under the previous government. As part of these consultations, over 480 meets and roundtable discussions were held, and over 230 written submissions were received between June 2014 and December 2015. The current Minister of Transport supplemented this work with a wide-ranging set of consultations holding 10 major roundtables across the country between May and November 2016, as well as holding engagement sessions on social media. Following these extensive consultations, the Minister made a speech on November 3, 2016, which outlined his vision entitled Transportation 2030, a strategic plan for the future of transportation in Canada. Following the launch of the Transportation 2030 strategy, the Minister continued to meet with the wide range of stakeholders in the transportation sector, gave speeches and media interviews, and spoke in the House about issues he intended to address through upcoming legislation. That is to say, any reporter or interested stakeholder would have had a very good idea of what issues were to be addressed in Bill C-49. Before turning to the facts of the matter before the House, I would point out that the Speaker must judge the extent to which the issue has infringed upon the ability of members to discharge their parliamentary duties. On page 145 of the second edition of the House of Commons Procedures and Practices states, and I quote, "In deliberating upon a question of privilege, the Chair will take into account the extent to which the matter complained of infringed upon any member's ability to perform his or her parliamentary functions or appears to be a contempt against the dignity of Parliament," end of quote. On October 4, 2010, the Speaker ruled that it is indisputable that it is a well-established practice and accepted convention that the House has the right of first access to the text of bills that it will consider. At no time were the specific details of the bill made public. In fact, the Minister and his staff refused to comment on the specific details of the provisions of Bill C-49, which was reported by a number of media outlets. The member cites the March 2001 ruling by Speaker Milliken, which is a clear acknowledgement of the government's prerogative to consult with stakeholders and Canadians in the development of government policy. The ruling states, and I quote, "In preparing legislation, the government may wish to hold extensive consultations, and such consultations may be held entirely at the government's discretion. However, with respect to the material to be placed before Parliament, the House must take precedence." End of quote. I submit this is precisely what the government has done with respect to Bill C-49. The case the member cites is drastically different than the situation before the House. The 2001 ruling referred to by the Minister involved a Minister of the Crown who gave the detailed briefing on a government bill to the media in advance of the introduction of the bill. Moreover, members and their staff were not permitted to attend the briefing as a result. Members were unable to respond to media inquiries on the content of the bill. This situation sits in stark contrast to the situation before the House. Let me take a few moments to show why this is not a legitimate question of privilege. First, in the evening of May the 15th, the CBC website stated, and I quote, "A passenger bill of rights will be set national standard for air travel," end of quote. By stating the general goals of the proposed legislation is not a detailed description of the specific measures contained in the bill. I would submit that this is a general statement of the objective to address an issue. There was no reporting on what the national standards would be or the modulates of the scheme. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. In fact, this would be impossible since the bill simply authorized the development of regulations to address this issue. Similarly, the CTV news broadcast referred to a minimum standards for reimbursement for travel disruptions and lost luggage, but did not, and I submit could not, refer to what the minimum standards would be, since these standards would be set through the regulatory process. This was confirmed by a CBC report and on CTV News. I am not sure how the member believes that the disclosure of the proposed standards would be in regulations constitutes in any way contempt of this House. In instances such as this one, where the government has consulted extensively on the development of policy, there are bound to be cases where an issue such as air passenger rights would be made public prior to the introduction of a bill. What differentiates a bona fide contempt of the House through the premature disclosure of contents of a bill and the case before the House is that no specific details were in fact released. Moreover, the minister and his staff were clearly cognizant of the imperative of not disclosing the specific details of the bill to avoid a contempt of the House. For example, I would refer to from the May 14 Globe and Mail article where the minister's office denied to comment on specifics of the bill until properly introduced. And again, in the Canadian Press article of April 11, 2017, the minister's spokesperson is quoted as declining to say if the legislation would set industry-wide standards or raise compensation levels offered in the United States or Europe. The difference between divulging specific details of a bill and speaking about current issues that may be addressed in a bill should not be lost on members. Speaking about general issues to be addressed in a bill without divulging the specific content of the bill is not only permissible but reasonable. While the government consults on issues which may be made public during the course of consultations, the specific details of provisions to address such issues are only made public following the introduction of the bill. This is precisely the case before the House, Mr. Speaker. I would refer to the Speaker's ruling on April the 19th, 2016, with respect to the premature disclosure of the content of C-14, where the Speaker highlighted that the specific details of the bill were prematurely disclosed, which had the effect of impeding members in the discharge of their parliamentary duties. The government brings forward bills that were mentioned in the party's electoral platform, speech from the throne, budgets, mandate letters, or were subject to public consultations. Would a bill to implement an initiative announced in one of the aforementioned policy proposals be automatically deemed as constitute a prima facie question of privilege once the bill has been introduced? Mr. Speaker, that cannot be the intent. Media reports leading up to the introduction of Bill C-49 did not reveal specific measures, nor did these reports act in any way as to impede members in the discharge of their parliamentary duties. In conclusion, the matter raised by the member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek does not meet the threshold of constituting a prima facie question of privilege. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the honourable member. It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. Second reading of Bill C-349, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make consequential amendments to other acts, criminal organizations, standing in the name of Mr. Fortin. Mr. Fortin, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moves that Bill C-349, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make consequential amendments to other acts, criminal organizations, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the bill that I've tabled in this House, and which we are going to debate today, is the most recent step in a series of measures put forward by the Bloc Québécois to weaken organized crime. I think that it's important, before getting directly into the heart of this bill, to give some context by talking about actions taken in this House by the Bloc Québécois in the fight against organized crime. When the motorcycle gang wars were raging in the 1990s, it very quickly became clear that a new law was necessary to help the forces of order fight organized crime. From the beginning, the Bloc led the charge in the House of Commons and put pressure on the Liberal government of the day. It's the former Bloc Québécois member Réal Ménard who was the first to table an anti-gang bill in the House of Commons in 1995. In 1997, Bill C-59 was passed, and it was a first step in the fight against organized crime. The amendments to the Criminal Code, however, were too complex and made it difficult to efficiently get convictions in the courts. For example, the prosecution had to show beyond any reasonable doubt that the accused had participated in gang activities and had participated in the perpetration of a criminal act committed with a link to a group, an organized crime group. Because these two cumulative conditions made it difficult to obtain a conviction, the forces of order rapidly required or called for modifications, and once again, the Bloc Québécois was the first to act and brought those demands into the political arena. You'll remember, Mr. Speaker, that following that in 2000, the Bloc Québécois once again led the charge to modify that initial anti-gang law, Bill C-59, and to widen its scope. Our leader at the time, Gilles Duceppe, was even the target of threats and intimidation from criminal organizations who wanted him to stop and not move forward with those actions. Well, Gilles Duceppe stood fast, and the Bloc remained determined. And that's why our efforts led in 2002 to the adoption of Bill C-24, which created two distinct offenses to better fight organized crime. Following these changes, participation in the activities of a criminal organization and committing a criminal act to the gain of a criminal organization became two distinct offenses. Given those changes, it became possible to get a conviction against members of criminal organizations for an offense better known under the name of gangsterism. Charging a person for committing an offense that would profit a criminal organization is subject to the possibility of life in prison. To better protect both innocent people and the forces of law and order, this bill added a number of provisions to fight intimidation against, among others, journalists, federal elected officials, as well as provincial and municipal elected officials, as well as intimidation against anyone playing a role in the administration of criminal justice. In 2009, the Bloc Québécois once again led the charge with a motion calling on criminal organizations, such as criminal biker gangs, to be recognized as being illegal. In 2009, as well, the Bloc supported Bill C-14 to fight organized crime, so that any murder committed for a criminal organization would be judged as being premeditated murder with the possibility of a prison sentence for life. At the same time, it was also the Bloc Québécois initiative that led to changes to the criminal code to reverse the burden of proof and force criminal groups to show where their revenues came from. And that, once again, was an important step forward in the fight against organized crime. Earlier, after an international conference on money laundering and organized crime, which was held in Montreal in 1998, the Bloc Québécois persuaded the federal government to remove $1,000 bills from circulation, which, as we all know, were only used, most of the time, to launder money, the proceeds of organized crime. So to sum up, the Bloc Québécois has always been a thorn in the foot of organized crime. However, it's important to recognize that gangsters are certainly able to adapt to change, Mr. Speaker. And since 2016, since last year, it seems like criminal biker gangs are back. Mr. Speaker, once again, we have the responsibility to act. I would like to remind the House that the last biker gang war from 1994 to 2002 was particularly bloody. In 8 years, over 150 people were killed, including 9 innocent people, as well as there were also 9 disappearances and 181 cases of attempted murder. And things are looking like they might pick up again. Since the summer of 2016, experts and observers of organized crime have noticed that biker gangs are coming back in full force. After the Shark operation in 2009, most accused bikers are now free in part because certain trials ended and led nowhere, and a number of those who were convicted have seen their sentences reduced. So what we're seeing now is a greater number of demonstrations of visibility, of presence, and that means greater demonstrations of strength. In recent months, biker gangs have started to gather again, and they are showing publicly their emblems in complete impunity. Our criminal justice system goes after criminal mentality as well as criminal acts. Just look, for example, at the crimes of complicity, of attempt, or crimes, for example, such as incitation. It's just for practical reasons, because it's very hard to prove that criminal mentality is more rarely punished than criminal acts as such. The difficulty of presenting full proof should not, however, discourage the repression of behavior that must be repressed. As it stands right now, the criminal code prohibits the participation in a criminal organization only to the extent that it is shown that the person had the intention to increase the capacity of the organization to facilitate or commit a criminal act. That's very difficult to prove, Madam Speaker, particularly for criminal organizations that are very hard for the police to infiltrate. And so it's given this situation that we are proposing, first of all, the creation, as we have done for terrorist organizations, of a list of criminal organizations. And second, we are calling for a prohibition on the wearing of emblems such as patches or badges in organizations that find themselves on that list. This, Madam Speaker, is something that the Bloc Québécois has asked for in the past. In the fall of 2001, during an opposition day, the Bloc Québécois presented a motion to the House which would have committed the Parliament to consider as an offence the belonging to a criminal organization. That same year, as we studied Bill C-24 at the Justice Committee, the Bloc Québécois proposed an amendment to prohibit membership in a criminal organization. That amendment was supported by the Montreal Police Service. Parliamentarians, unfortunately, rejected our motion. After that, in 2009, the Bloc Québécois was able to get the Justice Committee to pass a motion calling on the committee to look at the possibility of creating a list of organizations based once again on the list of terrorist groups. And I'll remind the House that the last biker gang war led to over 150 deaths in Quebec alone, including, Madam Speaker, a child just 11 years old. Organized crime costs... The costs of organized crime are very high in human life, and we must do something. Witnesses from the Sûreté de Québec, the SPVM in Montreal, and the RCMP all supported the creation of such a list of criminal organizations. In their opinion, putting a criminal organization on a list makes it easier for Crown prosecutors because they don't have to prove in each trial that the criminal organization exists. This would be a huge increase in efficiency for trials. It would cost less, and it would be simply more logical.
Madam Speaker, this is what a director of the Sûreté de Québec said. The proposal would represent a major and significant step forward in order to avoid having to re-demonstrate the existence of an organized crime network at each trial for the same organization. That would save weeks, even months of testimony and preparation to demonstrate aspects that have already been accepted during previous legal processes, and would therefore constitute an important avenue that would allow us to be even more effective in our fight on the ground against organized crime. In the era of the Jordan decision, being able to gain weeks, even months, would, at the very least, represent a benefit to our legal system. That is why, this year, we have two new measures to suggest. First of all, the Governor and Council should have the opportunity to create a list of organized crime organizations and note which ones are noted by the Minister of Public Safety. Second, make demonstrating that one belongs to a member of a criminal organization an offense, namely through the use of emblems such as patches. So let's talk about this list. There is no legitimate reason to be part of a criminal organization. Our bill proposes to entirely forbid belonging to this type of group. Currently, to charge someone with gangsterism requires proving the existence of such an organization. We saw it in the mega trial. This is a very long, tedious process that can literally sink a trial. Rather than use justice with a capital J, the time required for the administration of this proof only serves criminals. Obviously, this is not what we want to do. Setting out a list of criminal organizations would have the effect of shortening the length of trials and would allow justice to follow its course in reasonable time frames and to achieve its goal. The public believes, with good reason, that it does not make sense to be allowed to be part of a criminal organization. Why does the public believe that? Because, Madam Speaker, because it is not normal to be part of a criminal organization. By passing this bill, Madam Speaker, Parliament would send a message to the public and to criminals. The state is not going to sit and twiddle its thumbs. The state is going to act for justice, for the common good, and for everyone's safety. Those elected to this House will not remain inactive in the face of such absurdity. The Minister of Public Safety already has the power to establish a list of terrorist groups. This list, I must emphasize, has never been contested. In 2005, in the R versus Lindsay case, Judge First of the Ontario Superior Court established that the Hells Angels were a criminal organization throughout all of Canada. However, this decision did not allow the attorney for the Crown to avoid having to prove yet again that the Hells Angels were a criminal organization in other trials. I am aware that this measure will not be able to end organized crime all on its own, and that proving gangsterism will not always be easy to do. But in any case, isn't that the case for every offense taken separately? Now, when it comes to emblems, the second aspect of our bill, we propose that an offense should be created such that indicating that one belongs to a criminal organization by an emblem or a patch should be an offense. Section 467.11.1 of the Criminal Code indicates that one is guilty of a criminal act when one voluntarily participates or contributes to an activity of a criminal organization in order to increase the capacity of that organization to commit a criminal act. I'm sorry, but your time has expired. Perhaps my honorable colleague could end his speech during questions and comments. Questions and comments.
To the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. Oh, sorry. Did you not get you? Okay, you're just ready for your speech. Okay, the honourable member, l'honorable député de Montcalm.
The honorable member from Montcalm. Is that correct?
Excuse.
From Mont-Royal. My apologies. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my honorable colleague for his passionate speech. Naturally, we share the desire to fight organized crime. I just have a few questions. The first, my honorable colleague, Madam Speaker, spoke of the Commission for Justice and Human Rights and the study that it conducted. In 2012, the committee tabled a report indicating that one should not create a list of criminal organizations. And so I would ask my honorable colleague why such a list would be desirable. And I would like to ask my honorable colleague, does he not believe that this proposal violates Section 7 and Section 2 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms when it comes to freedom of expression and freedom of the person? The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, if I was not clear earlier, experts recommended that such a list would be created and not the opposite. Police forces indicated that this was a good solution. Secondly, when it comes to my colleague's question regarding the constitutionality of such a bill, I would say that its constitutionality is indubitable. One cannot use the Charter to defend the right of an individual to participate in criminal activity. The measures of the Charter can only be used for allowable purposes. As I said in my previous speech, there is a list for terrorist organizations. The Minister of Public Safety keeps it up to date, and its constitutionality has never been called into question. In my opinion, there is no problem there. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his hard work, and I would also like to thank him for having called our attention to organized crime. As my colleague has just mentioned, we can debate the bill, but we can easily say that we all agree on the fact that we need to take all the measures possible to eradicate it. The list is intended to facilitate the work of law enforcement who have to put together a burden of proof for the court and prove that one is participating in a criminal organization. In 2009, one of the points that was raised is that the list on its own was not enough and that proof still had to be gathered. I'm wondering if my colleague is of the opinion that the best solution would be to change the law in order to be able to get previous decisions regarding the recognition that an entity is of organized crime. Thank you, Madam Speaker. When it's possible to use proof in one case for another case, that would have made things easier. Unfortunately, that is not possible. Creating the list would avoid having to collect this evidence. one has to prove that an individual belongs to a certain organization, and two, that that organization is criminal in nature. However, the bill that we tabled allows my colleague to say that there is the possibility of gathering evidence that a criminal organization exists, but there is also the opportunity in subparagraph C to create this list, which would allow attorneys to avoid having to reconstitute proof every time at the risk of rendering contradictory decisions. And it can take months to prove that an organization is a criminal entity. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague for his brilliant speech and for his bravery of bringing this before the House. Trying to fight organized crime is something that can scare people, and it's easier to do nothing. Congratulations. This measure is very much in line with the traditions of the Bloc Québécois, and I would like to hear more about his bill. 27 seconds. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. 27 seconds. I just want to say that when it comes to I want to talk about a decision from Claude Ségagnon in 2007 where it was declared that vests were considered part of crimes committed by the gang because it was a way of intimidating people. For the rest, let us be worthy of the trust that the public places in us, and let us act in order to counter this unfortunate situation.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by thanking my colleague for his presentation on Bill C-349.
Proposes to amend the Criminal Code to create a scheme to list criminal organizations and to also create a new offence prohibiting the wearing of emblems of listed criminal organizations. The rationale behind these proposals, as put forward, is to make it easier for the police and prosecutors to investigate and prosecute offences committed by criminal organizations. We've already heard a number of concerns expressed about this bill, and I share those concerns, and accordingly will be encouraging all members to be voting against it. Organized crime is of great concern to all Canadians and all levels of government, Madam Speaker, and as a former federal prosecutor, it's an issue that I take very seriously. Whether it consists of loosely organized street gangs or highly structured motorcycle clubs, organized crime pervades almost every aspect of society. Activities such as the theft and resale of legal commodities, trafficking of drugs and firearms, terrorism, money laundering, fraud, or human trafficking cost the Canadian economy billions and also pose great risk to the safety of Canadians. Not only does organized crime have a direct impact on the Canadian economy, as I said, the violence used in order to commit these crimes for the benefit of criminal organizations affects innocent people, decreases public safety, and undermines the fundamental values of our society. In 2013, the Criminal Intelligence Service Canada stated that there were 672 criminal organizations reported in Canada, most of which were located in metropolitan areas, especially in cities where there are ports or a larger economy. CISC also reported that the majority of organized crime groups in Canada are involved in drug trafficking due to the high revenue of Canada's import and export drug market. And in this regard, Madam Speaker, I would just take a moment to note that our government's approach on Bill C-45 aims to deprive criminal organizations and gangs of the very source of revenue that they use to continue to profit from the trafficking of illegal drugs. Canada's black market is currently valued at approximately $77.83 billion, with drug trafficking accounting for approximately 57% or $44.5 billion. So the figures do bear out some significance. La structure et la manière dont fonctionne le...
The structure and the way in which organized crime functions seemed to change. Historically, organized crime consisted of sophisticated and cohesive groups, such as outlaw bikers and the mafia. Each group had a tendency to be involved in criminal activity for long periods of time. Today, organized crime is more fluid. groups will come together for different objectives and will work together to achieve those objectives by relying on specific skills in order to accomplish a specific criminal act. Once the criminal act is done, these individuals may or may not continue to work together. Madam Speaker, this is one of the reasons for which I believe that Bill C-349 is not the adequate solution to face certain challenges of both investigating and bringing criminal organizations to justice. Most of these groups are fluid. Therefore, keeping a list of active groups would represent an ongoing challenge that would consume a lot of time and resources and would probably be useless in most cases. The Criminal Code also contains rigorous legislation to fight organized crime, including 4 specific offenses. These offenses are intended for those who support the activity of organized crime, those who commit offenses for criminal organizations, and offenses related to asking others to commit offenses for criminal organizations. The Criminal Code also provides for additional response for delinquents that have links to organized crime, which guarantees that these individuals would be punished more harshly.
To amend the definition of criminal organization in the Criminal Code to include any criminal organization as prescribed by the Governing Council. I know that some commentators have found it frustrating that every time a court makes a finding of fact that a group meets the definition of a criminal organization, that this finding carries no weight in a subsequent prosecution involving the same group. However, I believe that the proposal in Bill C-349 to overcome this so-called redundancy is not an effective solution and may actually create more practical problems than it would solve. For example, there is a risk that if a group is a listed entity, law enforcement would decide not to collect evidence as thoroughly as they do presently, relying on the assumption that it is unnecessary. However, reliance on the list to prove the existence of a criminal organization would almost certainly be challenged during a prosecution for a criminal organization offense, as we have seen in the past. For example, defense counsel could argue that the listed group is not the same group as the one at issue in the prosecution, slight variations in the conspiracies or the improper motives, which are being advanced differently from one case to the next. Accordingly, the prosecutor would still require evidence to refute this claim, evidence that may not have been collected. Alternatively, a defense lawyer might argue that the court cannot rely upon the list because the evidential standard to list criminal organizations, that is, reasonable grounds to believe that the group is involved in organized crime activity, is lower than that required in a criminal trial, which is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. These sorts of inevitable challenges would lead to delays and possibly to frustrated prosecutions, which I know no member in this House would like to see. I am also concerned about the basis upon which a group would be listed. The bill says that the group has to have carried out, quote, organized crime activity, but that phrase is not defined in this bill, Madam Speaker. Does organized crime activity mean only criminal offences, or does it also include conduct that facilitates the ability of a criminal organization to commit crimes? This is another area that would inevitably be challenged in court and could cause years of delay and confusion. Madam Speaker, I also have some questions about the charter viability of the proposals in this bill. It is fundamental that the Crown bear the burden of establishing all essential elements beyond a reasonable doubt. I have serious concerns that the listing process may indeed interfere with an individual's right to be presumed innocent under the Charter. Relying on such a list would most likely lead to charter challenges, which would further complicate the prosecution instead of simplifying it. This would also add to the length of these trials and further clog up our courts. And in light of the Jordan decision, we should be mindful of any changes that might make our criminal justice system slower and less efficient. It is also worth noting that the listing process itself is a time-consuming undertaking for the machinery of government and would require substantial and ongoing resources to attempt to keep the list accurate and up-to-date. I think that the proposal to create an offence of wearing an emblem of a listed criminal organization also carries charter risks relating to the accused's right of freedom of expression. And although I think we would all join in saying that we find some of these expressions in their emblems and their patches to be highly offensive, potentially putting at risk the outcomes of these trials, could create delay. And indeed, we've seen some cases already, I believe in the province of Saskatchewan, which has struck down similar proposals as to the one that we see in Bill C-349. Madam Speaker, one effective way of combating organized crime is to prevent these groups from profiting through the black market. In that respect, our government's introduction of Bill C-45, as I have already mentioned, concerning the legalization and strict regulation of cannabis, will have a positive impact on reducing the role of organized crime in the sale of cannabis, and will take the illicit profits out of their hands, and it will also keep it out of the hands of our children, as my colleagues have pointed out very ably on numerous occasions. In closing, Madam Speaker, while I recognize the pervasive threat of organized crime posed to Canadians, I do not believe that this bill would improve the criminal justice system in any practical way and could quite possibly create more challenges than it would solve. And for these reasons, the government will not be supporting Bill C-349, and I would encourage all members to vote it down. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Today I am pleased to rise to speak to Bill C-349, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make consequential amendments to other acts, criminal organizations, and the important issue of combating organized crime. This bill seeks to establish a government-maintained registry of symbols associated with organized crime. Symbols on this list would be illegal to wear or prominently display. Should someone deliberately flaunt a symbol on this registry, they would face a penalty of up to 2 years in jail. And while this bill has good intentions, it contains many flaws. As it is written, there is no requirement to make this registry of symbols easily accessible to the public. It would be important for the public to have access to such a list. Otherwise, Canadians would not know whether they are in violation of the law. This is especially worrying since offenders or unintentional offenders could face jail time if they are wearing clothing sporting one of these outlawed logos. As this bill is about protecting public safety, this is a significant oversight. The broader concern is that when organizations are cited for offenses that lead to their logos being placed on this registry, their symbols, but not the organization itself, would be targeted and banned. A more fundamental problem is that this bill will not significantly impede or frustrate organized crime. Criminal organizations may use multiple symbols and insignias, or none at all. Different factions within the same criminal organizations may have their own symbols. And if the proposed registry were to include all of them, it would get quite long and perhaps even unwieldy for enforcement officers. Gang members can and will likely change their symbols to get around any formal bans, or simply stop wearing clothing with banned logos. They also may simply use identifiers not addressed in this bill, such as tattoos, in order to identify their allegiances. Madam Speaker, organizations, like gangs, have little trouble making their affiliations clear when they want to use their reputations for intimidation, as this bill is unlikely to appreciably hinder them. While gangs will weave easily enough around this legislation, others who are not implicated in organized crime may be unfairly caught up in it. The bill states that it would affect only those knowingly wearing the symbols it lists in order to establish membership in a criminal organization. Madam Speaker, I believe it would be difficult to either prove this for those that are guilty or to prove innocence for those who unwittingly made a mistake. Gang members could easily claim no affiliation to the symbol or that they wear the insignia for other purposes. Without knowledge of the individual's history, it would be difficult for police and other law enforcement to prove otherwise. It would also be valuable to clarify exemptions for forms of portrayal that are less objectionable. Even countries with difficult relationships to past symbols often allow for them to be used for historical or educational contexts. This bill should acknowledge their use in, for example, journalistic or dramatic works, which may indeed help shed light on organized crime and its detrimental effects on society. Madam Speaker, the previous Conservative government took concrete action to combat organized crime. We expanded the Criminal Code's definition of serious offenses to include prostitution, illegal gambling, and many drug-related crimes. The penalties for these offenses, which constitute major revenue streams for organized crime, were all increased. Police were given the tools they needed to go after gangs. Funding for RCMP drug enforcement was greatly increased, and the National Drug Strategy helped combat drug smuggling. Furthermore, funding to combat international drug smuggling in the Americas was increased because smuggling drugs and the crime that results from it does not stop at our border. Madam Speaker, these initiatives had a positive impact in the fight against organized crime. This bill, however, would be ineffective at fighting organized crime as it focuses on symbols rather than the crimes themselves. This bill also raises serious concerns about freedom of expression, which is a fundamental constitutional right. Section 2 of the Charter clearly sets out freedom of expression as protected, and as it is written, this bill would likely find difficulty surviving a constitutional challenge. It would be unlikely to pass a charter challenge under reasonable limitations since it targets symbols rather than the criminals themselves or the organizations which are actually responsible for the crimes. Finally, Madam Speaker, this bill does not account for how the meaning of symbols can differ and change considerably over time and in different places. The insignia adopted by a gang in one city may be a completely innocuous symbol anywhere else in the country. Many symbols often have wholly different connotations in different cultures or contexts. Criminal organizations, by their very nature, have little reason to follow copyright or respect symbols already in use by others. Madam Speaker, what would happen if a criminal organization attempts to appropriate the symbols of others, of other legitimate organizations? This is especially concerning since gangs often take ethnic or existing symbols as their insignias. This bill would have us ban these symbols regardless of their meanings in other contexts. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, as I've said earlier, this bill has many flaws. It would largely fail in its main objective of combating organized crime, and its provisions raise many deep concerns. Therefore, I will not be supporting this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député de Belleuil.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're talking about C-349, and I'd like to start by thanking the member for Rivière-du-Nord. The fact that we're still talking about this is indicative of the importance we attach to it. Unfortunately, in politics, whether it's organized crime or something else, we often wait until there's a tragedy before responding, and that is the case with organized crime. Let's be frank, Madam Speaker. Let's recognize that regardless of our political stripes and what we think is the best way of dealing with the threat of organized crime, both humanly, personally, and physically, as well as economically, we all agree, we might not agree on the solutions, but we all agree that we should do everything in our power to combat organized crime. So let's talk about solutions. The solutions put forward in this bill, I'm going to focus on the creation of this list, this register, if you will, of organized crime, criminal organizations. And when I think of the testimony we heard at the Justice Committee in 2009, you could really see that there was an issue here in terms of the burden on police forces. They have to prove over and over again, even if it seems obvious to the average Canadian, they have to prove that it's an organized crime outfit, that it's a criminal organization. Everybody knows these gangs, but the Crown, the prosecution constantly has to prove when there's a criminal organization offense. They have to prove that it's indeed a criminal organization. That means a lot of work, a lot of nuisance for prosecutors and police. Madam Speaker, I would submit that this bill is not necessarily the solution to alleviating the workload for police forces. In 2009, the Justice Committee conducted a study, and there was a lawyer from the criminal law policy section at the Department of Justice who said that even if a group were to appear on the list, there would still have to be evidence marshaled, because listing an organization could simply be challenged in court. So what that means, Madam Speaker, and what others have said, is that there would still be an onus on police forces and prosecutors to marshal the necessary evidence to prove that the organization in question was indeed a criminal organization. So the list wouldn't be conclusive. Then there are other things that concern us, Madam Speaker. First of all, clearly, we're concerned, although sometimes this has to happen, but when things are discretionary, and in this bill, there's a mechanism that allows a person or an organization to challenge their listing. But let me give you an example. In the section in question, it says that when there's a challenge before a judge, if a person objects to having their organization on the list, then all evidence can be considered, even evidence that wouldn't normally be admissible. And that's concerning because there was a case in Montreal recently where there was a mega trial against a gang, and a lot of evidence had to be thrown out because the RCMP had taken part in various wiretaps that were ruled illegal and would have been challenged as being unconstitutional. But the same thing could happen here when you give the minister this kind of discretionary power, and when the challenge mechanism is not rigorous enough. So that kind of evidence could have been considered. And another parallel is the no-fly list. There's no real recourse for a person who wrongly ends up on the no-fly list, and there have been huge problems for people who wrongly wound up on that list. And the counter-argument to that, Madam Speaker, is to say that organized crime, it's clear enough what the groups are, who they are. They're not going to challenge that. But the problem, Madam Speaker, is that when you look at that kind of list, there are groups that everybody knows that we can name them off, like biker gangs, gangs that repeatedly crop up in the news. But the problem is, as many experts pointed out during the 2009 study, we're talking about organized crime. It could be biker gangs, but it could also be street gangs. And the member for Rivière-du-Nord himself said in his speech, those groups are highly adaptive. The names, the composition of the group can change. They're very fluid groups, very adaptable. And so that would be quite a challenge. One striking example is that someone who approved this in principle is the RCMP, but when you read their evidence, they did acknowledge that the administrative burden of maintaining a list like this and making sure that the information was up to date and accurate and that everything was reliable, that would be very hard. Madam Speaker, I'm not just here to say that this isn't a mechanism that I think will be the solution. We also have to look at other solutions. The member with this bill is proposing to deal with a significant issue, and as he said in his speech, after the Jordan decision, we're into a new reality. Trials may end too quickly at the expense of victims because the accused is released, because the criminal justice system is slow. There can be administrative and other problems. There can be government incompetence. And the current government, for example, when it comes to appointing judges, they've been negligent, but we have to deal with that reality. One solution that was put forward by Department of Justice officials during the 2009 study, and I agree with this idea, was that under the current legislation, expert testimony can be heard from previous trials to try to alleviate the evidence-gathering burden in order to prove that an organization is indeed a criminal organization. And I think we could go even further. This would be my recommendation. If a judge in a case in Ontario decided that in a trial against an individual who was associated with a biker gang, and it was found that that gang was a criminal organization, that decision should be something that could be taken notice of in a new trial, judicial notice. And the experts we heard from during our study would be a much more solid solution, much more constitutional, much less likely to be vulnerable to a charter challenge. And when it comes to public safety, there's the Jordan case to keep in mind and all the administrative burdens in the criminal justice system. We have to recognize the fact that any additional burden that we put on prosecutors or that defense lawyers could use to challenge the system, well, we have to recognize that. We have to be aware of that. We have to realize that if we make the burden heavier, trials may get bogged down even longer, and that could lead to stays of proceedings and accused getting released prematurely. And that's the opposite of what we want. We all want to combat organized crime. So we don't want to do anything that would be counterproductive. This is a tool that this bill may look like an obvious solution, but unfortunately it will cause too many problems. It will actually encumber the system rather than alleviate it. But as I said, we also recognize that it's one possible solution. It's a suggestion. I know I've only got about 30 seconds left, but there's the matter of resources, because at committee, I asked the RCMP commissioner about funding for terrorized crime, for fighting terrorism. How does that affect other areas? And he acknowledged that funding for one area affects how much is left over for other areas, so we have to keep that in mind. Unfortunately, I'm running out of time, and we can't support this bill, but I congratulate the member for bringing it forward, and hopefully together we can find the right solutions. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Montreal. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an expert. And I've been listening to my colleagues. I think I'm glad I'm not a lawyer. One thing I do recognize is the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the HoC case. When I hear my conservative colleague in a debate as important as this one talking about copyright and tattoos, frankly, I get the feeling that, well, this is just distasteful. That's not a serious argument. Canadians get the impression that lawmakers are just giving up. For years, frontline responders have been challenging the Charter under Section 2 or Section 5, Section 7. And now somebody has the nerve to say that this could be a violation of freedom of expression in a free and democratic society, and that would be unjustifiable under Section 1. Well, Madam Speaker, I hope voters heard that brilliant speech from my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord. I hear my colleagues, and I really get the impression that just in terms of the principles, it's like all bills are supposed to be perfect from the get-go. How many bills are perfect from the very beginning? They go to committee and they get made better. So how can my colleagues justify their opposition in principle to this bill? What's wrong with making a list? We make lists for all kinds of other things, but now when it comes time to listing criminal organizations, they say, oh no, the charter won't allow it. And of course, when something doesn't work, it can be fixed along the way. Speak to the police officers. They're the ones that deal with evidence day in, day out. And they know that evidence has to be reliable. Coming back to the charter, we're talking about freedom of expression here and freedom of association, but in connection with criminal organizations. Those organizations, who here in the House is seriously going to stand up and say that Section 1 will not save my colleague's bill? Who would seriously argue that Section 1 would not save this bill at 6:20 p.m.? Frankly, Madam Speaker.
The bill, it must pass the HoC decision test. Now, what's in that decision? Well, it's a decision that's been quoted in a number of Supreme Court decisions. This test must determine if the demonstration of the objective of the law can be justified in a free and democratic society. The Oakes test applies when the claimant proves that a disposition of the charter has been violated. It must be proven that the restriction meets the Oakes test. So there's a real and urgent objective here. Everyone here has said that it's urgent to fight criminal organizations. Everyone agrees on the principle that we need to improve the criminal code to better fight against organized crime. Criminal organizations, everyone has said that. But, well, maybe what's being proposed is maybe not exactly what we need. Well, I think, Madam Speaker, that this deserves to go to committee so that we can look at how we can improve this bill. And we also want, Madam Speaker, to, hear from experts. In a previous life, I was a professor of philosophy, and we often said that using authorities or science is, well, what it means is if you go to experts too often and that becomes your main argument, it's no longer a solid argument. If it happens too often, and it happens too often in this House, I think that my colleague's bill absolutely deserves a debate in committee, as would be done in any respectable parliament. But right now I think that the Bloc Québécois roadmap, when it comes to fighting organized crime, seems to disturb my colleagues. It's not the Liberal Party that's put something forward against organized crime. By hiding behind the Charter, they're using an incorrect interpretation of freedom of expression and freedom of association. Ask anybody. Go out into the streets. Go ask them if the right to free association should exist for criminal organization. Ask people if they think that it's unreasonable to create a list and to fight against intimidation, Madam Speaker. I've heard colleagues for a year and a half now give inflamed speeches against intimidation, for example, bullying in schools. But they are perfectly okay, apparently, with criminal organizations, gangs, wandering around with their patches on to intimidate people. That doesn't make any sense. Now, after the Jordan decision, given that we are freeing people right now because court cases are getting delayed and delayed and delayed, my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord has argued that according to the studies that he has done and according to the experts that he's consulted versus the other experts who've been consulted across the way, apparently, we need to speed things up. Why? Why do we need this bill now instead of discussing it here? Well, it's important that we act quickly. My colleague's position is a partisan position, which does not respect the spirit of parliamentary debate. This isn't what the people of Quebec, this isn't what voters want. They don't want partisan debates tainted by partisanship. They want us to debate bills based on principles by showing by using our 10 minutes to debate the actual basis of the bill. But that's not what my colleagues across the way are doing. I'm going to settle down, Madam Speaker, because I'm speaking on behalf of the citizens that I represent. And when I look at the Conservative Party, which tabled a bill, C-51, which talks about copyright and which says that this bill, the one in front of us today, is going to hurt freedom of expression. Well, how am I supposed to act? How can you imagine that I wouldn't think that there's strictly partisanship that is behind this decision not to support this bill? And I would note that I'm very happy that my colleague can table this bill, because for a year and a half now, we've only been able to table 2 bills here in the House. That's the treatment that is reserved for members of the Bloc Québécois in this Parliament. A treatment that no Western democracy inflicts on any elected officials. If there weren't the Bloc Québécois, unlike what certain people might believe, if there hadn't been the roadmap and the interventions of the Bloc Québécois to fight against organized crime, people ask, what's the Bloc Québécois for? Well, the Bloc Québécois really improved the criminal code in the fight against organized crime. And I think, Madam Speaker, that in all honesty, my colleague's bill deserves a discussion in committee. It deserves to be studied as we would examine any other bill. And any bill that has received approval in principle, even if there are some problems with the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Joliette, and I must tell you that I'm going to have to interrupt the debate at about 6:30, so you'll have about 3 minutes. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, I would like to congratulate my colleague for this bill, which we've been debating this afternoon, and for the courage that he has shown in proposing this bill. It means something to fight organized crime. Now, this bill is based on the claims of, or based on what police forces are looking for. We named them earlier. Police forces need these things to fight organized crime. And I am deeply disturbed by the reaction of the 3 Federalist parties who've spoken out this evening against this bill. I'm truly outraged. They say, yeah, we want to fight organized crime. Now, here's a concrete action that we can take that's based on the requests of police officers, and they're doing nothing. And we've heard all kinds of frivolous examples. The most frivolous, in my opinion, came from the Conservatives when they said that, if a theater group disguise themselves as Hell's Angels, they'll have to be arrested. That's just an absolute farce of an example. The government is saying, well, we're going to legalize pot, and that's going to fix everything. Well, honestly, what's the message we're sending to Quebec this afternoon? Well, it's that Canada is doing nothing to fight organized crime in Quebec, because it's represented by parties that aren't willing to do anything at all. So, Madam Speaker, I think the message is clearer than ever. I have to say, Madam Speaker, I'm angry. I can't believe it. We are debating the principle of this bill, and they're saying that, based on principle, we're against organized crime. That's what they're saying. They're finding all kinds of frivolous examples to say, oh, we're going to oppose this bill. And, Madam Speaker, I can say that I remember there was a gathering of a criminal group in the region here just a couple of months ago, and people were on the news, people were interviewed on the news, and they said, oh, yeah, no, it's okay. They come through here, we're happy. No, people are afraid of organized crime. And we need to be courageous. We need to stand up. We need to fix things. That's what my colleague is doing with this bill. And when we look at the reaction of the other parties, well, they're afraid. And I can tell you that the people in organized crime who are watching this debate tonight are going to be able to say, oh, well, okay, big deal. Let's stay here in Canada. Let's continue to support these three main parties here. Because, they're against us in principle, but in reality, they're doing everything to allow us to continue to pursue our activities. That's unacceptable, Madam Speaker. So to conclude, I would like to once again congratulate my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord for his courage, and for everything that the Bloc Québécois is doing to fight organized crime. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for Joliette will have 7 minutes and 12 seconds remaining the next time this bill is debated before the House.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-46, an act to amend the Criminal Code, offences relating to conveyances, and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
The honourable member for Montreal had 5 minutes for questions and comments left. So questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciated the comments from my colleague from Montreal, who is very passionate about the issue. And my question to him is just related in terms of just how important it is that we've had different stakeholders, and I'm thinking in particular organizations such as law enforcement agencies that have been waiting for quite a while for certain aspects of this legislation. So in good part, the legislation is responding to outside experts in recognition that we needed to modernize our criminal code dealing with this issue. And I'm wondering if he can just provide his thoughts in terms of the importance of those stakeholder meetings that were conducted even prior to the legislation being introduced.
Honourable member from Mont-Royal.
To thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for the question, and I think legislation is always improved when you do proper consultation beforehand. And certainly when it comes to the infraction of driving while impaired, we need to listen to police, we need to listen to prosecutors, we need to listen to those who are charged with protecting us. And so I'm very pleased that this legislation eliminates certain of the defenses, bogus defenses, that have been used by people to try to avoid being convicted of impaired driving, such as claiming, well, I drank right before I got in the car, so my blood alcohol level wasn't 0.8, or alternatively, I rushed out of the car and I drank a bottle of Scotch, but I didn't drink before I got out of the car. I think that the fact that we're changing it to if you reach these levels within 2 hours of the time that you stopped operating a motor vehicle, I think that is an excellent idea, and it comes from talking to law enforcement in advance.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite. My question has to do with one of my concerns with this bill, which is the drug-impaired driving. And I know that on the alcohol side, we've got a test in place roadside that we can actually test and find out if people are impaired, but we've not implemented the roadside saliva test. And there's actually, for drugs, not good data to show what is really the level at which you're impaired, especially if that's contaminated with alcohol at the the same time. And if we look at the time frame that it took provinces to implement the roadside testing for alcohol to get the drunk drivers off the road, that was a couple of years. We're talking about legalizing cannabis next July, and really there's not enough time to get all the equipment and get all the training in place, and there's not limits established. So has the member seen a plan, and could he give some details of the plan?
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend from Sarnia-Lambton for the question. I think it is absolutely critical that the Alcohol Test Committee approve proper equipment, and I think we are at the point where we are coming up with proper equipment that can be used to measure whether or not the saliva test shows the presence of drugs, to give the necessary proof to go get a blood test. I think we need to train law enforcement officers. I think there is a plan to do that. And I also come back to what I said in my speech, which is that personally, I think that the bill has used a very scientific approach looking at what happened in other countries, what other countries do with respect to both drugs and alcohol. Personally, my preference would be that we start with a zero tolerance on alcohol and on drugs. I know we're not starting from scratch, and it will be difficult politically to get there, but I'm very open to discussing at committee lower thresholds for both drug and alcohol offenses, and I'm glad to be on the Justice Committee to see this happen.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I rise today to debate Bill C-46 at second reading, I'm thinking of the people in my riding who have lost loved ones to impaired driving, as well as those who have been injured and whose lives will never be the same. Sometimes when debating legislation in the House, we lose sight of the real and human impacts of our decisions. Impaired driving has done a lot of damage in a lot of communities. We are lucky if we do not know someone who has lost a loved one as a result of impaired driving. By making our laws in this area more effective, we can do a lot of good. So let's talk about the bill. Bill C-46 provides a new way forward to address impaired driving and gets drivers impaired by alcohol or drugs off our roads. And that's something fundamentally that we can all agree on in this House. Impaired driving has been an issue for a long time, and we know that drug-impaired driving has become a growing problem over the past decade. And it's not any specific age group causing the problem. Indeed, this is one of those problems that's an issue that transcends age, gender, and socioeconomic status. What we need is wholesale behavioral change, backed by comprehensive evidence-based policy and regulation, and further public education. I'm proud to stand with the government that is taking action to tackle this issue in an informed and forceful way as reflected in this bill. And I'm very proud to know that Bill C-46 is a product of a great deal of legwork by many departments, including the Departments of Justice, Health, and Public Safety. The task force on legalization and the regulation of cannabis has been central to these latest efforts. Through their engagement with law enforcement and many other partners across the country, and indeed I extend my heartfelt thanks to the dedicated women and men on the front lines dealing with the tragedy of impaired driving every day, including the roughly 4,000 officers trained to perform the standardized field sobriety test. But we know that more needs to be done. There is a vacuum to be filled, especially in terms of creating drug-impaired driving limits, the tools to detect these violations, and the legal teeth to clamp down on offenders. That's why the Government of Canada began by requesting that the Drugs and Driving Committee of the Canadian Society of Forensic Science assess the validity of oral fluid drug screening technology. They agree that technology that's reliable detects THC, cocaine, methamphetamines being the drugs most frequently abused by Canadians. But this is only one piece of the puzzle. The technological tools needed to needed to detect impairing substances must be accompanied by a legal framework that provides for effective use. That's one important way this bill will create a stronger impaired driving regime. It will authorize law enforcement at legal road stops to require that a driver provide an oral fluid sample if the officer has a reasonable suspicion. And let me repeat that. If the officer has a reasonable suspicion that the driver has drugs in their body. That can mean redness in the eyes or an odor in the vehicle, for example. The screener, which has a disposable oral fluid collection kit and a reader that analyzes the saliva, would then help the officer check for the presence of particular drugs in the oral fluid. A positive reading on one of these devices would be an information that an officer could use to develop reasonable grounds to believe that an offense has been committed. At that point, the driver could be required to either provide a blood sample or submit to a drug recognition device by an officer to determine whether or not a criminal offense has been committed. And the bill would create 3 new criminal offenses. It will allow law enforcement to charge those who had a prohibitive level of drugs in their blood within 2 hours of driving. This would be proven by the blood sample. Drivers could also be charged if they have a prohibited level of drugs and alcohol in combination. And importantly, this bill will allow for mandatory alcohol screening. That means officers will be able to require a preliminary breath sample of any driver they stop in accordance with the law. Evidence tells us that this is an important tool for detecting impaired drivers and for reducing the rate of impaired driving. This has been demonstrated by studies in other jurisdictions where the system is in place, like Australia, New Zealand, and several other countries in Europe. Most of the proposed new offenses would be punishable by penalties that mirror the existing penalties for alcohol-impaired driving. $1,000 for the first offense, 30 days in prison for the second-day offense, and 120 days for a third or subsequent offense. Madam Speaker, much will be made in comparing this tough new legislation with our international counterparts. The United Kingdom, for example, introduced legislation last year creating legal limits for drugs, along with authorizing screeners detecting THC and other drugs, which has resulted in more effective enforcement. Other countries, including Australia, France, Germany, and many more, have similar legislation in place and have also found it to effective in preventing drug-impaired driving. For Canada, Madam Speaker, the other piece of the puzzle will be making sure misinformation and misperceptions are addressed. We absolutely must educate the public in a comprehensive way. Public Safety Canada has already launched an effective social media campaign to encourage sober driving and amplify the messages from partners such as Mothers Against Drunk Driving, who do phenomenal work. Complementing this new legislation, a comprehensive public awareness campaign is under development to inform Canadian youth and parents of youth the risks associated with drug-impaired driving. I'm confident the government will use this opportunity to address misconceptions, correct misinformation, and promote prevention. Madam Speaker, this is about safer roads for our communities from coast to coast to coast. And getting impaired drivers off our roads is the #1 priority of all parliamentarians. It is encouraging to see the positive response to this legislation thus far and the willingness of so many partners to act together on this crucial issue. As I said at the outset, there are real lives that have been turned upside down by impaired driving. And of course, there are real lives that have been tragically ended by it. We need to make it to stop. I thank my honourable colleagues for their attention. I look forward to seeing the common sense provisions in this bill applied on our roads for the benefit of all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech. The question I have has to do with mandatory testing. When I was Director of Engineering at Suncor, we had a zero drug and alcohol policy. And one of the things that we wanted to implement at that time was mandatory random drug and alcohol testing. And in fact, at that time, it was not considered to be allowed in the courts. They maintained that it was against people's sort of personal privacy rights, and we weren't able to implement it. And so I wonder if the member could comment. I see there's mandatory roadside testing in this bill. What is the current situation in the courts, and will this be allowed or will it be challenged?
The honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member from Sarnia-Lambton for her question. I think that we can all agree that more needs to be done to protect Canadians from the ill effects of impaired driving and drug-related offences. I think we have a common consensus in this House on that. I mean, just last year alone, 72,000 incidents of impaired driving occurred across this country. When it comes to mandatory breath testing, we are going to look at international examples of jurisdictions that have implemented mandatory drug testing. And if you look to Ireland, when Ireland implemented mandatory drug testing, the next year after, there was a 26% reduction in drug-impaired and drinking-impaired driving offenses. So I think that the evidence is there, and we will find a common-sense solution to get there. At the end of the day, we're here to protect Canadians, and that's what we should work towards. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank my honourable colleague for a thoughtful speech. I think that covers a lot of the main issues. You know, as a, I think, modern progressive country, I'm actually pleased to see the government move forward on legalizing cannabis. I think it's the right move to make. I think it takes some political courage, and I think it actually reflects what the majority of Canadians want to see as law in this country. But of course, crafting that law has a lot of other aspects to it, including modernizing and updating our criminal code where it comes to impaired driving. We all know that police have had difficulty in our country in enforcing the impaired driving provisions where it comes to drugs, and that'll lead into my question about marijuana. One of the difficulties technologically is coming up with adequate testing to make sure that we're measuring present impairment as opposed to just picking up the presence of THC in a person's body that would indicate previous ingestion, but not necessarily that they're impaired at that time. So I'm wondering if my honourable colleague would comment on that and what provisions in this bill he thinks would be helpful in making sure that we can keep the impaired drivers off the road but not improperly interfere with or criminalize people who are not impaired.
The honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for such a thoughtful question. I think we can all agree that, you know, we want to protect Canadians at the same time protecting their charter rights and protecting the safety of Canadians. And I think that's what this bill achieves. It achieves that delicate balance. First and foremost, it requires an officer to have reasonable grounds before conducting a test, which is still the current law when it comes to impaired driving. And I think Bill C-46 ensures that when it comes to drug-impaired driving and the ability of an officer to make that assessment, I think that we can all agree that the definition of reasonable grounds has been studied quite extensively by the Supreme Court of Canada. And one of the things that will always be there is before an officer conducts a test, if they suspect whether it's odor, whether it's redness in the eyes, that there will be a reasonable grounds before an individual is asked to circumvent themselves, their freedom, their liberty, to give a test that requires them to give a piece of their saliva. And that's the balance that this bill achieves, and we think that going forward is a common sense approach to protecting Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to
advise that the 20 minutes, the time allotted for 20-minute speeches is expired, and we're now going to 10-minute speeches. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hear the groans of disappointment in my colleagues across the House. Madam Speaker, Canada's New Democrats have long stood for effective measures to stop impaired driving, the leading cause of criminal death in Canada. We have always supported legislation and policies that give the police the tools they need to save lives by keeping drunk drivers off our streets. With one of the worst impaired driving records in the OECD, we need new evidence-based initiatives to stop impaired drivers in their tracks. And given that our impaired driving laws have historically been focused on alcohol consumption, there is a clear and pressing need to update the criminal code to prevent an increase in cannabis-impaired driving as recreational cannabis is legalized in the months and years ahead. That's why Canada's New Democrats look forward to studying this legislation at committee and working with experts and stakeholders of all types across Canada to help ensure that the legalization of recreational cannabis and indeed medicinal cannabis will not lead to an increase in impaired driving. Ultimately, Madam Speaker, we will need a far more sophisticated regime to address cannabis-impaired driving than we currently apply to alcohol. That's because cannabinoids possess relatively unconventional pharmacokinetics, meaning the process by which a drug is absorbed, distributed, metabolized, and eliminated by the body, particularly compared to alcohol. This poses a number of distinct enforcement issues. Unlike with alcohol, peak THC blood levels do not necessarily correspond with the subject's maximum levels of behavioral impairment. This phenomenon is defined as counterclockwise hysteresis, meaning that the effects of the psychoactive substance lag behind observed maximal drug concentrations. This phenomenon is contrary to the pharmacokinetic profile of alcohol, whereby peak blood alcohol levels positively correspond with a subject's peak level of drug-impaired performance. Also, unlike alcohol, cannabis has a variety of medicinal applications and can be authorized for use by physicians in Canada. That's the case presently. At the end of 2016, there were some 130,000 Canadian patients authorized and prescribed to use medicinal cannabis. And since the very first Canadian veteran was reimbursed on compassionate grounds in 2007, Veterans Affairs Canada now covers the cost of medicinal cannabis for over 3,000 Canadian veterans. That's why, as the NDP's health critic, I would like to use this opportunity to specifically examine this bill's potential impacts on Canadian patients who are legally authorized to use medicinal cannabis. Last summer, in response to the federal court's decision in Allard versus Canada, Health Canada announced the Access to Cannabis for Medical Purposes regulations. The ACMPR replaced the previous regulations governing Canada's medical cannabis program and came into force in August of 2016. Now, these regulations were designed to provide an immediate solution required to address that court judgment. However, they were not meant to be comprehensive, and they did not provide guidance on driving restrictions for patients. That's why Health Canada was clear that these regulatory changes, quote, should not be interpreted as being the longer-term plan for the regulation of access to cannabis for medical purposes, which is presently being determined as part of the government's commitment to legalize, regulate, and restrict access to marijuana, end quote. Indeed, new regulations specifically dealing with the operation of motor vehicles for medicinal cannabis patients will be necessary to supplement the legislation before us today. So constructing effective cannabis driving regulations will require us to understand the unique properties of the effects of ingesting cannabis. Following consumption, THC accumulates rapidly in body fat, where it is stored in various tissues and then slowly redistributed to the blood. While occasional, i.e. recreational, consumers of cannabis will likely test negative for the presence of THC in blood within 12 hours following inhalation, THC's lipid solubility may cause some chronic users, such as those legally authorized to consume cannabis therapeutically for the treatment of a chronic medical condition, to potentially test positive for residual concentrations of THC even after several days of abstinence, long after any behavioral influence of the substance has worn off. Chronic consumers may also experience intermittent spikes in THC blood levels in the absence of new use during this terminal elimination phase. The potential presence of residual low levels of THC in the blood, combined with the possibility of periodic increases in THC blood levels absent use, potentially confounds the ability of toxicologists or prosecutors to interpret whether the presence of THC in the blood in a single sample is evidence of new cannabis consumption by an occasional consumer, or instead is indicative of past consumption by a more frequent user. Now, because the process by which cannabis is absorbed by the body may be influenced by the subject's prior pattern of use, as well as by the specific route of cannabis administration, rather than solely by the single use of cannabis itself, the U.S. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration said this, quote, "It is difficult to establish a relationship between a person's THC blood or plasma concentration and performance-impairing effects. Therefore, under the cannabis-specific per se standards being proposed by this legislation, the detection of THC or its metabolites could result in a criminal conviction, regardless of whether the defendant has recently consumed cannabis or whether the Crown can establish that a person was behaviorally impaired by cannabis." Now, given that the legal use of cannabis will soon be sanctioned by the federal government, we must be cautious that traffic safety laws, in order to be equitable and impartial and effective, mandate sufficient evidence of a subject's cannabis use immediately prior to driving, as well as objective evidence of behavioral impairment as a legal requirement. Such requirements will assure that the traffic safety laws are not inadvertently punishing unimpaired individuals who have engaged in the legally protected behavior of consuming medicinal cannabis. And we must make sure that we catch and prosecute impaired drivers who are impaired by cannabis. Now, indeed, the omission of such requirements would have particularly negative impacts on those authorized to use medicinal cannabis, since those patients will never be able to know with certainty that the THC presence in their blood is below the per se limit, even if they haven't consumed cannabis for days prior to driving. This could have serious unintended consequences for thousands of patients. I want to pause for a moment and just comment on the legal test that this bill proposes for police officers prior to them requiring a blood sample. My understanding is that the test being proposed is that a police officer must have reasonable suspicion of ingestion of cannabis or impaired driving prior to requiring the driver to subject themselves either to a roadside test or to subsequent blood sampling. Now, that, of course, is a lower standard than the current test of reasonable and probable grounds, which is much more common in the criminal code. I, for one, will be very interested in hearing from experts both on the constitutional enforceability of such a standard, as well as some of the policy considerations around it. Personally, I can state that I don't have a problem with a lower standard before a police officer can require a sample from a driver, because I believe that the overarching public interest in keeping cannabis-impaired drivers off the road takes precedence in that case. But we still must be sure that random testing or that testing that's done to drivers in the absence of objective evidence of some type is prohibited.
Good.
Madam Speaker, it is axiomatic that we need a clear and consistent set of rules for cannabis impairment so that we can ensure that we have an effective law to target and prevent impaired driving in all of its forms. Equally, it's common ground that impaired driving is a deadly, senseless, and preventable crime. As legislators, I think our first obligation is to keep our streets safe and do everything we can to make sure that as this government moves to legalize cannabis, that we ensure that we have smart, effective, targeted legislation that is geared towards keeping those drivers off the road, giving our police officers the tools they need to adequately and effectively enforce the law, and also strike the balance to make sure that Canadians' rights are protected. That's why I sincerely hope that members from all parties will work together to study this legislation at committee with the goal of making it the most effective law possible and effectively address impaired driving caused by cannabis and all other intoxicants, because, Madam Speaker, with so much at stake, Let's work together to get this right.
Well done. Well done.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And through you, first of all, I'd like to thank very much the member for his remarks, for his support, and his expressions of concern with respect to C-46. I think it's very helpful in advancing on a very important debate about public safety. I was hoping, Madam Speaker, to tap into his experience as a long-standing parliamentarian here in this House, and just ask him if he may have some recollection. In 2010, the then Justice Committee, as it then existed, unanimously brought forward a report recommending to this House the adoption of what was then termed random breath testing. And in my understanding, in 2012, 2 years later, the then Leader of the Opposition, now the Leader of the member's party, asked the then Justice Minister and the Prime Minister of the day why they had not acted. And I wonder if he has any recollection in the last sitting of Parliament why the unanimous recommendation, based on strong evidence that this measure would save lives, the implementation of a new random breath testing regime, why it was not acted on in the previous Parliament.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And first of all, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for not only his hard work on this file in crafting legislation that is, I think, groundbreaking in many ways, but also complex. And I think he's done a great job of putting a piece of legislation before this House that strikes a very good balance. I think that it may be able to be improved, but certainly he's gotten us very close to the finish line of this bill. And I'd also like to thank him for the service he's given to our communities as a long-standing police officer and chief of police. To be quite frank, I'm not sure that I can answer his question adequately, because it would require me to peer into the minds of the previous government, which I'm not really capable of doing.
You don't want to go there.
Yeah, it's a dangerous neighborhood, I think, to walk in. But I will say this, that I think one thing that all members of this House from all sides can agree on is that we understand the gravity of impaired driving in all its forms. We want to do everything we can as national legislators and parliamentarians to make sure that we keep our streets safe and give our safety officers the tools they need to do so. And if anything, we want to err on the side of caution and make sure that we do everything we can as we legalize cannabis to make sure that our streets are just as safe, if not safer, than they are today.
We have to take time for at least another question. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
I'll find it. There we are. Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend for an excellent speech, well thought out, and accurately portraying, I think, some of the trepidations that people have, but recognizing going forward is the right thing. My question is this, Madam Speaker, and it may be the member can't answer, and I accept that, but one of the things that struck me about this is that ideally, what we would all like to have is the same as we have with breathalyzers, reliable, legally calibrated breathalyzers that will stand the test. And we were hoping, everybody was hoping that would be found for THC, and it hasn't. And my question is this, and it may be the government needs to answer, not my friend, but if he knows, I'd like to hear his thoughts. I'm surprised, and maybe it's happening, that some of the jurisdictions around the world haven't pooled their efforts together to try to find this scientific solution, rather than each of so many countries reinventing the wheel in terms of trying to identify some way of accurately finding out what THC levels are in anyone who happens to be pulled over. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway, in 1 minute, please.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to also congratulate and thank my honourable colleague who's not only served this House for a long time, but was Solicitor General in the Ontario government and is very attuned to issues of justice and making sure our justice system is working well, both in terms of enforcing the law and in defending the rights of Canadians. I think it's a very excellent point that he raises, which is to recognize that there's other jurisdictions in the world who are struggling and grappling with enforcing impaired driving in a world where people are impaired by substances other than alcohol. And I think exploring the experiences of other jurisdictions will be a very helpful mechanism as this bill goes through this House and to committee. I will say this, though, that issues of testing technology and whether or not it's capable of measuring present impairment versus metabolites is a very important concept, and I'm hoping that this process as it unfolds will help us craft a very effective.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to participate in this debate on Bill C-46, legislation that will have a significant positive impact on public safety. We're having a great discussion in the House on this today, and I'm glad to be a part of it. In the time that I have available, I want to focus my remarks on the proposed new part of the Criminal Code, Part 8, Section 1, offenses relating to conveyances. It would replace all the existing transportation offense provisions in the Criminal Code with a simplified and modernized part that I believe will be better understood by all Canadians. Before discussing these changes, I believe it's necessary to understand how the current Criminal Code provisions dealing with transportation offenses have developed and why there is a desperate need for modernization. Driving while intoxicated by alcohol has been an offense since 1921, and driving while under the influence of narcotics became an offense in 1925. There have been countless amendments since then, which include creating the offense of being impaired by alcohol or a drug in 1951, creating the over 80 offense in 1969, authorizing demands for roadside screening breath tests in 1976, enacting the offenses of impaired driving causing death and causing bodily harm in 1985, and in 2008, limiting the so-called two-beer offense and strengthening responses to drug-impaired driving. Unfortunately, these various piecemeal reforms have not always worked well together or kept up with improvements in technology. In particular, the provisions with respect to proving blood alcohol concentration reflect the technology that existed 50 years ago and not the modern electronic breathalyzers. The current provisions are also very hard to understand, even for practitioners. This has long been the case. Indeed, the Law Reform Commission, in its 1991 report, Recodifying Criminal Procedure, wrote that some of the impaired driving provisions had become virtually unreadable. The current Criminal Code provisions are a minefield of technicalities that make the detection and prosecution of impaired driving cases, particularly with respect to proving blood alcohol provision, unnecessarily complex. In the typical trial, the fundamental facts that prove guilt are not in dispute. The person was driving and the person blew over 80. Yet impaired and over 80 trials are clogging the courts and are taking too long to conclude, in part because our laws are unnecessarily complex. It's time to clean up the provisions and focus trials on the relevant issues. Under the new part of the Criminal Code, all of the offenses are set out in sections that are easier to read and understand. For example, the provisions would set out the simpliciter offense first, then the offense involving bodily harm, and finally the offense causing death. Under the new part, a person would not, for example, be charged with dangerous driving causing death while fleeing the police as the current law. Instead, they could be charged with dangerous driving causing death and with fleeing the police, which are two distinct offenses. The penalties and prohibitions are also grouped so that consequences of the offenses are clearly rationalized. There are mandatory minimum penalties and mandatory prohibitions for impaired driving and the refusal offenses. But there are no mandatory minimum penalties or prohibitions for the other offenses. It gets complicated. The mandatory minimum penalty regime for impaired driving and refusal offenses makes sense from a policy perspective. First, unlike many other offenses that can be committed in a number of different ways and capture a broad range of offenders, impaired driving offenses always require voluntary consumption of alcohol or an impairing drug, and then making the deliberate decision to get behind the wheel, which puts all users on the road at risk. The minimum penalties are also well tailored, starting with the fine only for a first offense, but certain jail for those who reoffend. This type of certainty provides a clear deterrent effect. Some offenses would not be reenacted under the new part. Failure to keep watch on a person towed or towing a water skier at night are summary conviction offenses that are rarely charged. Removing them will leave no gaps in the law. If the activity is carried out in a dangerous manner or results in bodily harm or death, the person could be charged with dangerous operation or criminal negligence in the appropriate cases. Also, sailing with an unsafe vessel or flying an unsafe aircraft are summary conviction offenses that are not being reenacted. Laying a charge for these offenses requires the approval of the Attorney General of Canada. This activity is more regulatory in nature, and there are strict laws governing the safety of vessels and aircraft. The provisions under the investigatory powers of the new part would provide new tools for the police. In particular, mandatory alcohol screening is expected to result in deterring more drinking drivers and deterring those tempted to do so. Roadside oral fluid drug screening will detect drivers who have consumed cannabis, cocaine, or methamphetamines, the impairing drugs that are most prevalent on Canadian roads that have been discussed earlier. Under evidentiary matters, the new part addresses directly the most important causes of delay and litigation under the current provisions dealing with providing blood alcohol concentration. These are welcome changes given the significant challenges many jurisdictions are facing in terms of court backlogs. Bill C-46 set out what has to be done to ensure that a breath test produces accurate results and provides a simple formula for determining blood alcohol concentration, where the first test occurs more than 2 hours after the person is driven. The new part also sets out what documents are to be disclosed as relevant to determining whether the approved instrument was working properly when the driver's breath was analyzed. There are also improvements with respect to certificates. An accused who wants to cross-examine the qualified technician or an analyst who has filed a certificate will have to explain why their attendance is necessary. This ensures there will be no fishing expeditions. All of these provisions reflect the advice of the Alcohol Test Committee, an independent committee which has been advising the Government of Canada on breath testing for alcohol for 50 years and whose expertise has regularly and repeatedly been recognized by the courts, including by the Supreme Court of Canada. There are many other changes in the wording of the provisions, and it would be tedious to list them all, but suffice it to say, we need to clean up this legislation. I'm pleased to recommend to the members that Bill C-46 be given second reading and be referred to the Standing Committee of Justice and Human Rights, where they can do their great work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for Guelph for his thoughtful speech. Certainly, in terms of Bill C-46, there are some good measures in the bill in terms of holding impaired drivers accountable. One of those measures is increasing the maximum penalty for impaired driving causing death from 14 years to life. But one of the things that is missing from this bill is consecutive sentencing for individuals who get behind the wheel and kill multiple individuals. That was included in Bill C-226, introduced by the member for Belchez-Lechemins-Lévis, and I was wondering if the honourable member for Guelph could comment on why consecutive sentencing is absent from Bill C-46.
Good point.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for his question and for the work that he does on the Justice Committee. I know that he'll be bringing questions like this to the committee, and I'm sure that they'll be able to get experts in to address those. In general, though, what I would say is that what we're looking at is, rather than focusing on the sentencing provisions, to look at zero tolerance and to make sure that people that have any drugs in their blood or in their saliva are not behind the wheel. And so when we look at mandatory keeping people off the road is better than repeat offences, is to stop the offences from occurring in the first place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the member opposite for his contributions to this place, particularly on the committee he serves as far as industry goes. But I do think he sidestepped the last question somewhat, and so I'm going to give him another chance. A consecutive sentence recognizes that in some cases that if someone has harmed many lives, Madam Speaker, in an incident, that the punishment goes is fit to that. For example, the previous government had worked to make consecutive sentences for human trafficking, so that someone would receive the length of time not for a single incident, but to make sure that if that person harmed multiple lives, that those were all taken into account to when they were sentenced. So this is not a mandatory minimum, Madam Speaker. This is just a recognizing that someone gets behind the wheel can cause harm to many different people, and that sentencing is given, the flexibility is given to a judge to make sure that the crime or the sentence fits the crime. Does the member believe that there should be consecutive sentences in this area?
The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the member who's sitting in a new seat, so I could tell why you were looking. And it's great to have him in the House and always asking great questions. I'm a mechanical engineering technologist, not a lawyer, and I'm not sitting on the Justice Committee. So what I said in my answer was that the Justice Committee would look at some of the details in application of sentencing, but what our bill is proposing is legislation to prevent crimes from occurring in the first place, and by deterring people from getting behind the wheel when they have any drugs in their body. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments as well. You know, one of the things that is a question that is out there, and that is, of course, around the science and the testing of THCs, and I think there are a lot of questions around that. So take, for example, if you happen to be in a concert and there happen to be a lot of marijuana smoking, and you might not be smoking marijuana, you may well, though, in that process, absorb some of that into your system. And so under this bill, you could potentially be pulled over, you could potentially be tested, and all of a sudden you find yourself in a situation where you have THC in your system, even though you did not smoke marijuana. So how would that be dealt with? I guess that's my big question, and that's a big concern, I think, on a lot of people's minds.
A brief answer from the member from Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The way that it would be dealt with is we have a zero tolerance policy, and the detection would be at the very minimum standards. If you are above that detection, your license would be suspended, your vehicle would be towed, and then you'd have to deal with things after that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Richmond.
The member for Richmond, Athabasca. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me today to take the floor to speak to this bill to amend the criminal code offenses relating to conveyances and to make consequential amendments to other acts. Here we're talking about enabling police officers to detect impaired driving. And it's an honor for me to rise here to debate C-46 And before I begin my argument, I want to be clear. I think everyone supports measures to protect Canadians against impaired driving on our roads all across Canada. And does this bill meet the needs and address all of our concerns? This is a matter that I care about. I've been very active on this file because it also affects the Liberal government's intention to legalize marijuana. I seconded my colleague from Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis' bill to amend the criminal code relating to conveyances. It would also amend the Criminal Records Act so that impaired driving offenses and refusing to provide a sample would no longer allow for a pardon. And I think that was excellent work done by my colleague, which was unfortunately rejected by the government. There were amendments in that bill and consequential amendments to other acts that are directly related to what we're talking about today. And I was also the sponsor of Senator Claude Carignan's bill S-230 to amend the criminal code for drug-impaired driving. And this would have made it possible to detect drugs in a driver of a vehicle. It would authorize the taking of samples to determine drug concentration in a driver's bodies and to do coordination tests and other tests, approved tests to determine whether or not someone was drug impaired. And that was supported by all senators of all political stripes, but the government decided to reject all the Senate's work on that bill. That bill had gone through all stages of the process, and instead the government has decided to start over from scratch. And this bill may well not be adopted in time if legalization goes ahead as scheduled. I also took part in a number of debates here in the House on this. Fourth, I met with representatives of various companies that produce screening equipment in order to learn more about how that equipment makes it possible to determine whether someone's drug impaired. Fifth, I met with senior executives from the National Police School in Quebec. Unfortunately, they were not consulted in connection with this bill, and they're not ready for this bill to come into force.
Beyond that, I consulted with people in my riding on their perception of the legalization of marijuana, and particularly the impact that it would have on road safety. 7, I specifically studied what's happened in Uruguay, Colorado, and Washington State, as well as looking at all the legislation on this subject that exists around the world. And what I can say, as I speak of this file today, is that I have a fair body of knowledge on this, and I can tell you the following. Canada is not ready to legalize marijuana. And it's even less ready to meet the deadline of July 1st, 2018. And before any bill on legalization, it is absolutely essential that police have the tools that they need to prevent the loss of many lives. To be honest, I have a hard time, Madam Speaker, understanding why the Liberals dragged their feet for so long before presenting a bill which now, apparently, we have to get through urgently before we leave for the summer. Now, let's be serious. Legalization of marijuana is part of the Liberal platform, and it has been for years. They even said that they had a plan for when they were elected, and once they were elected, it took them 2 years. 2 years, Madam Speaker, to present a bill. And that's just one more symptom of the fact that their legislative agenda has been lacking since the beginning. And they have passed a lot fewer bills than other governments have in the past, and now they're trying to get them through and ram them through as quickly as possible. And we have to pass 2 bills, not just one, but 2 bills quickly to make sure that everything is done in time for the next election. This is irresponsible, and the Liberals are alone in taking blame for this. So this bill is very important to protect Canadians against a worsening problem, that of drivers who are impaired by drugs and who take the wheel. And with the Liberals' bill to legalize marijuana, this problem is only going to get worse, and that's what we've seen in all the other jurisdictions where marijuana has been legalized. We've seen a greater number of drug-impaired drivers. The Canadian Council, a police group indicated before the Senate committee that driving while impaired by drugs renders driving much more dangerous. In a study of airline pilots, 10 pilots, 24 hours after smoking a relatively low amount of marijuana, were submitted to tests on simulators. All 10 made mistakes in landing, and one of them completely missed the landing pad. And that's 24 hours after ingesting THC. Also, a recent survey has showed that 58% of Canadian drivers do not know if their province or territory has put in place administrative laws dealing with drug-impaired driving. So the issue of drug-impaired driving needs to be fixed before, Madam Speaker, cannabis is legalized. And unfortunately, I'm worried that this can't be done if we need to meet the unrealistic and irresponsible deadlines set by this Liberal government. And to get this through quickly, the Liberals are going to have to accelerate procedures and put the health and safety of Canadians in danger. And, Madam Speaker, this is extremely unfortunate. To give you an illustration of the major issue that the Liberals are trying to make banal, well, let me share a few quotes that I've collected dealing with drug-impaired driving. First, since the state of Washington legalized marijuana, over a third of impaired drivers are under the influence of this drug. Over 13,000 cases are tested annually. Who said that, Madam Speaker? Brian Caprone, director of the Washington Toxicology Lab. Another quote. Justin Trudeau's plan to legalize marijuana needs to take into account the terrible experiences seen in the United States. In the state of Washington, mortal accidents caused by drivers who have tested positive for marijuana doubled, going from 8% in 2013 before legalization to 17% in 2014 after legalization. In Colorado, Madam Speaker, the number tripled from 2005 to 2014. Rising from 3.4% to 12.1%. And that's a quote from Dr. Chris Rumble at the Nanaimo General Hospital. We've seen an increase in the number of accidents, motor vehicle accidents in Colorado because of marijuana consumption. Who said that? Kevin Sabet, a former advisor to Barack Obama on drugs issues. And there are many more, Madam Speaker. The consumption of drugs behind the wheel is a major concern for Canadian police forces. Police officers are afraid that more drivers will be driving under the influence. That's from the Quebec Police Force. We need to continue, another quote, we need to continue to get data, put in place technology, and determine limits to allow our police officers to deal with these situations so that things don't get worse. And that's from Annie Gauthier from CAA Quebec. And I've got a large list of quotes like this, Madam Speaker. And I'll finish with this. Everything that we can do to make our roads safer is necessary, and I hope that this bill will be studied in committee, because beyond the Liberals' irresponsible actions, we need to deal with the issue of drug-impaired driving as quickly as possible, Madam Speaker, whether or not we meet the legalization deadline set by the party across the way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his observations and his speech. He quoted a number of unnamed police organizations. I was curious by a number of things, Madam Speaker, that I'd just like to inquire about. First of all, since we've introduced Bill C-46, I just wanted to share with the member, you may not be familiar with, the fact that the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police Traffic Committee has put out the following statement in response to Bill C-46, in which they said the government has put forward strong legislation, not only focused on impairment by drugs, but also addressing ongoing issues related to alcohol impairment. Steps that have been introduced to reform the entire impaired driving scheme are seen as a much-needed and very positive. The CACP has called for such changes in the past, specifically in support of modernizing the driving provisions of the criminal code, supporting mandatory alcohol screening, and eliminating common loopholes. And Madam Speaker, I've looked back at some of the data over the past decade, and Canada, for over a decade, has had the highest rates of cannabis use, estimated to be over 3.5 million Canadians have used cannabis. And so driving under the influence of cannabis has been a significant issue, and I was just wondering if the member opposite might offer some insight as to why, for a decade, his government did nothing about that.
The honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska. Well, Madam Speaker, I would like to give my colleague the opportunity to read my notes and my speeches, because in that case he would see that all of my sources were quoted, and he'll be able to have access, if he asks me to, all the resources that I have used to find those quotes and to see the danger that we are facing right now on the roads and the experiences the experience in jurisdictions that have legalized this around the world. And I don't think that the work that they've done is as rigorous as he says. Before legalization, if they wanted to be serious, they would have done all this, put things in police cars, trained police officers, raised awareness. They would have done all of this in all schools across Canada before legalizing marijuana to make sure that awareness had been raised. And after that, then they could maybe consider legalizing marijuana. What they're really doing here is they're putting the horse before the cart, or the cart before the horse, rather. And the Liberals could have done some of this before if they had gone ahead with Bill S-230. And we won't be able, with the legislation before us, to meet the government's deadline. We're heading straight into a wall. It's time for this government to realize that it's being irresponsible, that it get to work, and that we ensure that police have the tools they need.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I thought the question from the Parliamentary Secretary before me was actually fairly straightforward, and I would like to get an answer from the member. You know, Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister of Canada. The Conservatives were in government for over 10 years. We very much recognize that this is an issue, that there were individuals that were driving in Canada that were, in fact, using cannabis. Yet for a decade plus, we have the Conservative government doing absolutely nothing. Yet the member across the way is saying, well, we're the ones that are being irresponsible, when in fact, well, you take a look at what the Conservatives, who completely ignored the issue. I would suggest to you that if anyone was behaving in an irresponsible fashion, it was the Stephen Harper Conservative government. Would he not agree?
The honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska. Well, I think, Mr. Speaker, when I listen to what my colleague from across the way has said, he's the first one that I've heard say that the Conservatives weren't strong on justice matters. That's completely the opposite of what the Liberals said when they were in the second opposition party. They said that we were too hard on criminals. So I find it absolutely ridiculous to hear the member say that the former Conservative government wasn't hard enough, that they hadn't put in place severe penalties for criminals, because unlike the Liberal government, the Conservative government, which was in power before, and the next Conservative government, which will be in power in 2 years on the other side of the House, you'll see in 2 years, that will be a government that will protect victims, that will put in place severe measures to punish criminals, to ensure that justice is applied, and that won't just hide behind nice words like the Liberals across the way. The Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, are not people who... Well, we believe that we need to protect the roads, we need to raise awareness among young people about the problems of marijuana. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Lévis. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to congratulate my colleague from Victoriaville for his excellent speech and for all the work that he does on public safety. We've been debating this bill for a couple of days now, and we've been debating two bills, one of which complements the other. Today we're talking about Bill C-46, which is a bill that would fight those driving under the influence of drugs or alcohol. We know that impaired driving in Canada under the influence of alcohol is already a major problem. It's the greatest cause of mortality under the criminal code on our roads. And now what we see from the Liberals here is a last-minute addition of all the issues under drug-impaired driving. I'll begin, Mr. Speaker, now, and I don't want to make people feel more cynical about politics, and I want to talk about what's in Bill C-46, and I want to talk about what's not in Bill C-46, what's missing and what is needed. And I'd also like to refer to a bill that was tabled in this House, which even made it to committee, but which, unfortunately, was emasculated by the Liberals, who preferred this watered-down version of a bill to protect the innocent victims of impaired driving against both those who are repeat offenders and those who would cause mortal accidents under the influence of alcohol. So what we have here is a bill that, we had a bill that was strong, that was presented here in the House, and which could, right now, have been in the Senate and received royal assent to start saving lives right now. But instead, we're debating this bill here in front of us, Bill C-46, which has some major problems, which I would like to expound upon. First of all, what's in this bill? Well, in the writing of Lévi Bellechasse, there's an MP, Claude Lachasse, who had a remarkable career, and he said, when you're in the opposition, you have to look at the positive things that the government is doing, and there's a measure that's being proposed by the government, systematic screening, and this is a measure that would allow a police officer to ask someone who's on the road to undergo an alcohol test to detect the presence of alcohol. This is a measure, and it's been said many times in this House in recent hours and recent days, and particularly during the vote on Bill C-226, I had the opportunity to say this is something that can save lives. Systematic testing is a measure that has been used in a number of countries for decades and which saves lives. Now, there have been questions asked to the government about the constitutionality of this measure, and unfortunately, to date, the answers that I've heard have been evasive. However, this is one of the three pillars of an effective policy when it comes to reducing accidents caused by impaired driving. The second pillar is really, something we saw in recent years. The fact that things are getting bogged down in the courts with the bolus clauses. Now, these are issues that are dealt with in this bill. These are issues that have been a problem, making it harder to bring justice to those who have driven under the influence. And these are elements that are constructive because they're being fixed in this bill. And this will allow us to reduce the time required for court cases and means that those who are found to be driving under the influence will be brought more easily to face justice. Another thing that's important to bring up, Mr. Speaker, now that I've talked about a couple of good points in this bill, is that in every instance where we want to fight impaired driving, the key to success is ensuring that the person who gets behind the wheel is aware that they can be arrested by the police. Right now, our roadblocks are ineffective, and that is why impaired driving is still a major cause of mortality. a measure that was in the previous bill, but which is not in this bill, is a measure which would impose minimum sentences, mandatory, dissuasive minimum sentences. And we've heard many people say today that driving under the influence is unacceptable in Canada, particularly for repeat offenders who are a danger to society. And we need to protect these people from themselves because, well, in many cases, they're victims of addiction. Through that addiction, they are exposing the lives of innocent people to grave mortal danger. And we'll remember the organization Families for Justice, and in particular, Ms. Marquita Calius, who lost her daughter, and who I thank for her work today, and who I keep in my thoughts when I discuss bills dealing with impaired driving and safety. And the victims and victims' families are asking us, they're asking politicians to send a clear message that it's unacceptable to drive under the influence, but also they want us to ensure that repeat offenders are kept behind bars, because too often these accidents come from people who have already driven under the influence and caused an accident. And that's something that's missing in this bill. There's nothing, no measure for mandatory minimum sentences, which are a tool that the Liberal government, previous Liberal governments, never hesitated to use. And even the member for Papineau, the Prime Minister, has voted for the use, in the case of a bill for impaired driving, mandatory minimum sentences. So once again, we see an approach where the government's promising things, but when it's time to deliver, well, they come in with half measures, and that's what we see in this bill that's in front of us today.
When it comes to systematic testing, there seems to be something missing, which is the mandatory minimum sentences. That is a serious lack. There's one thing that will probably raise eyebrows among those listening to us tonight, is that our colleagues on the other side had the opportunity to describe measures supported in the bill. I have a few excerpts from just a few weeks ago from the member of Montarville, who said that the bill is lacking something. S226. I see that my time is running out. He said that mandatory random testing needs to be accompanied by a massive campaign to raise awareness and promote education. Nothing in the bill here talks about that. And the solution is to come back with another bill. And yet we have a bill where there is no cohesive measure to ensure that there is a campaign for prevention and awareness. When one is driving impaired, well, there's an elephant in the room, Mr. Speaker. The elephant in the room is called the legalization of marijuana. As the government presents two bills, it is spending insignificant amounts on one of the biggest societal changes, which will have social costs that accompany it without any awareness or prevention. I think that we're running straight to the edge of a cliff. I think that's where the government is leading us. And to conclude, another lack in this bill are concurrent sentences. If somebody kills 3 people while impaired, these are 3 victims. And once again, the government has not taken into account of the appropriate sentences for that type of crime. It's a lack in the bill, and these are such big holes in the bill that I'm worried that it will be impossible to amend it when it is sent to committee, because it is so deeply flawed, so incomplete. And they had a chance to do much better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
And I want to thank the member for his speech, but also for his effort in bringing forward Bill 226, a private member's bill, which presented a number of very significant and I think important advances in dealing properly with the issue of impaired driving, which the government took very seriously. And as the member knows, I supported at second reading, and it went to the Public Safety Committee. And unfortunately, at Public Safety Committee, upon further examination and through the examination of expert witnesses, it was found to be, in many respects, flawed, and came back to this House and was not successful in third reading. But I think, and I hope the member is encouraged by the fact that many of the issues that he attempted to address in his private member's bill, such as the various loophole types of defenses, the bolus drinking defense, intervening drinking defense, the Saint-Onge matters, etc., clarification of blood alcohol concentration presumptions, and the introduction of a system whereby the police would be able to demand and require a mandatory roadside alcohol screening. All very important innovations, and I would agree with the member, Mr. Speaker, that making sure that the public, at the passage of this bill, is well aware of the consequences, because the great benefit from those measures is in prevention, not merely in catching and detecting and incarcerating individuals, but through saving lives. And Mr. Speaker, I would also like to point out to the member, if I may, that this bill, as presented under C-46, does in fact contain minimum penalties for impaired driving. And for example, I would bring his attention to Section 320, sub 15, that allows for impaired a maximum penalty of 10 years, as exactly as in his bill, a minimum fine on first offense of $2,000, on second offense 30 days, and on third and subsequent offenses 120 days. And so I would ask the member if he would comment on whether or not he believes that the measures contained in this bill will achieve what he sought to achieve through his private member's bill.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, the member for Scarborough Southwest. He is, as we know, a former police chief, well respected, whom I had the opportunity to work with when I was responsible for public safety, and participated in a ceremony to commemorate our fallen police officers and peace officers. I would not call into question his passion for public safety, and I would like to thank him for the support that he gave me for my private member's bill. Unfortunately, the Liberals stopped it. He recognizes that the important aspects of the bill are in this bill, although unfortunately they are incomplete. I would mention that not only are there no concurrent sentences, I would have liked the bill to be amended rather than be torpedoed the way it was. There seems to be another problem. There's systematic testing for alcohol, but what about drugs? We have reasonable doubts, and these expose the public to additional risk of being hit by those who are reoffending as they drive under the influence. Questions and comments.
For Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I was involved with impaired drivers. Boy, I'm going to date myself, going back to about 1968.
Ooh, that's a long time ago.
And when the impaired driving laws changed then is when the breathalyzer came out. We went through an era of almost 10 years of case law. Everybody fought every excuse. But I read this new bill, and I've got some concerns, and a couple of them I just want to go back to old experiences. And I see that they're talking about a roadside screening device for drugs, but there's nothing approved. And I wanted to ask the member how he could ever see us bringing this law into effect when we don't have the proper tools to utilize if we bring this law into effect, which they're imposing to do next year. And also, with impaired driving, you get a blood alcohol count, and if a person was a chronic drinker, it could build up 2 or 3 days, but if he stopped drinking, it would go away. But with the with the drugs, the TCH levels remain in your body for a long time. So a person could theoretically have had the week before 5 or 6 joints, and then maybe a week later have one and get pulled over. And if we have that screening device that they're talking about that still isn't approved, how are they going to say that person's impaired? He may not be impaired at that particular time. And I wonder if you'd just like to comment. I think they're jumping the gun before they have the right tools.
Exactly. Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
The member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Member for Yellowhead for his really down-to-earth comment and show how almost improvised is the Liberal approach in terms of providing the device to our police officers so that they can effectively ensure that proposed law. But also thank this member. Aren't we privileged to have people who have served this country as police officers who are involved in that debate that is so critical to keep Canadians safe? And I want to thank my colleague for his question as well and recognize his great experience. Mr. Speaker, not only the police officer won't have the device, but there's no prevention in that bill, and that's a big hole. And again, this shows that the government is rushing through a disaster. That's unfortunate because Canadian lives are at stake. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise in the House this evening to speak to Bill C-46, an act to amend the Criminal Code, offences relating to conveyances, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. This bill was introduced in conjunction with Bill C-45, the Cannabis Act, and aims to update Canada's impaired driving laws. Updates to these laws are welcomed, and there is unfortunately much to be improved upon in Canada regarding impaired driving. Over the past 3 decades, all provinces have seen significant decreases in their impaired driving rates. For a significant majority of Canadians, and groups that this is growing larger each year, gone are the days when drinking and driving was totally socially acceptable, or even something that was excusable once in a while. This has been a very important shift in culture that has saved countless lives. 2015 marked the lowest rates of impaired driving incidents since data on this had been collected, starting in 1986. Since 1986, incidents have decreased by 65%, with a 4% drop from 2014 to 2015. However, there is still work to be done. In 2015, police reported 72,039 impaired driving incidents, representing a rate of 201 incidents per 10,000 of population. This is significant, Mr. Speaker. Impaired driving is still one of the leading causes of criminal death in Canada, and Canada continues to have one of the worst impaired driving records in the OECD. So it's clear that we need to keep making progress on this front. Criminal penalties for impaired driving, while an important component of restorative justice, as a signal that our society condemns a behavior and as a deterrent from committing an act, will not alone prevent the behavior from occurring. Simply put, if someone is being charged with an impaired driving offense, the damage is already done. In the worst situations, it means an innocent life has already been lost. Once someone is impaired, be it due to illegal drugs, legal narcotics, or alcohol, it represents a failure in our duty to properly educate the public about the dangers of this behavior. Given that government is moving forward with legalizing the recreational use of marijuana, now is a crucially important time to embark on public outreach, awareness, and education programs to inform Canadians. Canadians need to be informed not just about legalization, not just about new criminal sentences for this or that, but about what constitutes impairment, what the dangers of impairment driving are, and alternatives to impaired driving. The NDP from the outset of this initiative has been calling on the government to take the lead on public awareness campaigns that promotes deterrence before anyone gets behind the wheel. These statistics show that campaigns and programs like these have resulted in a decline in alcohol-related incidents, so these efforts should be continued and expanded given the current context. The campaigns have helped Canadians contextualize impaired driving, to understand it better for themselves, and to intervene when others might be about to engage in it. Education, as simple as one glass of wine, has a similar amount of alcohol as one beer and one shot, helps dispel some of the myths and misunderstandings of impairment. Unfortunately, thus far, the government has not held that leadership role in helping contextualize what constitutes drug impairment. In fact, the government has shown a lack of leadership by leaving the legal limits up to regulation to be set later. The government has made recommendations around 2 nanograms, 5 nanograms, and a hybrid offense for those with both alcohol and drugs in their system, but these are not set. They have also not taken the lead on explaining to Canadians how a person reaches those levels of impairment, for how long they can expect to be impaired, and other important aspects of contextualizing this new legal landscape. It also isn't clear that the limits suggested won't result in the arrest of individuals who are not actually impaired. The Canadian Medical Association has stated that, and I quote, "A clear, reliable process for identifying, testing, and imposing consequences on individuals who use marijuana and drive absolutely needs to be in place nationally prior to legalization," end quote. This is because, like alcohol, consumption method, consumption frequency, and personal metabolism can impact level of impairment. Some experts are questioning using nanograms as the measure as a result, and we need to ensure we are making evidence-based decisions based on science. Canadians need to be able to make informed decisions. In the absence of information, there will be misinformation, and that would be a serious failure on this government's initiative should that occur. Mr. Speaker, the goal should be to create the social conditions where the criminal penalties being brought in by Bill C-46 are used as little as possible, because people aren't getting behind the wheel in the first place. Like my other colleagues who have spoken on this bill, I'm supportive of updating our impaired driving laws to reflect the changing realities and severity of these offences. However, like my colleagues, I'm concerned with striking the correct balance regarding Canadian civil liberties. Civil liberty groups and the legal community have expressed serious concerns about the removal of the need for reasonable suspicion to conduct a roadside breath or a saliva test. The concern stems not only from the potential infringement on civil liberties, but also that it will be disproportionately applied to certain visible minority groups. It has been spoken about in this House that random and mandatory breath tests for alcohol screening could be challenged under Section 8 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the right to be secure against unreasonable search or seizure. It has also been mentioned that it could be challenged under Section 9, the right not to be arbitrarily detained or imprisoned. The BC Civil Liberties Association has stated quite clearly in the past on mandatory breath testing that, quote, "giving police power to act on a whim is not something we want in an open, democratic society," end quote. So it is my hope that at committee stage, the government takes the study of this bill very seriously. It will be imperative to hear from civil liberty experts, constitutional law experts, and healthcare experts. We need to understand the science of the testing. We need to ensure that there is a robust educational program for Canadians so that they know about this law. They know and learn about what the consequences are so that they're responsible for their actions. So I sincerely hope that the government will be open to amendments, even significant ones, should the evidence suggest that they are needed. This is simply too important to get wrong. With the outstanding questions, and I asked earlier about the idea and the possibility of someone being in a room where there is a lot of pot smoking, marijuana smoking, and could that get into your bloodstream? And even though you weren't actively smoking marijuana, and in those cases, how would that be dealt with? Do we have the science in place to ensure that you are protected in those circumstances? In alcohol, take for example, we have designated drivers, right? You are in a crowd with other people who are drinking, you are not drinking, and you will not be impacted. But it may not be the case with marijuana. As my colleague from Vancouver Kingsway has stated, and who is also the NDP health critic, who raised some very critical questions, particularly for those who use this medicinal marijuana. And when they use and consume the substance, and some of them may have to consume a lot because of their medical condition. What does that mean for them in terms of these implications? And because the THC could be stored in your body for an extended period, and so it could theoretically be the case that you did not smoke while you're driving. That might have occurred a day or two ago. How would that be dealt with, and what are the implications for that? Would that mean to say that in those instances you would still be liable? So there needs to be lots of clarification with respect to that, and there needs to be public education. People need to know and understand that. People in the medical community who are prescribing medicinal marijuana as well need to let their patients know as well in terms of the risks and what impairment might need. I am at this stage not sure where the science is. There's a lot of questions out there around that, and that science has to be solid as we move forward on this. So finally, Mr. Chair, we don't ever want to see tragedies. We don't want to see anybody's lives be lost because someone was behind the wheel impaired, whether it be alcohol or any other substance. And that has got to be paramount, and we've got to move forward to bring in laws to ensure that takes place through education, through enforcement, and most important of all, through our own self-imposed responsibility of our own actions. And you need to be clear about what those laws are so that you can, in fact, make sure that you don't do what is so wrong, and once it's done, you can't take it back. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure that the member is likely aware that government's already committed to a public educational campaign that has a focus on young people. In fact, in the last budget, the budget in which the member across the way voted against, there was an allocation of over $9 million to be able to do just that, Mr. Speaker. And my question, I guess, is related to the member's last statement. You know, we all understand, and we do not have any desire in any fashion whatsoever to see individuals behind the wheel, whether it's cannabis or drinking, and that are not in the proper condition to be able to do that. Sadly, it does happen. And the best way to combat it is to have good, solid legislation. And this is solid legislation. Member asks about amendments. I suspect that if there's good amendments, and I would encourage the member not only to wait till committee time, if she already has some amendments, she wants to share it, nothing prevents the member from doing that now, Mr. Speaker. We are a government that's doing our role in providing good legislation, but also we have to work with the different stakeholders. Provinces play an important role. Municipalities play an important role. Would she not agree that the best way to deal with the issue is to also work with our stakeholders?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for his questions. On the issue around education, I've heard it over and over again from previous governments, from this government, about education. The reality is this: there is still drinking and driving and impairment out there, and people are still getting killed as a result of that. And now we're charting into new territory, and so it is absolutely imperative. I'm glad that there's some money set aside, and particularly for youth, but I would say not just for youth, but for all Canadians. There's a real question about whether or not there's sufficient resources in place to make sure that education is effective on the ground for people to have that information. In terms of working with stakeholders, of course we should be working with stakeholders, all sorts of stakeholders, municipal governments, provincial governments, community groups, civil liberties associations, constitutional experts, amongst others, to make sure that this legislation is done right. Nobody wants to see a death unnecessary, so yes, let's get on with it, and I'm glad to hear from the member that the government is open to amendments.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. You know, one of the consequences of legalization of marijuana is that there are going to be more people using marijuana and therefore more drug-impaired drivers, and what that means is more injuries, more deaths, and more carnage on our roads. And it's precisely the reason the Marijuana Task Force recommended a comprehensive national public education campaign. I was rather surprised, maybe I shouldn't be, from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader to talk about $9 million in funding in the budget. $9 million over 5 years. I'd remind the honourable member that that is a pittance compared to the state of Colorado, which is approximately the size of the member's home province of British Columbia, which has spent tens of millions of dollars in a single year. I was wondering if the honourable member could comment on the lack of support, the lack of a plan from this government when it comes towards prevention and education.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much to the member for his question and his comments. First off, I would like to point out, though, there's no evidence to say that decriminalization would increase use. We actually don't know that, and there's no evidence to indicate that. I would love to see evidence if the member has that and to share with all members of the House. With that being said, there is no question that we need to have a robust program on what I call a 4 pillars approach. An approach that deals with prevention, an approach that deals with enforcement, an approach that deals with harm reduction, and an approach that deals with treatment. There is no question that that is absolutely necessary when we're dealing with addiction issues. I know that very well in my own community in Vancouver East. All of that is essential, and we have not had, not from the Conservative government, not from this government, or any government for that matter, investing enough resources to do that. And we better understand that human lives are at stake, and we better understand that mental health is also tied into this issue as well. We have many people in our community that are dual diagnosed, and they end up in a community using drugs and being preyed upon. Where is the mental health program? Where is the housing program? Where is the social determinant of health in determining all of these things to provide the supports that is so necessary for the people that are in need? So I call for all members of the House to step up to support a robust program, to invest in it, and so that we can get on with dealing with these critical issues for my community and for every community across this country.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise this evening to speak to the proposed legislation, Bill C-46, regarding impaired driving and amendments to the Criminal Code. This bill examines and alters procedures and consequences of impaired driving for both cannabis and alcohol. I will comment on a few aspects of the changes regarding alcohol, but the majority of my speech will be focused on the impacts of drug-induced impaired driving. To begin, I'd like to say that several changes proposed in the legislation are encouraging, such as increases in maximum penalties and mandatory fines. Unfortunately, not all of the penalty changes seem appropriate. Rather than increasing mandatory minimum prison sentences, the government has decided to change the fines for first offense based on blood alcohol content, the BAC. While I can understand the importance in knowing the BAC in an individual behind the wheel, I would want to ensure that a slightly lower BAC does not somehow mean that that person is not penalized for still driving under the influence. Alcohol has different effects on different people. My question is then, would the officer be able to use his or her discretion in a situation, or would the device be able to determine the accuracy of BAC? I simply want to ensure that the corresponding fines are appropriate and fair. One of the proposed changes affecting our law enforcement officers is the ability to demand breath examples of any drivers they lawfully stop. Officers would no longer be required to have a legitimate suspicion that the driver has alcohol in their body. Some critics have even stated this would be unconstitutional. And research shows that more Canadians and most Canadians would oppose giving police these greater powers. Recently, CBC reported that, I quote, if Canada's new impaired driving laws are passed, police could show up on your doorstep up to 2 hours after you arrive home to demand a breath or saliva sample, end quote. How would the government ensure that someone who arrived home safely while sober and then consumed alcohol afterwards will not be wrongly accused? Another concerning change regarding alcohol-impaired driving proposed in C46 is to actually reduce the penalties previously outlined in the criminal code around ignition interlock devices. Ignition interlock devices allow offenders to reduce the period of prohibition from driving by opting to use a vehicle equipped with an ignition interlock device under a provincial program. With the use of these devices, they are able to drive anywhere in Canada during this time. While it is true that offenders should receive another chance to prove they are capable of driving, they must first serve the appropriate minimum absolute prohibition period. These wait times have been reasonable, with 3 months for first-time offenders, 6 months for second-time offenders, and 12 months for third-time offenders. Unfortunately, the Liberals have decided to reduce these wait times to the point where there will be no minimum prohibition at all for the first-time offenders. Subsequent offences would be reduced to the following. Second-time offenders would only be prohibited for 3 months, and third-time offenders for only 6 months. These drastically reduced prohibitions are dangerous. The changes could allow offenders to be behind the wheel before they are ready. Mr. Speaker, I would ask the government to reconsider some of these changes to ensure offenders are properly convicted for their actions and that the probationary periods, as currently outlined in the criminal code, are maintained. Moving on to drug-impaired driving now, Mr. Speaker. On the Government of Canada website, it states that, and I quote, Bill C-46 proposes to supplement the existing drug-impaired driving offence by creating 3 new offences for having specific levels of a drug in the blood within 2 hours of driving. The penalties would depend on the drug type and the level of drug or the combination of alcohol and drugs. The levels would be set by regulation, end quote. While it is encouraging to see tougher penalties for repeat offenders, some concerns remain about the ability to enforce these new offences based on the specific levels. My questions are, would officers be able to use discretion for those near the cutoff, or would the measuring devices be able to determine exactly how significant the influence of the drug is? Furthermore, the level of drug may have a greater impairment on some people causing the behavior to be more harmful to the safety of others. My concern is that punishments may not be concurrent for all offenders. I believe it is of utmost importance that we seek to protect Canadians from impaired drivers and ensure that there are strict penalties for those who choose to drive while under the influence of alcohol or drugs. However, it is also critical that those penalties are accompanied with sufficient education and resources for our police officers. This legislation does not include any specifics regarding the process in which police will be trained in order to handle the increased threat of drug-impaired driving upon the legalization of cannabis. Education on impaired driving is not limited to police officers. It is critical that the Liberal government also emphasizes effective education to deter Canadians from impaired driving. The report and recommendations outlined by the Liberal government's task force recommended extensive education on cannabis and impaired driving awareness before any legislation takes effect. Unfortunately, the government has chosen to ignore that sound advice and is pushing through this legislation. Impaired driving continues to be one of the leading causes of death in Canada, and it is unwise to move forward without effective education and resources for the police force and all Canadians. While finding it hypocritical that after 10 years of denouncing stricter penalties on criminals put forward by the previous Conservative government, the Liberals have opted to impose higher maximum penalties and mandatory fines. Despite this, I believe it's a good first step to ensuring that our streets are safe. That said, as I've mentioned throughout my speech, the challenges outlined in C46 are not enough to protect Canadians from the dangers of impaired driving. I hope the government will choose to slow down this legislation and provide relevant education before they choose to move forward with cannabis legalization. Mr. Speaker, this legislation has been rushed and has been put on unreasonable timeline. The Liberal government needs to recognize that when passing major legislation such as this one, it is far more important to get it right rather than done hastily. I hope the government will consider the concerns I have raised, and together we can work to protect Canadians from the devastating realities of impaired driving. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you very much, and I listened with interest to the presentation. And I guess I have a question. First of all, I'm grateful that the Conservatives have finally understood that actions taken here in Parliament have unintended consequences on municipal budgets and police budgets. Having been a city councillor for the better part of 10 years, I can tell you the downloading accidentally by the last government was quite extensive. And I assure you that we're sensitive to that and are talking to our partners on those issues right now to make sure that as we move forward with this legislation, the training, the compensation is there. But my question is this, that it seemed that the point that was being made was that until you figure out exactly how you can test properly for impaired driving as a result of cannabis, that you really shouldn't move to legalize it. Keeping in mind that we have one of the highest rates of cannabis use in the Western world, in particular around young people, would the member opposite not agree that the impaired driving is already happening? What this bill actually does is allow us to start moving towards regulating it, criminalizing that behaviour, and making sure that we do the public education to stop that behaviour because of the risk it poses to Canadians everywhere.
Honourable Member for Richmond Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my member opposite for that question. Now, this is not what their task force advises. They advise that before any legislation is pushed through, these tools will need to be there. How can you measure whether a young person or an adult is really impaired if the tool is not there. So I think this is really unrealistic that the government would like to push it through. Well, talking about expenses, I mean, our member earlier has, on this side, has mentioned that, spending that money, over 5 years and then not using it properly even, and that is not the way to really have good laws. So I think rather than just hastily passing it through, and then making sure that, this is done not even properly, that is really not a responsible lawmaker's job. Our job in the Parliament as lawmakers is to make sure that legislation and laws are properly done.
Questions or comments?
Members opposite would like to rush it through when they know there's so many challenges out there.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Karen, I want to thank my colleague for her question, and I assure her that at the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, we will all work together to try to make sure this legislation is as well-rounded as possible. I had a couple of questions. I listened attentively to the speech of my honourable colleague, and she mentioned concerns with both the mandatory testing and the number of hours after the alleged driving that you could be tested. Both of these were found in C-226, the private member's bill from the honourable member for Loup-Binière that the honourable member voted for. In essence, both of them allow us to make sure our roads are safer. The fact that a police officer can, on any lawful stop, ask somebody to submit to a breathalyzer test, to me is a good thing, and so is the fact that you can't argue that I drank alcohol right before I got in the car, so my blood alcohol limit wasn't reached when I was in the car, it only got reached after. These are good things. They keep bad people off the road. So why does the honourable member have concerns about these when she voted for them already in a different law?
The honourable member for Richmond Centre.
I thank the honourable member for his question. My question is the other question asking the Liberals. Now, there are many people of different cultures in my riding. And then I can give you a story, true story. One of our constituents kind of complained to me that he was she was pulled over by police, and she was trembling because she didn't understand how come that she was stopped by police. And because of the differences in languages that she did not understand exactly what happened. Now, so if you have a police suddenly come into your house and trying to make you do things, now there are incidents, well, probably in the Lower Mainland, that a lot of abuses are out there by people who do not follow the proper rules and who have not been trained to very sensitive issues. That is the question I will ask the Liberals to reply instead.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you. I was not intending to speak to this specific issue until I heard some of the presentations in the House here today, in particular around the issues of treatment, about housing, and about dealing with addiction and the intersectionalities around mental health. And I just wanted to be clear is that as we move forward on this important legislation, we are not leaving those elements out simply because they're not spoken to specifically in this bill, but there is an all-of-government approach to making sure that the evidence-based process of dealing with the dynamics and the tragedies as well as the challenges that the intersection of addiction and mental health pose is being dealt with right across the board. I want to highlight some of the ways we're doing that just to make sure that Canadians listening tonight and members of Parliament understand that this is more than just simply a question of cannabis. This is a question of how we deal with some very significant challenges in society in general. So let me start on housing. We know that there is a significant spend into the budget this year. It's more than just the $11.2 billion promised for a new national housing strategy. There is also a repurposing of the national housing program as it relates to homeless persons. In addition to that, though, I think the most important accomplishment that has gone unnoticed in this House is in the health accords we've signed with the provinces, and in particular in the province that I represent, Ontario, there is a specific component for housing supports, for dealing with addiction and mental health issues and how they intersect. And that is the support required to turn housing into supportive housing. It's the way that the best way to deal with addiction and mental health issues, especially as they materialize in people's lives who are chronically homeless. And while it's not specific to cannabis alone, because cannabis, quite frankly, is not the major pressure in that area, the reality is that there's a new era of treatment coming forward as a direct result of Budget 2017 and tying together all these different pieces of legislation. I hope the NDP can find it in their hearts to support the budget because it delivers one of the best housing programs this country's ever seen. Additional steps are also being taken on this front. Previous government had a very siloed approach in the housing sector that didn't allow you, for example, to take a health care fund from a province or a municipality or even a third party and take that as a subsidy to pay a mortgage for supportive housing. In other words, if you got a grant from CMHC to deliver supportive housing, you're supposed to run the whole program off that grant and not tie in other government programs to create the dynamic partnerships that are required to deal with the intersection of health, mental health and addiction issues. We are moving to remove those stipulations put in by the previous government to allow for dynamic partnerships on the ground to materialize in communities right across this country to deal with this issue, and in particular in major cities where we know that addiction is having a huge impact on people who are homeless. On the issue, again, of dealing with the impaired driving and dealing with the public education and the support of the police departments in this area, we also know that our program, which is supporting municipalities with infrastructure dollars to unseen levels in this country, takes the pressure off of municipal budgets and allows for municipal governments to have more flexibility to deal with the challenges as they materialize in their communities. And this frees up resources, in particular, where local municipalities pay for policing to deliver that policing support. We also know that downstream, as we start to move this program through the legislative process, as we start to move towards legalization, that there needs to be an in-depth conversation with municipalities, local police forces, contracted police forces, Aboriginal police forces, as well as municipalities, as well as provinces, in terms of the public health side of this, as well as the public safety part of this. And so the training of police officers and the support for police departments is very much front of mind as we start to move forward. But the first thing we have to get in place is the legislative regime. We have to get the public safety components in place, and then we have to sit down and talk to police forces as the best way to deliver some of these resources. I was on the Police Service Board when the government previous made some changes to the criminal code and required specialized training for police forces, mandated that training, which was only available in the United States, and didn't provide any support for police officers to be trained. We, as local municipalities, had to pick up the cost for that. But what was really sort of typical of the previous government's complete lack of understanding of how their decisions impact local municipalities, the program we were mandated to have our police officers taken wasn't even offered in French, let alone in Canada. And as a result, we were sending police officers south of the border to be trained to meet federal requirements with no financial support, but also no linguistic support for the Francophone police forces right across the country. I can assure you that in this particular piece of legislation, we are cognizant of the whole of government approach that's required, the specifics that are required to support municipalities as they deal with a lot of the enforcement and regulatory requirements to make sure that this process is safe. And in particular around impaired driving, I think one of the most important things we have to keep in mind here is that many of the arguments you're hearing from the other side, particularly from the last presentation around impaired driving, were the same arguments used to try and thwart breathalyzers coming in, were the same things that tried to slow down tougher drunk driving laws in the late 60s and early 70s, when once again there was a progressive conservative opposition and a liberal government moved on these issues to protect public safety. The other side pretends to be tough on crime, but as a good colleague of mine on this side of the House says, sometimes it's better to be smart on crime than tough on crime. And if you're going to reduce the risk to public safety, we need to have these comprehensive conversations. And I just want to assure the House that the positions raised by the New Democrats around supportive housing, treatment for drug and public education, those programs are underway. You can see it in the language of our health minister. You can see it in the language of the infrastructure minister. You can see it in the language of the minister that I work with in terms of families, children, and social development. But you can also see it in our new relationship with municipalities. We don't consider municipalities creatures of the provinces. They're a legitimate order of government in this country. We deal with them directly, and I think if you come to the FCM conference over the next weekend, you'll see what happens when you actually have a positive relationship and show up at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities with a full ministerial approach, what exactly a new relationship with municipalities looks like. We're proud of that record on this side. It's one of the reasons so many of us ran from municipal councils to come to Ottawa to change the way the federal government spoke with municipalities, large or small, northern, southern, remote, rural, coastal, you name it. It's a proud achievement of this government that not only are we funding municipalities, we're working with them to develop policies to make their laws and bylaws more effective. our laws and rules and regulations more effective. We do the same thing with our Aboriginal governments, the same thing with our provincial governments. It's why a whole-of-government approach and an all-of-Canada approach is going to pay off such dividends, especially as we move towards a much better criminal code, a much better approach to impaired driving, and a much better partnership in terms of making sure when we deliver those services, they're there. So to recap very quickly, housing money is there, treatment dollars are there, supportive housing capacity is being built in this country, additional resources are being delivered to cities to pick up the tab on some of these challenges, and the dialogue continues, and it's a good dialogue, and I hope the rest of Parliament can support us as we move forward on this, because it's a new era in federal municipal relations, and it entirely focused on giving cities the capacity they need to deliver programs that we are working with in concert to deliver. Thank you.
Questions and comments. I guess commentaire. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite. I want to assure him that I certainly am committed to seeing impaired drivers off the road. But, you know, the government likes to pretend that they're fact and evidence and science-based. But in this case, the science for determining whether people are impaired with cannabis is not at the place where it can actually be determined by the test. So if you decide to arbitrarily take a 0 level, you know, that still leads us to the other fact, which is in 12 months, that's not enough money in the budget or time for the government to actually implement the roadside test that you would need. So that's another issue. The other fact that would be relevant is that the provinces and the municipalities don't have the money to take the download that the government is putting forward. So would the member agree that the plan that has been put forward has not been well thought out and is not, in fact, going to be able to be done?
Parliamentary Secretary.
In my previous position, I was the Parliamentary Secretary for Intergovernmental Affairs, and I can assure you those conversations are ongoing. We have not downloaded $1 yet. We are in negotiations right now to make sure that when this happens, the new policies arrive with the appropriate resources to deal with it. As I said, cities have never been happier in my lifetime with a federal government that has finally stepped up and recognized them as an equal partner in the affairs of this country. And as it relates to the technology that the opposite side doesn't think is to be there, first of all, there is a problem right now on city streets, on streets in rural communities, on highways across this country. There are impaired drivers with cannabis and other narcotics in their system that are wreaking havoc and creating a very dangerous situation. If the other side wants to sit there and wait till they're convinced of the science before they act, that's their business. This government will not step back and wait to make streets in this country safer. We're going to act now and move forward now. And I would ask that person to review the science in Australia, to review the science in the states, the United States, that have already moved on this, in Oregon, and talk to MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, who are completely convinced the science is there, as we are convinced. If they want to live in some alternative world where climate change is into science and addiction reduction services aren't scientific, they can live in that scientific world. But I'm going to tell you right now that the debate on this one has given us the evidence we need to move and make this city and this country safe.
Questions and comments. Commentaire. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member giving his thoughts. Obviously, he's served as a councillor in the Toronto area. At least that's my understanding. I served as a councillor in a small area in the interior of British Columbia. And, you know, one of the things that's been pointed out by the member of Parliament for St. Albert is Denver, I should say Colorado, has gone through the legalization. They've set aside tens of millions of dollars for public education and safety measures. And what the government is actually proposing, Mr. Speaker, is $9 million over 5 years. Now, I also just want to challenge the member's math when it comes to housing. It's not $11 billion here and now. It's over 10, 11 years. 12 years. Okay, well, I understand it was 11. And so this is the problem I have, Mr. Speaker, is when we say that we're going to allow things like gaming, what happens is provincial governments will say, we're going to allow this to legalize this, but then we're going to make sure that any monies that come of it go to help the people to get off of it. And then you know what happens, Mr. Speaker? A new government gets in or a new approach comes in. They need to cut transfers just like the Martin government did during the 90s to pay the bills. And then it all gets downloaded either on the social costs to the provinces or onto the individuals themselves and the places they live. Mr. Speaker,
I have heard nothing from this government to say that they are truly committed to making sure that social harms are going to be addressed, not just with funding over the short term, but over the long term.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, you know, it's interesting to watch the opposition look for solutions in a bill when those solutions actually lie in a different piece of legislation. As I said, the health accords have extraordinary dollars being invested into prevention, into dealing with harm reduction, into dealing with addiction issues. It's the hallmark of the new provincial accords on health, and that's where part of those issues are dealt with. On the housing file, let me do some math for the individual. Last year in Budget 2016, we doubled the base funding in the housing program from about $2.3 billion to $4.8 billion. We have then added $11.2 billion on top of that, and an additional $11.2 billion in loans, low-interest loans, and mortgage financing, which means the total there is well over $27 billion over the next 11 years. That money is already starting to be spent now. We've more than effectively doubled the amount of dollars going into housing, and as a result of that, for the first time in 25 years, we have not only a national housing strategy, but a 10-year agreement that we'll be signing with provincial and territorial partners. There will also be an additional close to $4.5 billion on Aboriginal housing, with more to come on that file. And there's additional dollars for housing in the healthcare budget and the natural resources budget. It is one of the most comprehensive and dynamic and substantial investments into housing. The biggest investment in the history of this country, the longest investment in the history of this country, and it comes after 10 years of that government doing squat for people needing housing supports in this country.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I rise today to make a speech, to give a speech about Bill C-46, an act to amend the Criminal Code, offences relating to conveyances, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. More simply put, of course, it has to do with impaired driving associated with marijuana use. So this bill goes along with another bill, which is, of course, C-45, and which aims to legalize marijuana and prepare the way for this legislative measure. The NDP wants us to be cautious about approaching this problem, and so this bill is a step in the right direction. We want to emphasize convincing ways to prevent tragedies. So this is a weakness in this bill. A dynamic awareness campaign must be launched before this bill enters into force, and this has not yet been done, Mr. Speaker, and this is what I'm going to be explaining over the next few moments. Bill C-46, furthermore, offers no clear limits as to the concentrations in a person's saliva that would be considered to be a level of impairment when it comes to driving. So this is supposed to be found based on science. And when we arrest impaired drivers, it must be science-based. There is no strategy in this bill. There are no reliable benchmarks that would allow us to move forward and come up with clear limits as to THC levels in the blood. Impaired driving, as you know, Mr. Speaker, is one of the leading causes, or actually the leading cause, of criminal manslaughter in this country. And this is a huge problem in all areas of the country, including the Drummond area. This is a problem that must be dealt with, whether it's impairment due to alcohol or drugs such as marijuana. We must, of course, set up preventive measures, awareness measures, and do everything we can to prevent people from behaving in such a manner. We must also equip those who are making the arrests with all the required tools, such as police officers, of course. Canada has one of the worst records when it comes to impaired driving of all the OECD countries. So we have a great deal of work to do in this regard, Mr. Speaker. And in this legalization bill, and this bill before us today, we must be prepared to mitigate consequences of this behavior. So we need public awareness campaigns that are effective and that will be adequately funded by the Liberal government currently in power. This campaign is deficient. It hasn't even been launched yet. And the money that's been announced to fund them is far too little. Nothing seems to have been prepared in that regard, even though it seems marijuana will be legalized within the next year. In that respect, Mr. Speaker, the CAA, the Canadian Automobile Association, which is well recognized and of which I'm a member, has very recently said that legalizing marijuana is a step in the right direction, but many questions remain, according to the CAA. I would like to quote a passage from this article. Mr. Speaker, it's worth hearing because this is a group that defends automobile drivers and people who are on the road and around the road, of course. As you may know, Mr. Speaker, without overly promoting CAA, but they do also protect cyclists and pedestrians. They say, the government has committed today to fund police training to better detect drugs and to acquire screening devices, but without talking about a specific amount or giving a deadline. Police officers need training. They must be equipped with all the required tools to deal with this reality. The reality of impaired driving due to marijuana use. And at this time, the government has not provided any of those things. We don't see funding or investment, and it's a major weakness in this bill. I continue to quote the article. The government mentioned a number of under $2 million over 5 years in the federal budget 2017 for public awareness campaigns, which is, says the CAA, clearly insufficient given all of the myths that will have to be countered when it comes to the effects of marijuana on a driver's abilities. Less than $2 million over 5 years, Mr. Speaker, is insufficient, and it doesn't represent a concrete and specific plan. It's not enough to deal with all the problems and myths that currently exist with respect to marijuana use and driving. You know, Mr. Speaker, some people still think that smoking marijuana will not affect their ability to drive. Some people even think that they will drive better after they've used marijuana. You know, Mr. Speaker, that type of myth, that type of misinformation or that lack of information must be countered through a major awareness campaign, not over 1, 2, 3, or 5 years, but perpetually, continuously. We must always keep offering information on dangerous products, just as we do with alcohol. There are many, many awareness campaigns as to the dangers of alcohol, and they will continue to exist in 5 or 10 years. And as the CAA says, less than $2 million is just a drop in the bucket compared to the current needs. In that respect, the SAAQ has already launched a campaign on the effects of cannabis on drivers. So you can see in their ads and through those ads, that there's already been a supplementary effort and extra pressure on provinces, on municipalities, following this marijuana bill, this legalization of marijuana bill. And they're already asking provinces to invest more on awareness, on prevention, to inform our citizens better, especially our youth, who represent our future, Mr. Speaker. And of course, those campaigns have costs. And currently, the Liberal government is not giving municipalities anything, nor to our provincial governments. What we need, Mr. Speaker, is to add into this bill what percentage will be paid by the federal government through taxes and how much will be given to provincial governments. What percentage of these taxes will be given to the federal, provincial, and municipal governments, so that the provinces and municipalities aren't left by the wayside, because schools, social programs, social workers, everyone who works with youth, all the stakeholders who work in our provinces and municipalities need tools and money to support them and help them best inform and support young people. Just because a substance is legal doesn't mean it's a good substance. It leads to major social problems and health problems. That information must be given to people. Should consumers decide to use marijuana? Of course, I would prefer no one use marijuana. I wish no one would drink alcohol or smoke cigarettes. But that's not realistic, as we know, Mr. Speaker. So, in that case, we have to provide people with all the necessary information so that if people do use these substances, they do so knowing what the risks are. And we also want to make sure that people do not drive in an impaired state. And people need that information, the public needs to be informed, and our young people need to find out this very important information for everyone's sake and safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Guelph.
The member for his contribution to this evening's discussion. 3,000 people were found having drugs in their system when they were picked up on impaired driving situations in 2015. So 3,000 people were endangering the lives of other Canadians as well as their own lives. So a zero tolerance program is what we're suggesting in our legislation in Part 1. And Part 2, we're talking about simplifying legislation so that the courts won't be clogged the way they are now, so that we can get more efficiency in our court systems. The zero tolerance is a meter will say whether there's drugs in the saliva and therefore in the blood and therefore in the brain. Zero tolerance means if the meter's gain picks up at the minimum level that there is drugs present, then that person is then liable for criminal charges. So it isn't a question of how much can you get away with. It's if you have drugs in your body, you're not allowed to drive. And that's a simple message that we will be putting out to youth and to other people that are driving while impaired right now. So maybe to the honourable member, part of the zero tolerance, it seems like the NDP is bringing forward what can we get away with? And really getting away with anything is what we're trying to avoid, and we're trying to limit the use of drugs in people that are driving. So where's the 0 point with the NDP?
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, of course, that is the question. What will the limit be? That's a very important question, and it's not in this piece of legislation. But no matter what's in the bill, with respect to the detectable limit for marijuana use, but where are the funds? Where is the money to support police forces, to train them, to equip them? Where are the funds for provinces and municipalities that are going to have to conduct awareness campaigns? It's already begun in Quebec. An awareness campaign was funded by the province. Where is the money? They're promising less than $2 million per year. That's not enough. We need a firm commitment from the federal government to say that in this bill, we're going to take X% of the tax from the sale of marijuana, and this portion will go to the provinces. This portion will go to municipalities, because they will be responsible for provincial awareness campaigns and to look after people who will sometimes overuse this substance. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to just provide a quote here. The quote says, "The government has put forward strong legislation not only focused on impairment by drugs, but also addressing ongoing issues related to alcohol impairment. Steps have been introduced to reform the entire impaired driving scheme, and these are seen as much needed and very positive." The association to whom this quote is attributed also has called for these changes in the past, specifically in supporting the modernizing of drug provisions of the criminal code, supporting mandatory alcohol screening, and eliminating common loophole defenses. This quote, Mr. Speaker, was by the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police. These are the individuals who will be on the front lines of enforcement of this particular legislation. I'm wondering what my honourable colleague has to say to this specific quote.
La députée de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. So, of course, I would like to provide you with another quote, a very important quote that comes from the Working Group for the Legalization of Cannabis that presented the federal government with the following recommendations. First of all, immediately, not now, not in 2 years and not next year, make investments and work with provinces and territories in order to develop a national strategy, an exhaustive national strategy to educate the public and send a clear message to Canadians that marijuana does impair one's driving ability and that the best way to avoid being an impaired driver is not to consume any. So this investment of less than $2 million per year is insufficient and has not been given to provinces yet. It's not there for municipalities either, who have an urgent need to support and reinforce our police forces and then launch awareness campaigns. Some people still currently think, many people still think, that they will be better drivers after using marijuana. This is a myth that must be busted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise this evening to speak to Bill C-46. This bill presents a number of complicated and novel problems for lawmakers. I will say, first of all, that I will vote for this bill at second reading. I think it should get to committee. There are many things in here that we need to move ahead with, and I hope that my speech can reflect on those areas where I think we need to reflect and where the bill will need amendments, and particularly in the sections which enable the Governor General to make regulations in future, that we approach regulation making with caution. So let me first start by saying what I think is important about C-46. It's important that we do more to deal with carnage on our roads caused by people who are so, well, their judgment is impaired by drinking. But the failure to understand that an automobile is a lethal weapon, that getting behind the wheel when you've had anything to drink at all should be as socially unacceptable today as it now is to light up a cigarette on an elevator. Social norms change over time. And the social norm that once allowed us to give the people around us the present of secondhand smoke without thinking anything about it is now viewed as a reckless activity. One would have thought that with the attention, with the hard work of wonderful groups like Mothers Against Drunk Driving, that it would be clear to all Canadians as responsible citizens that if you've had anything to drink at all, you don't drive. Unfortunately, we see far too many examples of innocent people, children, whole families killed on our highways by people who have gotten behind the wheel when they should never have done so. And we need to do more to stop the threat of drunk drivers on our roads. This bill begins to do that, and this bill begins to take some important steps. Certainly, it's important to say that people need to know that they can be pulled over and have a breath test applied as a roadside breathalyzer test on a reasonable grounds test, which is going to allow more police officers to stop more people and on randomized breathalyzer testings on the side of the road if they think that person has, and it does require reasonable grounds. I mean, in going through Bill C-46, it's important to note that it does require that a police officer has reasonable grounds to believe a person is committing, or at any time within the last 3 hours has committed an offense as a result of consumption of drug or alcohol, has committed an offense. The evaluating officer has reasonable grounds. Throughout this, there are requirements for reasonable grounds, but still the test for giving a roadside breathalyzer test is going to be reduced with the goal of getting more people who are drinking and driving off our roads. And I think that's important. The risk here is that we are now conflating the legalization of cannabis with problems of driving and substance abuse. And here's where I think we need to be careful. In 2014, an astonishing 74,800 cases were reported across Canada of driving impaired due to alcohol or drug use. 74,800 cases in a single year reported by police. Of those cases, 97% were alcohol, 3% were drugs. Now, that's not to say that drugs aren't the problem, but it's clear that in order of priority, alcohol is the bigger problem as a percentage empirically on our roads. But then you begin to dive into it. Certainly with the legalization of cannabis, good and reasonable concerns have been raised. What if people are impaired by having imbibed and smoked, eaten edible cannabis? If people are now under the influence of cannabis and there's THC in their system? And this is where, as I dive into the evidence, it gets a lot more complicated. Because if we're going to base our policies on evidence, it's not at all clear that the same kind of physiological effects occur from imbibing cannabis as from drinking alcohol. For example, studies by the Pacific Institute for Research and Evaluation, as reported in the New York Times, talk about the estimate from a number of studies that compared with the dangers of drunken driving, for instance, 20-year-old drivers with a blood alcohol content of 0.08%, which is the legal limit across Canada, had an almost 20-fold increase in the risk of a fatal accident. But when they look at those who have imbibed cannabis, for example, they find that the effect of using cannabis is within it does affect driving, but it's within the same range as legal allowable levels of blood alcohol. It's not at all clear, and according to a 2012 study from the Journal of Psychopharmacology, only 30% of people who were under the influence of THC failed a field test of their ability to show physical coordination and good cognitive reflexes. The effect of smoking marijuana is clearly going to be very different than the effect of drinking and driving. This is again research from the Pacific Institute for Research and Evaluation. They concluded that, well, for purposes of explaining this, we're going to use the terms stoned drivers and drunk drivers, that stoned drivers drive differently from drunken ones and have different deficits. Drunken drivers tend to drive faster than normal and overestimate their skills, whereas the opposite is true for stoned drivers. More worrying when you're dealing with application of criminal law is that those who are habitual users of marijuana can have levels of THC in their system that do not affect their judgment, but the metabolization in the body of cannabis is very different than that of alcohol. To spot someone who's drunk, you need to test for ethanol. To spot someone who has been using cannabis, you look for THC. But the THC can be present in the bloodstream days after the last use and when a person is not actually impaired. So we need to, as we're going forward with developing tests and deciding when someone is criminally responsible, we need to approach this problem differently than we do with, we found levels of blood alcohol of 80 milligrams of alcohol in 100 milliliters of blood, and therefore we know you are driving over the limit. That's not going to be so easy for figuring it out with THC. Now, those who are studying this recommend some interesting approaches, including, by the way, this very useful study from the U.S. Department of Transportation from February 2015 on drug and alcohol crash risks. I recommend this to other MPs who are looking for data. It's from as I said, from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration of the U.S. Department of Transportation. And they looked at the adjustment for age, gender, ethnicity, alcohol concentration levels, and so on. They did not find that high risk correlated with drug use at all when you correct for these other social factors, age, ethnicity, and so on. What they do recommend, which I think is fascinating, is as we go forward for legalization of cannabis, they say, look, if you're going to put your resources where you want to put them to avoid people being killed on roadsides, it would be far better to focus on banning establishments for imbibing cannabis away from home. Now, I want to underscore this because I don't think anyone's mentioned it in debate so far. If we're, as we are, legalizing cannabis, don't have facilities and establishments that encourage people to get in their car to drive to a place to go have cannabis. Encourage, if you're going to legalize cannabis, which we are, that there's no driving involved, that you're home before you imbibe, that we create the social norms that say don't drive at all in imbibing cannabis, because it's going to be very, very hard, and I think it's going to be a failing test on the science to find mechanisms for roadside testing for THC. Far better to focus on where the threat to life and limb clearly is overwhelmingly on people who get behind the wheel of the car after having too much to drink. And frankly, I think a glass of wine or a beer is too much to drink to get behind the wheel of the car, and yet we have a social construct. Our culture, and there's nothing wrong with it. You know, I've always loved the show Cheers. The friendly guy behind the bar. You should take a bus there. Take the subway there. We need to change our norms around what's okay, because a car is a lethal weapon. Lastly, I want to hope that when we take this bill to committee, we look at issues of unintentional consequences. If we make it easier for police officers to pull someone over for a breathalyzer, we need to watch for issues of racial profiling. We need to watch for unintended consequences of additional searches that take place once you've pulled someone to the side of the road. I'm not standing against this bill by any means, but I think these issues are far more complicated than the debate we've had so far tonight. I look forward to seeing this bill go to committee. I hope that when we look at regulating THC and finding ways to do roadside testing, that we don't start with the assumption that if we can find THC in your body, you have been reckless in your use of an automobile. Those two may not correlate the way blood alcohol levels indeed correlate towards recklessness and unsafe driving. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's more of a comment, but I'd be very interested in the member reaction to this. In this legislation under Section 320 regarding the mandatory breath testing for alcohol screening, it requires in this legislation that the stop be lawful, and either as authorized under a statute of the Government of Canada, a provincial statute, or in common law. And what that really means is that the stop must be provable to be lawful for the search to subsequently be considered constitutional and therefore legal. And therefore it will be incumbent upon law enforcement, when they stop a vehicle, to be able to articulate that the stop was in fact legal. And I hope that that might address any concerns that the member or other Canadians may have, that the police may inappropriately use this authority to racially profile or to otherwise discriminate against anyone on the basis of this legislation. And if the stop is deemed not to have been a legal stop, then any subsequent search and the evidence gathered from that search would therefore be illegal. And I hope that would address, at least in part, some of the members' concerns.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker. In going through this, I read the concerns from those who said on the grounds of civil liberties this would be intruding on constitutionally protected rights. I I think on balance the courts will find this justifiable because of the threat of drunk driving. And as the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has mentioned, it's clear that the stop must be legal. There is a concern once you start having more, how do I put this? The legal threshold for that stop is adjusted downward in order to create more opportunities for testing people at the roadside. Yeah, on balance, and I agree with, I think, the fact that we have advice from Professor Peter HoC, who is the country's leading constitutional law expert, and I studied from his textbook when I was at law school, so I hold him in highest regard, is very reassuring. But I'm talking about not so much whether it's challenged in court, but about how it's applied day to day. And that's going to be something that I hope we will be aware of as we take the bill through committee.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through you, Mr. Speaker, to my honourable friend over there. Just forgot where you were on the island. Saanich Gulf Islands. Been there many times. I'd like to run a scenario through you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to ask the member from Saanich Gulf Islands to give me a response to it. I'm a young constable, and I see a vehicle going down the road, and it's got a tail light out, so I pull him over. I walk up to the young gentleman sitting in the front seat of the car. He's got the legal quantity of marijuana sitting beside him. Maybe just a little bit gone. He might have just had it. He might have even told me he just had it. But it may not give me reasonable grounds to follow suit with the legislation the government across is trying to put across. Now, if that was liquor, most provinces says I can seize it and prevent him from continuing driving down the road and consuming. But oh my God, your legislation misses something. Where that message, through you, Mr. Speaker, sorry, what can I do about it? I think I'm just going to have to let him go because there is no law preventing him from doing what he is doing. Maybe I could get an answer through you, Mr. Speaker, from the honourable member from the Gulf Saanich Island. Thank you.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In his hypothetical, number one, it's a legal stop to check somebody who has a broken taillight. I think that the use of marijuana that is regulated under C-45 has other things to say about how much you're carrying with you and if it's legal to have it with you in your vehicle. Under these provisions, if the officer had reasonable grounds to think that the person was impaired and in their driving should be tested, the point of my speech was, though, I don't think we still have the science to know if someone is impaired from cannabis in the same way that they are impaired from alcohol, and you could pull someone aside and find THC in their body, even, as I understand the science, more than 24 hours after the last time they had any. So I don't think that your officer in his hypothetical is without any remedies whatsoever, but I think that goes to the legal control over how much cannabis you can have under the terms of C-45, how much you can have. If you're under 18, you're not allowed. I mean, there are a lot of other rules that would apply in that circumstance beyond this, which deals with roadside inebriation.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Mr. Speaker, I rise this evening to partake in the debate on C-46, which will amend the Criminal Code and other consequential amendments to various other acts. Like many of you in the House this evening, I've been following this legislation with great interest as soon as it was tabled and know that Canadians are also following it in the media. Before I begin my remarks, I want to start by saying I have great faith in the members of Parliament from all parties to work together on this legislation. So at the end of the day, the Criminal Code is modernized and reflects that advancement of technology, and as well that our peace officers have the necessary legal framework to keep our streets and communities safe. Far too many of us know members in our community that have lost a loved one to an impaired driver. Rarely does a week go by in Canada where we do not hear of someone who has lost their life due to somebody who got behind the wheel while either being severely intoxicated or under the influence of mind-altering drugs. In preparing for this debate, I was contacted by the father of a young lady who tragically lost her life in the fall of 2015 while coming home for Thanksgiving dinner. She asked that we, as members of Parliament, put aside our political differences and work constructively to ensure this legislation is carefully debated and moved upon in a timely manner. I was also saddened to hear that even our own colleague, the member from Caribou, Prince George, lost his brother to a drunk driver over 20 years ago. So I ask that we all keep these families in mind as we prepare to carefully and hopefully, in a nonpartisan manner, get this legislation to committee. And I also have a personal example, Mr. Speaker, that I lost an uncle to the same kind of a situation. As it has been said by other members of our Conservative caucus, I will vote in favour of the legislation as currently written, so that the necessary stakeholders, which include peace officers, provinces, municipalities, legal scholars, and those who actively work towards the prevention of impaired driving, can present their views and critique its various implications. As noted by others, this legislation would, for the first time, allow for the use of roadside drug screeners where a peace officer has a reasonable suspicion if the driver is under the influence of drugs. It would be naive of us to think that people are not currently driving under the influence of marijuana, methamphetamines, or other substances. We would also be naive to think that the level of those consuming marijuana and then getting behind the wheel will stay the same or even go down after a public education campaign after marijuana is fully legalized. We are about to embark on one of the largest changes in the law in respect to people consuming a substance since the elimination of prohibition. We can look at what other jurisdictions have done to prepare for the full legalization of marijuana, but at best, we only have estimates on what it will mean for Canadian roads and highways. Moreover, we actually don't know what it'll cost for the RCMP, various police departments, and municipalities to purchase the necessary roadside oral fluid drug screeners, nor the total dollar amount for the necessary training to administer the drug screeners. In consultation with the Brandon Police Department and other police officers, they have explained there are significant costs that will be necessary when this legislation is brought into force. I don't want to delve on the specifics of C-45 while we are debating this legislation, but I do believe it is important to note that municipalities will probably not see any increased tax revenue from the legalization of marijuana. However, they might get stuck with the tab, as they will be the front line on enforcement and regulation. At this time, I would even suggest that the Parliamentary Budget Officer undertake a full review of the upfront costs of implementing C-46 on municipalities and provinces, and potentially the hidden costs, such as many rural communities would not be prepared to provide blood analysis 24 hours, 7 days a week. As the bill states, it would authorize the taking of a blood sample from the driver when an officer believes they are drug impaired. For all of our rural members currently in the House, sometimes you have to go 100 kilometers or more to find a 24-hour health facility. And to complicate this even further, people drastically absorb and metabolize THC in many various ways, and my colleague from Yellowhead referred to this earlier this evening. We must ensure the legislation provides no loopholes for those who may seek to evade the law. We want to make certain that the Ross Rabagliati defense of the secondhand smoke cannot be invoked. The other issue I want to raise is I have serious and grave concerns about the mandatory alcohol screening clauses found within the legislation. I am aware that the government has tabled a charter statement from Professor Peter HoC, and the Minister of Justice has fervently defended his position. However, I want to remind the Minister of Justice that the Supreme Court is the sole arbiter of what is constitutional and what is not. It was only a few years ago that our previous Conservative government nominated Judge Mark Nadon to the Supreme Court after we were told it was constitutional by two former Supreme Court judges as well as constitutional experts. While the Minister of Justice may feel confident in the Charter statement, various members of the House of Commons have lingering doubts. I am encouraging the Liberal government to keep a very open mind and be prepared to strike this clause from the legislation if legal experts believe it encroaches on the rights of Canadians under Section 8, which provides the right to be secure against unreasonable search or seizure, or under Section 9, which is the right to not be arbitrarily detained or imprisoned. When giving the police such powers, even under the best of intentions, it must be carefully balanced with the rights and freedoms of drivers. While there is case law that has allowed for randomized breath tests, there is zero case law that will allow warrantless mandatory breathalyzer tests. And while I know the government continues to state that an estimated 50% of people who are stopped and are over the legal limit are able to pass through current detection methods, I believe there must be a better solution to bringing this number down than a police officer who would be able to, on demand, without any reasonable suspicion, to perform a breathalyzer test. As the honourable member from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford noted in his speech, that even the Supreme Court was not unanimous with the issue of random stops by police officers. As the member stated in his speech, the minority opinion of court stated there were serious implications with such power. He also went on to say that the decision of a police officer may be based on any whim that may tend to stop young drivers, older cars, and that racial considerations could become a factor. And let's recall that this was the Supreme Court dissenting opinion on random check stops, not mandatory roadside breathalyzer testing. On a final note, I am encouraged to see that the provinces, such as the new Pallister government in Manitoba, are already working on updating their laws to prepare for federal legalization of marijuana. As Heather Stephenson, the Minister of Justice, said, the proposed Cannabis Harm Prevention Act would provide the tools to the provincial government, law enforcement and public health during the lead-up to the final implementation of legalization. For the benefit of my colleagues, I would like to put on record exactly what this legislation would do. Their legislation would allow for a 24-hour suspension of a driver's license if a police officer believes the driver is under the influence of a drug and unable to safely operate a motor vehicle. It would require the registrar of motor vehicles to determine if graduated licensed drivers who receive the 24-hour suspension should face further consequences. And the legislation would create a specific offense for consuming marijuana in or on a vehicle, and that any marijuana must be stored in a secured compartment, for example, the vehicle's trunk, so that it is inaccessible to those in the vehicle. The provincial government understands that just not only do the laws surrounding driving need to be updated, the province of Manitoba will soon explicitly prohibit the smoking of marijuana in any enclosed public space or workplace, that schools will still be able to enforce disciplinary measures to students using, possessing, or being under the influence of marijuana, and that legislation continues to apply to individuals who use marijuana as a tool to exploit or traffic another person. I applaud Minister Stephenson and the PC caucus for taking the leadership they have on this file, and I ask that our Liberal colleagues across the way work with the opposition not only on Bill C-46, but on C-45. There is no need to have an arbitrary timeline if it puts unrealistic dates for the full legalization of marijuana. I am also equally concerned that the Liberals are not prepared to develop effective educational campaigns to deter Canadians from impaired driving. If police departments and municipalities say they are not prepared or have the necessary resources or training required to manage the increased threat of impaired driving associated with marijuana, we must not move until they are fully equipped to do so. And in closing, with that, I will finish my remarks, and I plan to host numerous meetings in my constituency over the summer on both C-45 and 6. The legalization of marijuana and the conversation surrounding its implications should not just happen in this chamber or in committee rooms, but also in the community halls, town halls, and one-on-one with our constituents. As I have always said, the legalization of marijuana has never been a top priority for me, as I believe there are many more pressing issues. It is our collective responsibility to do all that we can to ensure, if the Liberals want to legalize marijuana, that they do not do more harm than good, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I thank my friend from, I should remember the riding. All I'm thinking of is Brandon. Brandon Suris? Yeah, Brandon. And I'm wondering, as we're going forward in the legalization of cannabis, and we're looking at the potential is, and you probably were here to hear my concerns, as we're looking, and as I heard the member say, we don't want to proceed with cannabis legalization until we know how we're going to handle the issue of use and driving. I wonder if he heard the suggestion that came from a number of policy experts I discovered in going through the literature, that we find a way societally to actually prohibit the creation of essentially social clubs where cannabis is used in the same way that we now have bars where alcohol is served. In other words, that we find ways to encourage cannabis use only at home, to avoid people driving to imbibe cannabis substances.
Member for Brandon Souris.
Well, I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Speaker, for her comments and her concern and her idea that she has put forward here that this only be allowed to be used in homes. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that that's a reference to medically consumption of marijuana. And as I said in my earlier remarks, if we think that we're naive enough today to think that keeping it in the homes or that people aren't already intoxicated or imbibed by it in vehicles that have already consumed marijuana, we're kidding ourselves. So I think that while it may be a decent suggestion, it's not practical, Mr. Speaker. Once you've licensed it and making it it becomes much more wide open than that. It becomes much more of an opportunity for people to use it in illegal manners than what they may even be doing with alcohol today. Just because we have those laws doesn't mean, the police are still picking up people that are impaired. And as I said in my remarks, I believe that we will not just have the same number that we're picking up today for illegal use of drugs, but we will have many more of them if we license it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to thank the member for his comments, also for his reflections on those who have lost loved ones. I think this is a terrible tragedy in our society that so many people have either lost their lives or had their lives irrevocably and traumatically changed as a result of the criminal actions of an impaired driver. And I think we all share a common goal of making our roadways safe and doing what is necessary and right under our Constitution and within our laws to make sure that we do that. And I'm grateful for the member's comments. I also wanted to assure the member and ask him if he thinks this will be of some assistance. He did indicate that there is a legitimate concern in municipalities across the country, and I come from a municipality myself, about having adequate resources to do the job we asked them to do. And I wanted to assure him of our government's commitment to make sure that law enforcement and our courts have the legislation, the technology, the training, and the resources they need to do the job that we're asking them to do. And this bill provides that legislation and those authorities. But we also recognize that those municipalities will have to have some assistance in making sure they have access to the technology, that their police officers have access to the training they will need as both drug recognition experts and to use this device, and to make sure that the resources are there. This is a commitment that the entire country shares, and I wanted to provide the member with that assurance and ask him if he thinks that, if he agrees with me, that that's a very important commitment that we make.
Member for Brandon Souris.
Well, thank you very much to my colleague, Mr. Speaker, for his assurances, I guess, if you will, that it is in the bill, that they will be looking at the costs in municipalities, of police forces, of others. It's not, they haven't assured the police societies of Canada yet, Mr. Speaker, that this bill will do that. There are many questions left outstanding in the public in regards to the costs of this area. Stopping people on a highway for a breathalyzer test, Mr. Speaker, costs very little for the equipment to be able to be reused. In regards to swabs for drug testing, which are not proven yet even, this cost is in the range of $20 to $40 per stop, and as opposed to cents on the dollar, Mr. Speaker. And this indication that they will bear that cost is pretty tremendous from their operation budgets. In fact, the situation that I'm familiar with, it would consume all of it that they presently use for all of their training purposes just to train enough people to be able to handle the breathalyzers for drug-related issues.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans.
The honourable member for Côte-de-Beauport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to have this opportunity to speak this evening to Bill C-46, an act which covers driving under the influence of cannabis and other drugs. I'm not opposed to protecting our drivers in any way and our young people. There are far too many people who die because of others who drive under the influence of alcohol and drugs, and cannabis is still an unknown factor. But we can't talk about C-46 without addressing C-45, which deals with the legalization of cannabis. Now, as you know, legalization of cannabis is a bill where everything is being offloaded onto the provinces. The work under C-45 is such that we must equip the provinces with a structure so that we can help them to deal with what's contained in C-46. So we need to put in place structures to help our police officers, people who are on the roads and who will be driving and stopping people who are under the influence of drugs or alcohol, cannabis, for example. Now, there are a number of shortcomings, in my view, in this bill. Bill C-45 doesn't go far enough in that we need to have structures in place. When we look at C-45, for example, there are a number of things that are not defined. Everything is simply offloaded or shoveled off to the provinces, as we say in Quebecois. And unfortunately, the provinces don't have time to respond because they only have a year to put everything in place, because cannabis will be legalized. And then we have Bill C-46, which deals with impaired driving, and again under the influence of drugs or cannabis or alcohol. Now, there's no mention of prevention in Bill C-45, yet we need to have information, prevention, because we're facing something that is unknown, driving under the influence of cannabis or other drugs. And as a result, we need structure, in my opinion, because everyone in this House wants to protect our young people, children, our parents, friends who are struck by vehicles driven by people under the influence, people who don't have all of their faculties about themselves. And so we need to have a bill that will stand up. C-46 follows on the heels of C-45. If marijuana is legalized through Bill C-46, we must have more solid structures in place to help municipalities, for example, to help police officers, to help people who are victims of road accidents. And for now, that is not covered off by C-46, no more than it's covered in C-45. In C-45, we see a bill that is honestly botched, in my opinion. It didn't take into account the ideas of those people who work closely with people who are under the influence of drugs or alcohol, but primarily drugs, people who are addicted to drugs, to cannabis, and everyone in this House knows someone among their families or friends or who has a problem with addiction to cannabis. So, in my view, C46 needs to be strengthened. It needs to provide more framework for our police forces. And that doesn't just mean money, Mr. Speaker. It also means education, public education, and education for all people involved. Now, in Quebec, there are some ads designed to shock people dealing with drinking and driving. But it hasn't stopped people from drinking and driving, but it has served to raise their awareness. They now take taxis. They identify a designated driver, and it should be the same thing for people using cannabis. When we talk about Bill C-46, we need to refer directly back to C-45, which is preceding C-46. Now, I'm going to be voting in favor of sending this bill to committee, but it will need to have more teeth. It will need to be strengthened because it's a bit of an empty shell. The provinces are being handed the situation and they'll have to deal with it. But no, it's in this place that we must strengthen our bills, give them more teeth. It seems to me that the deadline here is not realistic with respect to the implementation of C-46. 2018 is far too soon for the provinces, given the type of dialogue that has to take place with the municipalities. And how will we ensure in C-46 that the municipalities get the message, that the provinces get the message, that the organizations, the police officers, that everyone who's going to have to work with this day in and day out to put in place C-46 will understand it?
We must always remember that we're all here together to protect Canadians. And on this side of the House, and I think that's true for all parliamentarians with these two bills, we want to protect Canadians. We want to make sure that through the bills we implement, they have all the necessary elements which are not present in Bill C-45. So if we want to have Bill C-46, we need more teeth in Bill. We need to put more teeth into Bill C-45 and set up and inject structures into C-46 to strengthen it and thus protect our drivers, our children, our parents, those who work with people who were arrested for impaired driving. And we must also ensure that we've got the right elements set up in the right place. Whether it's alcohol or cannabis, we need to deal with these issues in a very sophisticated way, because even today, when you blow into the breathalyzer, your results are not 100% accurate necessarily. So in C-46, we need teeth. Because in Bill C-45, we forgot something very important. That is ensuring that all those that are affected by the legalization of cannabis have the necessary elements to ensure that this is an ironclad bill. And this is much too quick and much too soon for provinces and municipalities and all the others that will be involved in the implementation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Kamouraska. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know, and I will ask my colleague, since, as she indicated in her presentation, in the rural areas in which many of we MPs live, we don't always have access to healthcare services, which, of course, will be useful to analyze blood test results and so forth. And sometimes things have to be sent over great distances. She's quite right in saying that municipalities are going to inherit the bill for many of these things, and that the bill has nothing to cover these things, especially when it comes to the information that's given to people, since they're talking about $9 million over 5 years, less than $2 million per year, which is ridiculous when you think of the size of this country. And that's not just for Quebec, it's for the entire country. So I would like to ask my colleague what she thinks of that ridiculous amount allotted for training and information. The Honourable Member for Île-Laurier, Charlevoix, and Beaupré. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. That's right. $9 million for people in rural areas in such a huge country is very little to help set up structures. We all know that the big cities, Montreal, Toronto, Vancouver, Toronto, have structures in place already. But if you go to Sainte-Catherine or La Malbaie or other much smaller places, it's much more difficult. And we have to start from scratch. $9 million over 5 years is less than $1 per day per resident. So I think I truly believe that if we are to set up proper structures under Bill C-46, we have to fund municipalities and provinces so that they can build these structures that will be so precious to us. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. Earlier today, I did quote the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, who said that this piece of legislation was much needed and very positive, and that in the past they had made requests to have the modernization of the driving provisions in the criminal code, and that this piece of legislation does that, but it also supports mandatory alcohol screening and eliminating common loopholes. So again, these individuals are on the front lines of our streets, looking after individuals in our community. The Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police have said that this piece of legislation is strong. I wonder what my honourable colleague has to say in response to the Chiefs.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. I'm not saying that the bill is no good. I'm saying that it doesn't go far enough. It does not provide enough structure where there should be some. Something we did not have 5 years ago was the legalization of cannabis. So we can't talk about C-46 without also looking at Bill C-45 on legalizing cannabis. This wasn't being discussed 5 years ago. We were talking about decriminalization, not legalization. Now that we have legalization in our sites, we need to provide police officers with structures and equip them and fund them. And everyone in this House agrees with creating legislation to protect people who are impaired drivers and also give teeth to people who are arresting them and dealing with them. We're not against virtue. What we're saying is that Bill C-46 should go back to committee to strengthen it and give it some teeth and satisfy all parliamentarians.
Saskatoon, Grasswood.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm always honored to rise in this place and represent the constituents of Saskatoon Grasswood. Today, I know we are debating the merits and, more importantly, maybe the lack of merits of Bill C-46. It's an act to amend the criminal code and make it consequential amendments to other acts. So in other words, driving under the influence of drugs, notably marijuana. While this is a topic unto its own, it cannot be discussed, I feel, Mr. Speaker, without reference to the accompanying legislation, Bill C-45, which seeks to use the cannabis legal in Canada. So both pieces of legislation actually go hand in hand. In fact, if it were not for the introduction of C-45, we would have no need really for C-46. But here we are tonight debating this. You know, and we've talked for many hours in this House about this bill, and I should note tonight that the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada, during her introduction of this bill, C-46, made a reference. She made a reference to a Saskatoon family, the Vandervoorst family. I'm going to give you some background on this family. They suffered a devastating loss of 4 family members at the hands of an impaired driver. The date was January 3rd, 2016. Many in my city of Saskatoon call this the worst accident in the history of the city of Saskatoon. And I really wonder tonight if the Minister of Justice, if she knows or appreciates the devastation that this family has gone through in the last year and a half. Well, Mr. Speaker, I do. Because this past February, I phoned the Vandervoorst family. They have been in the front page of my newspaper in Saskatoon for the last year and a half. It was one of the toughest phone calls I've had to make. It was a phone call because I knew the mom, Linda. The father I didn't know, Louis. But they lost their son, Jordan, along with their daughter-in-law and 2 grandchildren. But I felt, as a member of Parliament, I need to make the call. And I did. It wasn't in my riding. They live in the northern part of the riding. It could be it could be Saskatoon University, or it could be Carleton Trail. But I had to make that call. And I made the call this past February. It was 13 months after the accident on January the 3rd, 2016. They were shaken because the person charged was moved to a healing lodge less than a year after killing 4 members of their family. Wow. The Vandervoorst family, we sat around the kitchen table. I was there at 10 o'clock Saturday morning. I sat around, and there was a phone call to the house while we were at the kitchen table with Linda and Louie, and she answered the phone. I said, go ahead, answer the phone. She answered the phone, Mr. Speaker. There was nobody on the end of the phone line. So she said, hello, 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 but there was no answer, so she hung up. So we went on talking about the case. They've lost 4 family members. And wouldn't you know it, about a half an hour later, the doorbell rings. And unannounced to Linda, a man had been driving around their neighborhood for the last year trying to get the courage to knock on the door or phone the family saying, do you know what, on January 3rd of 2016, I saw your son, I saw your daughter-in-law, I saw your grandchildren having so much fun at a hockey rink outside in Saskatoon. This man spent 13 months, Mr. Speaker, driving around their house. It took him 13 months to ring the doorbell. He didn't know the family. But you know what? I just happened to be there. This was not staged. Linda went out to the porch and talked to this man for a half an hour. They wept. This man had pictures of her family because they were at a skating rink that day, January the 3rd, 2016. Less than 12 hours later, all 4 members of that family were killed because the person charged was 3 times over the limit of alcohol. This was one of the most emotional mornings I've ever had. This person didn't know the family, but he spent 13 months driving around that house, getting enough courage to ring the doorbell and said, I care. This is what our communities in this country are going to experience with this bill. There are going to be other families. I just happen to be at this household at this time. We've had, in our province of Saskatchewan, believe me, we've had a horrific record of alcohol in our province. In fact, our province this year started because of this accident that occurred in 2016 of tougher impaired driving laws in Saskatchewan because of it. But as I said earlier, you cannot discuss one bill without bringing the driving force bill into this. Let's go back to the expert task force and their objectives in studying this issue. And I keep hearing the same refrain in reference to this legislation. It will keep marijuana out of the hands of children and keep profits out of the hands of criminals. Do you really believe that, Mr. Speaker?
Member to hold for a second. I'm starting to have a hard time hearing the member. There's some mumbling and voices going. It's nice to hear everybody talking together, but if you don't mind, if there's something to talk about a little bit louder, if you can go to the lobby, or maybe just listen to the honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood. The honourable member.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I wish several of the members across from me would have been with me that morning, February 3rd, at their house. This is a true story. The legal age for consuming alcohol does not keep alcohol out of the hands of children. It simply means a bit more difficult maybe to get, but it does not keep out of the hands of children who actually want to consume it, or young adults. By the same token, criminals will always have a market for illegal marijuana, and in fact will make underage youth, I believe, more of a target for them. Reduce the burdens on police and the justice system associated with simple possession of marijuana offenses and replace those burdens with the burden of producing an additional 1,165 drug driving recognition experts, bringing the number up to what is actually required today. In fact, in this province of Ontario, that number falls well short, the shortest list in all of Canada. So that number again is 1,165. To ensure Canadians are well informed through sustained and appropriate public health campaigns, and for our youth in particular, ensure what risks are understood. Mr. Speaker, we're only 13 months out from this legislation becoming law, and I have yet to see any kind of campaign or even hear of one being planned. Where is the plan? I have been in many high schools in my city of Saskatoon. I've talked to students in grade 9, in grade 10, in grade 11, and in grade 12. These are the same students that are going to graduate a month from now. There is no plan. There is no prevention plan. There is no education. There is no dialogues with the school boards in this country. The ones that will probably have to talk about this, Mr. Speaker, in every classroom in this country. And yet, not one word has gone out to any education system in this country about this bill. But yet, this is the government of consultation. We hear that every day in this House. Where have they Where have they talked to school boards in this country about bringing this education into the classrooms, where it should start? We all know that. We all know the kids at 16 and 17. Where's the consultation in provincial school boards in this country? There is none right now, and we're only 13 months away, Mr. Speaker, and the summer is approaching. There is no national plan. Right now we hear, well, there is a device out there, but yeah, it's not approved. We've also heard tonight who pays for this. Don't know. We've got some money. You know, we put together $9 million over 5 years. We got some money. And yet the municipalities, I sat with my mayor. They're worried about this. I've talked to my Attorney General in Saskatchewan. They have no idea where this is going. 13 months away, and there's still big questions. So I think as we talk about this tonight, we're on heels of a task force report on this marijuana legislation. There's some serious concerns being raised throughout this country, and especially by the Canadian Automobile Association. They say urgent work is needed to be done in order to implement a system that keeps Canadians safe on the road. Mr. Speaker, I experienced hell in February when I went to that house. but I also experienced education. And I'm worried the rest of Canadians need the education, are not going to get it in time. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Oshawa. Or sorry, not Oshawa. I'm in the right corner.
Right region. Ajax.
Ajax, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You're forgiven the hour is late. I thank the member opposite for his commentary. And let me extend, through you, Mr. Speaker, to the family he referenced. My condolences. It's a terrible story. I'm glad that you took time to be with that grieving family, and I think that anybody in this House would share our sentiments, that what they went through is a nightmare that we wouldn't wish visited upon anybody. I would say that the problem that we have in this country is that existing policies as they relate to cannabis have been wholly ineffective. The rate of use for cannabis amongst the younger cohort, so those who would be from under 24 years of age, is around 20%, about double what tobacco is, and yet tobacco is legal. And I look at the strategies that were used. I was formerly head of the Heart and Stroke Foundation in Ontario. The strategies they used on tobacco to denormalize it, to go after it, to have public education, to do so in partnership with government. And I think that is a good strategy at getting it, at trying to reduce harm. And when we look specifically at driving, I wonder if the member would agree with me that when we look at folks who are driving right now, we have no regime. That when you take that incredibly high prevalence rate amongst young people, which is, as I said, in not only double digits, but over 20%, that those young people who are driving right now, we have no mechanism to help police be able to identify when they are impaired or be able to charge them. And so does he not see that given the fact that the status quo has been such an abysmal and abject failure, that family and every family deserves good, sound policy?
The honourable member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Ajax. You know, we have spent probably 20 years in this country telling people smoking is not good for you. We've had ad campaigns for the last decade on telling people about the effects of smoking, and yet we're bringing this bill forward. We have not educated anyone in this country about marijuana. You know, and it's amazing because secondhand smoke really wasn't realized until 5 or 6 years ago. And now we're bringing this bill, we're talking about marijuana, and we haven't linked the two, smoking and marijuana, along with alcohol. Yeah, this is a serious bill, you know, but I think, and I appreciate the member from Ajax, but he must know we got to start in school with our education system, and nobody has done that. Nobody on this side of the government has thought about who we're trying to prevent with the marijuana, and that's the ones that are driving vehicles at 16 and 17 years of age.
We have time for a very quick question. The honourable member for Edmonton's. You know what? I'm having a hell of a time. I'm sorry, a heck of a time tonight. It's getting late. Edmonton, St. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my friend, the member for Saskatoon-Grasswood, for his impassioned speech. And he's absolutely right about the need for education and awareness. And we know that with the legalization of marijuana, more people are going to be impaired and more people are going to be injured and die on the roads. And the member for Vancouver East challenged me when I made that assertion, but one can look at the statistics in the state of Colorado, wherein there has been a 62% increase in the first year upon the legalization of marijuana in terms of motor vehicle deaths involving drug impairment. Now, the government has boasted about $9.6 million. That's only over 5 years. I say that is a pittance. I say that is inadequate, and I wonder if the honourable member for Saskatoon-Grasswood could comment on that.
The honourable member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to salute my colleague from Edmonton, St. Albert. He's right on. I mean, you talk about what Colorado has did. Years ago when they started this marijuana mission, they put tens of millions of dollars into the state about marijuana to educate people, to deal with it. And here, I mean, for over 5 years, we don't even have $10 million. So, yeah, that is a major concern. But, you know, let's talk about prevention, because that's our health care, is prevention. And nobody has talked about it on that side. How do you prevent marijuana? How do you prevent kids from taking it? How do you educate them? Nobody has done that. I know because I've talked to the Canadian School Boards Association, and nobody from that government has stepped forward and had a plan.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased today to deliver my first speech in the House of Commons. I'm honored to use this opportunity to address Bill C-46, which deals with offences and procedures related to impaired driving for both cannabis and alcohol. The Minister of Justice tabled this legislation, proposing that it would help address the problem of impaired driving, which I know we all agree is a serious issue, especially given the Liberals' misguided decision to legalize marijuana. However, in my opinion, they missed the mark. I stand before the House today to express my views and the views of my constituents in Calgary-Midnapore regarding this bill. While the Liberals have proposed some good suggestions, this bill is riddled with flaws and inconsistencies. As is, the bill is poorly structured. It fails to consider the significant issues that matter to Canadians, the issues that we ought to consider in an effort to keep Canadians safe. In discussing this bill, we need to consider some very relevant details. We know that impaired driving remains one of the most frequent and deadly criminal offences. In fact, it is among the leading criminal causes of death right here in Canada. Each year, roughly 1,500 Canadians are killed by impaired driving. Another 63,000 are injured in impaired-related crashes. And this, Mr. Speaker, is no small matter. We also know that the Liberal government's marijuana task force made a couple of key recommendations. They recommended extensive impaired driving education and awareness campaigns before the drugs legalization. Mr. Speaker, Canada and our legal system is experiencing a changing political landscape. We must be careful not to make policy changes before we carefully consider any implied consequences. Let's look to our neighbours in the South for the consequences which they have faced. The Globe and Mail reported that 2 U.S. states have introduced recreational marijuana sales, have seen a significant increase in the proportion of fatal accidents. This sets a very dangerous precedent we should be careful not to follow. The task force also indicated that research shows that youth underestimate the risks of cannabis abuse. Young Canadians are the future of our country. We don't want them causing harm to other Canadians. We certainly don't want young Canadians causing harm to themselves, and we certainly need to ensure the lives of young Canadians, or any Canadians for that matter, are not being put at risk. Let me be clear. As a Conservative, I strongly condemn impaired driving of any kind. Impaired driving caused by alcohol consumption or drug use has no place on the streets of our country. I don't want that anywhere my young son and his friends play, and I don't want that in any neighbourhoods of Calgary-Midnapore. The Conservative Party supports measures that protect Canadians from impaired drivers. Mandatory fines and higher maximum penalties send a strong message that Canadians will not tolerate impaired driving. We need to be tough on crime. I support measures that deter and reduce incidences of impaired driving. However, I can't support this bill in its current form, Mr. Speaker. The bill has multiple glaring flaws, which must be addressed before we can even consider passing it through the House. Firstly, this bill compromises the safety of every single Canadian that uses a vehicle to commute. As I've stated, impaired driving is the leading criminal cause of death and injury in Canada. Marijuana-impaired driving is yet another red flag about this legislation. Recreational marijuana use is illegal today, but we know the Liberals' agenda to legalize marijuana. I suspect that the Liberals are recklessly trying to rush through this legislation in order to make it easier to pass their legislation legalizing recreational marijuana. This is a dangerous precedent to be setting. Thousands of lives will be at risk if we allow this to pass. The safety of our citizens is my top concern. Let's please put safety ahead of recreation. Secondly, this bill does nothing to help deter impaired driving. As we know, not only do strong penalties deter criminal activity, they limit the potential for criminals to reoffend. However, this bill would actually give first-time offenders a break by reducing wait times to get their keys back and drive once again. Thirdly, the wording of the bill is incredibly unclear. C-46 enables law enforcement officers to conduct impairment tests using roadside oral fluid drug screeners if they reasonably suspect that a driver has drugs in their body. The question is, how do we define reasonable? Is it the way someone drives? The smell of their breath? Their ability to articulate words? The government has failed to define what is and what is not reasonable. This leaves ambiguity for impaired drivers who can evade unsuspecting officers and for officers to unlawfully violate the rights of law-abiding drivers. This brings me to my final point. In its current form, Bill C-46 is an infringement on the rights of all Canadians. This bill would implement mandatory alcohol screening. This is a fundamental violation of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Innocent until proven guilty. The presumption of innocence. Mandatory alcohol screening shifts the burden of proof away from the Crown and towards the individual. This part of the legislation would likely face a charter challenge. Even if not, it is a very invasive practice of the state on an individual without justified reason. We, as representatives of our constituents, need to be awfully sure no legislation that this House passes is an infringement on the rights of Canadians. I fear that the government has overlooked this fundamental freedom. The House must consider 3 additional factors before proceeding with Bill C-46. I recommend a more cautious and evidence-based approach. 1. Let's make the right decisions instead of making fast decisions. The Liberals want to rush these drug bills through Parliament by July 2018. This hurried timeline is unrealistic and puts the health and safety of Canadians at risk. Law enforcement hasn't been provided the resources or training required to deal with the increased threat of impaired driving associated with the legalization of marijuana. Number 2. Let's do a better job of consulting with the relevant stakeholders. Jeff Walker, the Vice President of the Canadian Automobile Association, said, legalization of marijuana should not be rushed, and their educational campaigns and greater funding for law enforcement should be the immediate priorities. I also want to point out that former Liberal Minister of Justice and Health, the Honourable Anne McClellan, who chaired the Liberal government's marijuana task force, said that the best solution is to give researchers additional time to develop proper detection tools. Let's listen to the experts. More education is crucial. My colleagues and I are concerned that the government has not developed effective campaigns to inform Canadians how dangerous it is to drive while under the influence of marijuana. Organizations such as Mothers Against Drunk Driving have done an excellent job of helping Canadians understand the risks of drunk driving. However, Canadians must better understand the dangers of all types of impaired driving. And this education needs to happen before legalizing marijuana. The Liberal government has done little to deal with this. Instead, they propose high mandatory fines and maximum penalties for Canadians who may not fully understand the risks of driving under the influence of marijuana. Mr. Speaker, if we can ensure the safety of Canadians by proactively educating instead of retroactively penalizing, then we can save Canadians' lives. And that's the avenue we have to focus on first. And it's for this reasons, Mr. Speaker, I cannot support Bill C-46. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to welcome our new colleague from Calgary-Mindapore to the House of Commons. Congratulations. Congratulations through you, Mr. Speaker, on her first speech. My question is, I'm a little puzzled by the honourable member both stating that the law is too strict in terms of mandatory screening and not strong enough in terms of deterrence. Mandatory screening was part of Bill C-226, which was a private member's bill brought by the honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière that was supported by the entire Conservative caucus. So I'd like to understand, especially since this bill requires mandatory screening only to be done in the context of a lawful stop, which was not the case in C-226, which made it constitutionally much more challengeable than this bill, why the honourable member feels that mandatory screening, which should protect us by allowing more people to be screened, is a bad idea. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, thank you very much. Certainly, as my previous colleague indicated, one certainly cannot reference C-46 without giving thought to C-45, and certainly as someone who served as a diplomat for many years in many developing nations, including Latin American nations, in particularly El Salvador, where I worked tirelessly for years fighting against narcotics, which of course is one of the major tenets of the Western world. I also am concerned that, again, we are not listening to experts in regards to C-46. Something else where we've seen this recently is in the evaluation of moving the NEB out of Calgary, where we are moving away from the expert base. So I think it's very important that we listen to experts in both of these regards. And finally, back to my point of education, I think it's very important that the lack of education that we see in regards to impaired driving is just the tip of the iceberg. I also think that we need to think of the education that will be required in the workplaces should C-45 be implemented. I think of the oil fields, the oil sands, the industrial heartland of Alberta. These things are very important. So on many fronts, I'm very concerned about C-46, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver-Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate my honourable member on her maiden speech in this House. I know that we've heard a lot of profound commentary in this House tonight, so I'd like to end my question as we near the end of the night with a bit of a lighter question. The Liberal government has not been clear on the revenue side of the equation on how they're going to tax cannabis. So I'd like to ask my honourable friend, does she feel that the imposition of the GST on cannabis will be a buzz-killing carbon tax?
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, Mr. Speaker, given that this was my maiden speech and it's past 10 o'clock, I think that I will now sit down and we can end this debate on a high note.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands in, it's a very short question, please.
Oh, well, I congratulate the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore, and I certainly don't want to take away from her spectacular finish to her maiden speech. I did want to mention, though, that since she brought up the National Energy Board, just to remind members that the expert panel included a number of prominent industry experts, including the president and CEO of the Canadian Pipelines Association. So I know we're not actually debating the National Energy Board here tonight, but that report was not without deep roots in the Calgary community in recommending that the National Energy Board be scrapped, renamed the Canadian Energy Transmission Commission, and moved to Ottawa.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
I thank the honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands for that comment very much. And, you know, I appreciate the reminder regarding the findings of the panel and the makeup of the panel. And thank you very much.
La Chambre est-elle prête à se prononcer?
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows.
Mr. Sohi moved that Bill C-46, an act to amend the Criminal Code, offences relating to conveyances, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? On division, okay, so we just... Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. À ce moment-ci, conformément... Excuse. Yes. The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the consent of the House, I'd wonder if we could see the clock at 12 o'clock high so that we can all go off and address our munchies.
We have consent of the House to see the clock as midnight. Thank you. Yes, the clock is now at midnight. Thank you. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 38...
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time.
That this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in this House to urge the government to take actions to address the impact of the significant and troubling shift in humanitarian policy in the United States following the most recent presidential election. Despite the fact that President Trump's discriminatory travel ban continues to be struck down by the courts, other anti-immigrant measures have not. As a result, fear and uncertainty has greatly increased amongst those with precarious immigration status in the U.S., and it has without a doubt fueled a significant increase in asylum seekers crossing into Canada. To cut to the facts, for all of 2016, the RCMP intercepted 2,464 individuals at irregular crossings. From January to April 2017, the RCMP has already intercepted 2,719 individuals. Should irregular crossings continue at this rate, we could expect over 8,000 interceptions this year. It is very important to properly understand what these irregular crossings are. The current government's approach of simply ignoring that this is even occurring has allowed misinformation, fear-mongering, and anti-refugee rhetoric to spread unchecked. This is a fundamental failure for a government that claims to be quote-unquote back and claims that says, welcome to Canada. Asylum seekers from the U.S. crossing irregularly into Canada are not illegal border crossers. Canada is a signatory to international conventions and has obligations towards the acceptance and treatment of asylum seekers. The current process where irregular crossers are intercepted by their RCMP, turned over to the CBSA, and have their asylum claim processed and sent to the Immigration and Refugee Board is following both our domestic and international legal obligations. These individuals are not jumping any queues. These individuals are being correctly treated as inland asylum claimants. They are not displacing government-assisted refugees, privately sponsored refugees, and they certainly are not displacing economic or family class immigrants. Canada's Immigration Levels Plan has allocation for inland asylum claimants. Lastly, this isn't a crisis of people streaming across the border, though it is a significant increase with causes and some that has solutions. Should the government get around to actually acknowledging the problem exists, it can be addressed. One of the main drivers of irregular crossings from the U.S. is the Safe Third Country Agreement. As a result of this agreement, individuals crossing from the U.S. into Canada at authorized border crossings will be turned away at the border based on the notion that the American asylum system is of equal standing to ours, and if their system rejected the claim, we can safely assume ours would as well. Unfortunately, that is simply not the case, especially given the new and troubling shifts under the current administration. We now have proof of this. On Christmas Eve 2016, Sadhu Mohammed, a Ghanaian asylum seeker whose refugee claim in the U.S. was denied, walked across the Canadian border into Emerson. Freezing temperatures left Mohammed badly frostbitten and cost him 8 fingers. On May 17th, the IRB accepted his asylum claim. Mr. Mohammed said his claim was rejected in the U.S. for similar reasons that the Harvard Immigration Law Program, Canadian immigration legal scholars and students, humanitarian and civil liberties associations, and others have repeatedly called for the Safe Third Country Agreement to be suspended. During his lengthy punitive immigration detention, he was unable to access counsel and adequately prepare for his hearing. Under our system, he was able to do so. I have called for the suspension of the Safe Third Country Agreement.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And certainly there is no doubt that every Canadian, regardless of their gender, their sexual orientation, their ethnicity, what have you, should have the ability to move freely in an unencumbered way, and that any instances that the member is referring to are ones that we take seriously. The Minister has met with Secretary Kelly, and they've shared information. I have to say Secretary Kelly and the folks working with him have been incredibly good to work with and have a dialogue back and forth as the situations emerged, and that there are a number of recourses. Obviously, the decision to whether or not somebody enters into a country is solely at the discretion of the country that is doing the admitting. We cannot force the United States or any other country to accept anybody they choose not to. But it's imperative that we stand up and fight for Canadians' interests, that when they are crossing into the United States, that they are treated fairly. And we continue to have dialogue with Secretary Kelly on that. It's important to note, and I could perhaps offline, because I doubt I'll have time in my remarks here to enumerate them, but there are a number of resources that folks have at their disposal if they think that they are treated unfairly by U.S. authorities. There's clear mechanisms that are in place by the U.S. government for redress. On the issue of the Safe Third Party Agreement, Mr. Speaker, this is overseen by the United Nations. This ensures the proper facilitation of claimants on both sides of the border. It's working effectively. We continue to monitor it. And it's important that, that both countries are working in tandem with one another to make sure that we don't have chaos in the management of asylum seekers. In terms of those that are crossing at the border, it's true the numbers are up. They are around the levels that we saw in 2008 and 2001 when resources were actually less. So it's important to note that these levels fluctuate. But we're monitoring them. The resources that we have currently are working effectively. And we are going to make sure that we work with local authorities, the RCMP and immigration, to ensure that that process of people seeking asylum is done in a way that is thorough and effective.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, it's now been reported an individual has died of hypothermia attempting to make this crossing. This was a tragedy that could have been avoided. When will the government acknowledge what's happening? When will they suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement? I remain deeply disappointed that the government refuses to back up their rhetoric with actions. The Safe Third Country Agreement has now contributed to a woman's death because she couldn't enter Canada and have her claim heard at an authorized port of entry. She had no choice but to attempt a dangerous, irregular crossing. She has now lost her life. We will never know if her claim would have been successful in Canada like Mr. Mohammed's claim was. This was a preventable tragedy, one that will likely occur again if nothing is done. What is this government waiting for? Why are they refusing to acknowledge the issue? Why is the government so scared to stand up to Trump and to stand up for humanitarian values? Canadians expect the government to do that. Why?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And obviously, the death was indeed tragic. It occurred in Minnesota. The person in question was not near Canada at the time. So I'm not sure how that life would have been saved by anything being different. But what I do know is that that we want people to seek asylum using the mechanisms that they have. And the Safe Third Party Agreement ensures that that's done efficaciously and in a way that doesn't create chaos. And the claims will be processed, whether or not there's a normal entry through the normal process to assess the veracity of the claim. If a person crosses irregularly, then obviously they're going to be apprehended by local authorities. They're going to have to appear before a quasi-judicial process, and then their claim is still going to be assessed in exactly the same manner. But this, the UN has looked at the Safe Third Party Agreement, has looked at the way in which we're dealing with asylum seekers, has commended how effective it is and how well it's working. That's the measure we work by.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals politicized the F-18 issue. First of all, during the election campaign, they made promises they can't keep. They promised to hold and put in place an open process to replace the F-18s by excluding the F-35 process. So that's off to a good start. Following that, right from the outset, the Liberals wanted to give Boeing, their friends, a big contract, a nice $7 billion gift. And what did it represent, Mr. Speaker? It was simply to deprive the Air Force and simply to give money to their friends. That's a good Liberal tradition now, isn't it? Last April 2016, there was talk about NORAD, and I've got the document here to prove what I'm saying, and the Liberals decided to change the number of aircraft necessary for the Air Force that they would need. And so they're already trying to tinker around with the figures. Now, this is something the minister created. He loves to be the architect of things. So he is the architect of the capacity gap for the Air Force. And he discovered this concept in thinking as an architect as a result of all the discussions he had with Boeing. Now, since they took power, the Liberals have had so much contact with Boeing that it's almost incestuous, Mr. Speaker. And so it's hardly coincidental to see how these things have unfolded. I've got the series of meetings that, and this is exhibit number 2, all of the meetings. There were at least 14 meetings that we know about with Boeing lobbyists, people who met with political staffers, ministers, parliamentary secretaries over the past year. And each time there was a meeting, Mr. Speaker, the minister had changed his comments, and so we saw this unfold. And it's a Liberal creation, Mr. Speaker. Now, along the same lines of the creation, there's something where there was a bit of a hiccup. General Hood and CDS Vance both confirmed at committee that they had sufficient resources, oh, look at that, to fulfill their commitments. Exhibit number 3, Mr. Speaker. So this is really something that doesn't hold water. But where, if there really were a lack of resources, would this interim fleet, including 2/3 from the U.S. fleet, because 2/3 of the fleet of Super Hornets are grounded, Mr. Speaker. They can't use them. There are parts missing. There are problems with oxygen. It's a complete mess. So the problem with the Super Hornet is well known. And in addition to that, in a report, Exhibit 4, this report that I have in my hands that was removed from the National Defense site. It was a report dating back to 2014 by the Defense Research section, and indicating that it would be the worst of both worlds to have 2 different aircraft in a fleet, because the F-18s and the Super Hornet are not the same aircraft, even they're both called F-18s. So there are a number of technical issues that arrive that, and so everything, they seem to indicate that things were going well, but in this report they said it was important not to mix the aircraft in the fleet. Now, Exhibit 5, a letter signed by 13 former commanders in the Air Force sent to the Prime Minister saying the same thing. Do not buy an interim fleet of aircraft. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles for his question. If I may, I'd like to say that his question was quite unique because it contained 2 subjects that at first sight don't have anything to do with each other. And my colleague went a bit far that day, to such an extent that the Speaker had to call him to order and encourage him, and I quote, to refrain from using such disruptive language. Now, I know that my honourable colleague doesn't want to be disruptive. First of all, he talked about the role of honorary colonels, and I'm very happy that he did so because this gives me an opportunity to point out that they are an integral part of the Canadian Armed Forces family. Their role is essential within the local community. They use their experience and expertise to promote and support Canadian Armed Forces members and their families. They provide leadership, mentoring, esprit de corps in units across the country. Pursuant to Section 3.33 of the Honorary Colonel's Manual for the Royal Canadian Air Force, as representatives of the Department of National Defence, honorary colonels must refrain from defending political interests. Their job is to exercise leadership and to promote team spirit. So it's very important for honorary colonels to avoid making comments that could jeopardize operational security or promote political interests. Now, Mr. Speaker, allow me to talk about the issue of the gag that my colleague is referring to. It doesn't describe the reality of the obligations for representatives of government regarding contractors and their security clearances. As the member knows, the Government of Canada takes it very seriously, the way it deals with sensitive information. The security clearance forms that he alluded to are documents that outline the importance of protecting security information regardless of one's security clearance. They are designed to ensure that staff comply with the obligations under the Security of Information Act, namely when it comes to commercial business information or sensitive military information. These agreements ensure that corporate information, which is sensitive, is protected in the long term. Signing documents like that doesn't prevent an official from acting pursuant to the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act. We have the right to protect material that belongs to the private sector as part of our procurement process. This obligation is specifically important when it comes to the issue of replacing fighter jets, which is one of the largest procurement projects undertaken by the government. It's complex, costly, and important for our national security. And given the expertise and the sensitive nature of this project, we deemed it important to have these special security clearance forms signed as part of a procedure that's necessary and appropriate. Mr. Speaker, last year, a variety of delicate information was gathered and analyzed and kept confidential. Not respecting confidentiality and security can compromise Canada's contractual relations in the future, and that would disadvantage Canada. So that's why these security clearance forms were signed, security forms rather, in order to ensure that employees do not disclose sensitive information to anyone who is not authorized to have access to it, regardless of that individual's security clearance. These forms reinforce the protocols and security procedures already in place by reminding staff of the importance of disclosing information on a need-to-know basis. Mr. Speaker, this is a procedure that's well-known, commonly used, normal. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Old-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, well, for the viewers watching the debate now, it's interesting because the Parliamentary Secretary for National Defence has added information to my preamble. I've provided 5 exhibits, and he added some information saying that officials have received an order to not disclose information until they die. And so I'd like the Parliamentary Secretary, however, to respond to something else, because we learned this morning that Boeing was an unreliable partner. That's what the Minister said. Will the Liberals stop? We've got all the information here. Will the Parliamentary Secretary confirm that the Liberal government is going to put an end to this stupid plan and to buy interim Super Hornet aircrafts? Will the government not launch a process to buy the best aircraft for the next 40 years for the Canadian Armed Forces? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, it's up to the government to ensure that the members of the armed forces have the equipment they need to conduct all of their operations and the support they need for their well-being. Next week, the Minister of National Defence will release a new defense policy which will provide adequate funding for the next 20 years. Our government will ensure that the Canadian Armed Forces have everything they need to ensure that they have a supple, well-equipped and modern military force. Our men and women in uniform exercise their duties exceptionally, but they cannot do so without adequate support. We are working to make up for the shortcomings that resulted from our predecessors' mismanagement.
Bird is not present to raise the matter for which adjournment notice has been given. Accordingly, the notice is deemed withdrawn. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. La Chambre demeure donc.
Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.